Python is one of the most used language. The companies like Google, Ola, Uber are currently using Python. But why? Because of its flexibility and new range of variety. And how will you get your good hands-on on Python? Yes, if you do more project on Python, you will get a good hands-on and you can easily crack this interview in these companies. To keep that in our mind, we came up with a tutorial where we are going to talk about lots of projects in Python. How can you implement them? And how can you add them to your CV? Before we get started, I want to introduce you to Great Learning Academy, a free initiative by Great Learning, where you can access over 200 plus courses with 1000 plus hours of free content on trending high demand domains such as data science, machine learning, artificial intelligence, programming, cloud computing, digital marketing, DevOps, management, and many more. That is also for absolutely free. Award-winning academicians and leading industry experts design these courses. You can also get a free certificate of completion when you enroll and complete these free courses. You also get access to the presentation, code, notebook, dataset, and quiz. You have courses in English and Hindi to give you the best learning experience in the language you are comfortable with. Check out the description of this video to access the relevant courses on Great Learning Academy. So what are you waiting for? Register now and start your learning journey today. Let me tell you what you will learn from this session. You will learn the basic of Python, how Python came into the picture, and why Python is so popular, right? And in the last, you will able to do some project using Python that will help you to understand all the concept you have learned so far in the tutorial, right? So first in our agenda, we will start with introduction to Python. Then you will see that why should you learn Python. Then we will see history of Python. What is the history, how Python came. Then I will give you some reason why Python is so popular. Then I will show how you can install Python in your local system. Then we will see how many users are actually using Python. What's the stats for that? And then we will see some basic syntax for Python and how can you use variable and how to use for loop and all. Then we will see list, set, tuple. Okay. And then we will do 4 projects, that is word count, second is guess the word, and third is calculator, that is also using Python, and lastly we will do face recognition using Python and OpenCV. Okay, so let's get started with the session. Let me tell you what is Python. Python is basically a very popular high-level object-oriented and interpreted language. Okay, when I'm saying high level, what does that mean? Suppose you have no idea about the coding language, how you can use a code, how you can do a code, right? So if you start your journey with Python, it is just like a normal English you wrote, right? The normal way you write your English, the same way you can do the code as well in Python. Okay, so this is how Python is very flexible and beginner friendly, right? And using Python, you can have so many libraries. I will show you all the libraries, what you can do with Python. So these are the main reason why Python becomes so popular with days, right? So what is the history of Python? When we say this is the language name is Python, so it's obvious that we all think that why Python, right? So the inventor of Python is Rossum, who invented Python in 1989. And Rossum used to love watching comedy movies from late 70s, right? He needed a short, unique and slightly mysterious name for this language. Basically, he was searching for a name for his language he was inventing that should be very short, unique and slightly mysterious, right? Obviously, Python is a mysterious name, right? And in that time, he was watching Monty Python's Flying Circus. And from that, he thought that he can use the Python name for his language. And this is how he ended up using Python for his language. And this is how Python came into the picture, right? So I hope you got to know that how Python came in the picture, right? Now we will see why should you learn Why should you learn Python? What is the reason that, yeah, we have multiple options that you can learn Java, Python, C, C++. But why we are saying that you should learn Python? The main reason is that Python is simple and beginner friendly language. Okay. And if you think about a coder, the first thing came into our mind that they will work with thousands of lines of code, right? But for Python, no, that's not the case. You can write your code in a very short way, right? Your code can be very short using some predefined function, predefined library that we have in Python. Okay, so these are the main reason why Python becomes so popular. Okay, and if you go for a data science data science domain, that in that part we need to use so many mathematical computational. If you want to do some exploratory data analysis, we need some stats concepts. So in that case, we have some library in Python who actually help us to do that mathematical computational easily, right? So these are the main reason why we want Python to as our language. Okay, and if you are a gamer, if you want to have some good cool graphics for your game, yes, Python has some good graphics, some cool graphics that you can use for your game. And if you are a web developer, if you are a software developer, if you want to develop software, that is also can be done using Python. Okay, so basically you can use Python in a multiple ways, in multiple domains. So this is how Python is getting the popularity. Python is so popular because of its largest community for learners and the collaborators. It has the largest community, right? Where all the members are actually investing or doing some of kind of a research for Python, and one language become more popular for its community, right? So this is why Python is so popular. And Python is easy to learn and it has a usable flexibility, right? And it supports big data, machine learning, and cloud computing. All the new upgrowing technologies are supported by Python. So you can say this is the main reason why Python becoming so popular, because it is supporting all the new upcoming upcoming technologies, right? Python is open source. You don't need to pay for Python. It is free of cost. You can use at any time. Okay, it has a huge number of Python libraries and framework. We have lots of framework. We can use it. That is also for free, and it has a huge number of libraries. Suppose you need to do a mathematical computational, you can use a library. Suppose you need to visualize your data, you can go for some library that is already Matplotlib or Seaborn, that is already predefined in Python. If you want to do a deep learning code, if you want to build your model, that's also possible using Python libraries, right? This is why Python becoming so popular. Okay, and Python supports automations as well. So this is the reason the Python is basically now it's the heart of the software engineers, you can say, right? Now we will see how can you install Python. So installing Python, what you need to do, you need to go to their official website, that in python.org, and there you will get the link and you just need to download. That's all you need to do. It's very simple to download Python in your local system. Okay, but yeah, we use some integrated development environment for Python. If you want to use some integrated development environment in your local system, for that you need to install Python first to your local system. This is the main criteria. Okay, so for IDE we have PyCharm. PyCharm is one of the most popular IDE, you can say. And now comes Anaconda. Anaconda is basically used for the data science purpose. If you are a data scientist or if you are an aspiring data scientist, you can use Anaconda as well, right? And there comes the Google Colab. Google Colab is provided by Google, and where you don't need to install anything, right? You can do it online, and it provides you a good amount of RAM. It provides you GPU and TPU as well. So some of the time we use Google Colab for the deep learning purpose, where we need to use GPU. So in our code, we will use Google Colab, right? Now I will show you what is the statistical measurement of Python user,
right? I was saying that Python is so popular, Python is so flexible, everyone is using Python, but why you guys should believe me, right? So let's see on the graph that how actually Python is becoming more popular with days. So you can see in the graph after 2016, there is a straight increasement in the graph, right? Where all the, you can say it's showing till 2018, the Python is continuously increasing. Python users, number of Python users is continuously increasing, right? So this is actually proving that Python is becoming more popular day by day because of its all flexibilities. Now we will talk about the basic syntax for Python. So what basic syntax we have? When we start talking about any programming language, first we need to think of how you can store your data, right? For storing your data, we use variable, right? So if you want to store your data in any container, so that is called as variable, right? So variable are used as container to store the data values. Python has no command to declare a variable. For Java, for C, you need to declare your variable, but for the Python, there is no syntax that you need to declare your variable. A variable is created when you assign the value to it, right? Suppose here you can see that I write A is equals to 5. At that time, I already created my variable, right? So I use B is equals to 0.4. In that time also, I created B as a variable which contains 0.4 value, right? And if you want to print the value, you need to write print and then you need to pass the variable name, right? This is how we can use variable in Python. Right now, when we talk about variable, there are multiple types of variable we have, that is known as data types. Data types are used to classify or categorize of your data items. Okay, data types represent value which determines what operation can be performed on the data. Okay, in Python, data types is assigned when you assign the value to the variable. So basically, if you want to assign a variable, suppose you want to have a variable int, right? So if you want to use that, suppose A is equals to, you want that A will be an int variable. So in other language, you need to write that A variable is an integer variable. But for Python, what you need to do, you just need to write the variable name and you need to put the value. It will automatically fetch the type of the variable, right? So this is why we say that Python is very flexible, right? You don't need to remind so many syntax. You don't need to go for so many complex part to execute your code. Right? If you want to use a string, what you need to do? You need to write the variable name. Suppose here I write C is equals to your data, right? In between a comma. Okay. So this is how you can write a string. Okay. Your Python will take that variable as a string variable, right? So using Python, you don't need to use any syntax for your variable. If you want to put a particular data types, you don't need to write any extra line of code. You need to just pass your data to the variable. Okay. And after initializing your variable, if you want to see what type of variable you have initialized, so we have a type function to see that. Right? If you want to see what type of a variable I have, suppose equals to 5, right? I want to see what type of a variable it is, right? What we will do, we will use type function. We need to write type and then we need to pass our variable name. Suppose for A, it is integer, for B, it is float, and for C, it is string, right? This is how we can use Python data types and we can check what type of variable I have. What is my data types for the particular variable? Okay. Now we will see some basic syntax for Python string. So if you want to go for data science domain, if you want to do some project in the Python, you need to have a very strong hands-on on a string. How you can manipulate string, how you can initialize a string, how you can slice a string, right? We will see all the things in the code file as well. First, I will show you in theory how we will do all this operation in string using Python. Suppose I write a data, that is our variable, data is our variable name is equals to hello, welcome to Great Learning. Okay, so hello, welcome to Great Learning will be our data. And if we want to print that, what we will do? We will write print and then we will pass data, right? And we will get the output, hello, welcome to Great Learning. This is how you can initialize a single line string. Okay, suppose you have a multi-line string, you have a paragraph, right? So in that time, we need to use 3 comma. Okay, where you will use welcome to Great Learning, then I use a comma. So if you use a same comma both the places, that time it will not take as a string. Okay, so be sure, just to remind in your just to remind that when we use multi-line string, we use 3 commas, right? So what I did, I use data and then I use 3 string, then I write welcome to Great Learning, and in today's session we will discuss about Python project for beginners. Okay, I want to print this multi-line string data. Okay, and after that what I did, I just print the data. So I got welcome to Great Learning. In today's session we will discuss about Python project for beginners. Now we will see how can you iterate a string, right? So iterating a string is simple, the way you iterate our arrays, right? So basically to iterate a string, we use for loop. Okay, so here we use for I, the index it will run through in range, the length of the data we have. So if you want to see what length of the string you have, you need to use length function, right? You don't need to write a program from the scratch to get the length of the data. So length and the data. Okay, so you will get the length of the data. Suppose my case, it will be 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so suppose my case take 10. Okay, so your range will be 0 to 10. Okay, so now you want to print the each and every element of your string, right? So I use data and then in the bracket I mention the index number, that is your I, that will iterate. So first I will get H, E, L, L, O and the continues, right? W, E, L, C, O, M, E and then it continues. This is how you can iterate through your strings. It's just normal like an array, the way you iterate through a array, right? Now we will see how can you slice your string. If you want to slice your string, how can you do that? So basically before start with the string slicing, so let me just introduce one thing. In string slicing, we start our index from 0, not from the 1. So this is the main thing you need to remind when you start slicing your string. And when we put the end index for the string, it will go before that. Suppose we put 4, it will go till 3. Right? So what we need to do, if we need to slice our string, we need to pass the variable name. So here my variable name is b, right? In the bracket, in the square bracket, I use 1. So I want my from the second element to till 4, right? So 4 matlab it will go till 3, right? So 1, 2, 3. So we have E, L, L. So H index is 0, E index is 1, L index is 2. Again L index is 3 and O index is 4. So it will go till 3 index. So we will get ELL as a output, right? If you want to go for a negative indexing, what you need to do? The negative indexing starts with -1. Okay, I want void. So first you need to, I just want from -6 to -1. So it will take WORLD. So we can slice your string through positive indexing and through negative indexing as well. So it's upon you how you can want to slice your string. So if you want to see the length of the string, again we use length function to see what is the length of our string, right? So for my string, the length is 30. Okay. So let's see what is Python list. Okay, so now we will see some of the predefined classes we have in Python. So what is list? So Python list provides a concise way to create list which is ordered and changeable. Okay, so basically Python list is something where if you have a large amount of data, right? That time you can't use variable, right? For variable, you can just store one data. But if you have apple, orange, banana, all the fruits, so many fruits if you want, if you have, and if you want to store them, how can you store them? You use list. And list contains the duplicate element. If you have a duplicate element in your data, it will contain that as well. List elements can be fetched using the index number. Again, the indexing number for list also start from 0, right? If you want to fetch some particular element, particular data from your list, you can do that using list index. And list can have null elements as well. So list contains null elements. So if you have any null element in your data, list will contain that. Okay. And the syntax for the list is that bracket, square bracket, and you need to write your data. Writing that square bracket, the Python will understand you initialize a list. We will see in the code as well how actually practically we do that, right? Now we will see that how you can initialize a list. Again, initializing a list is you need to write the list name. For my case, it is fruit list. Then you need to write that square bracket and you need to pass your data. For my case, apple, lychee, mango, banana and cherry. These are my data. So I want to put them in a list to store all the information, right? Now I print my list, that is fruit list. I got apple, lychee, mango, banana and cherry. And my type of list is basically it's a string type list, okay? You can have integer and float type list as well. So for again, if you want to have integer type list, you don't need to write anything. Just put your data on the bracket and it will automatically take that list, right? If you want to see the length of the list, again we use length function. And if you want to add elements, suppose after initializing of your list, you want to add some element to the list. How you can do that? We use dot append function to add some element after you initialize something to your list. So fruit list dot append and then grapes, right? This is how we can append a new data from to our list. Okay, so now you can see before we have apple, lychee, mango, banana and cherry. Right now we have apple, lychee, mango, banana, cherry, grapes. Okay. This is how you can add extra element to the list, right? And one more thing, list maintains the insertion order. When I'm talking about insertion order, means when you insert something to your list, right? You added apple, lychee and banana, right? So it will, the same way it will store your data. Apple, lychee, banana. It will not change the insertion order of your data. So now we will set Python set, right? So why we need set when we have list, right? At any way, they are going to store the large amount of data you have. But when you go for any interview, please keep in mind that the main difference between list and set is list contain duplicate element, but the set does not contain duplicate elements, right? If you have a duplicate elements in your data, it will automatically eliminate that data and it will take only single copy of that data, right? And suppose you have a large amount of data, right? You have a virtual library, okay? So in that library, you have lots of books. So maybe you have a repeated book in your database. How can you check that, right? So using set, if you pass your list value, so that time it will automatically eliminate the duplicate value. It will take only single copy of that. So you will get all the distinct books you have. Right? So set is an unordered and indexed collection which is written in curly brackets. We initialize set in curly brackets, right? Set is based on mathematical set concept, the concept we have in mathematics, and set also allows null values, right? And set does not maintain the insertion order. This is the main big difference between list and set, right? Set will contain duplicate value and obviously will maintain your insertion order, right? And for set, it does not contain the duplicate value and it does not maintain the insertion order as well. So according to your usage, according to your requirement, you will use list or set, right? So now we will see how we will can initialize set, right? For initialize set, we need to use curly bracket. So fruit list, and under the curly bracket, I will pass apple, lychee, mango, banana, the fruit list I have. Okay, so you can see it takes mango, banana, mango, apple, lychee, cherry, banana. It is not maintaining the insertion order the way I insert my data, right? If you want to check the length of the set, you need to use length function. And if you want to add something, there is one more catch. In the list, if you want to add something, we use dot append function. But for the set, if we want to add something, we use dot add function, right? These are the main three difference between list and set, right? When you go for any interview in Python, so they will ask you about these basic questions. So please be sure about these basic concept, that what is the difference between list and set, right? And here I add extra element, that is orange. You can see my first set was mango, apple, lychee, cherry, banana, and the next I got orange as well in the list, right? Next comes Python tuple. So when we have list set, so why we need tuple? So basically tuple is an order and unchangeable collection which is written in round brackets. Okay, so basically if you want to add something after you initialize your tuple, if you want to add some data to your tuple, that is not allowed, right? It will not give you that usage, that facility to add something after you initialize your tuple. Okay, so please keep in mind that what are the main difference between list, set and tuple, and according to your uses, your requirement, you can use these concepts, right? So here, how can we initialize tuple? We use fruit list, that is equals to that first round bracket. When you write this round bracket, your Python will understand, yes, you are initializing a tuple. Okay, so then we will pass our data, our fruit list, apple, lychee, mango, banana and cherry. And when I print it, you can see we got it, apple, lychee, mango, banana and cherry, right? If you want to check the length of the tuple, what you need to do? You need to use length function, and then you need to pass the tuple variable, that is fruit list, and I have a 5 elements in my tuple, right? So these are the main reason why we use list, set and tuple. Now comes the concept of Python dictionary. So why we need Python dictionary? Python dictionary is basically, it's an unordered collection of key value pairs enclosed with curly brackets, right? So here is the catch. We have key value pairs, right? Suppose, let me give you an example. For that you can understand why actually we need dictionary. Suppose you have a list of fruits and you have a number of fruits. How many fruits you have? Suppose apple have 10, orange have 20 and for banana has 30. If you want to store them. But for list, set and tuple, you can't use that volume, right? You can't use those, you can't store your data like apple is 10, orange is 20 or banana is 30, right? In that case, we use dictionary. For dictionary, there is two concepts, that is key and value. Maybe your banana will be your key, that fruit list will be your key, and the number of amount you have, that will be your value. But be sure, when you are using key should be always unique. You cannot repeat key, right? You cannot repeat key, and key should be always it should be unique. But for the value, that can be repeated, right? Let's see how we can use like dictionary, right? For dictionary, what we need to use? We need to use that curly bracket, and if your key is a string value, then you need to pass the same way you need to pass your string value. For me, apple will be my key, and then colon, you need to write colon, and then you need to pass the value. How much apple you have? I have 10 apple. So 10 will be my value. Again, for orange will be the key and 20 will be my value, right? This is how you can initialize the dictionary. But if you want to take all the keys from the dictionary, how you can do that? Taking all the keys from the dictionary, we use dot keys function. It will return all the key you have in your dictionary. In my fruit variable, I have apple, orange, banana and guava. These 4 are my keys, right? So it will return apple, orange, banana and guava. And for the values, you need to see, and if you want to get the values, so we use dot values function. It will return all the value you have, right? For apple, I have 10. For orange, I have 20. For banana, I have 30. And for guava, I have 40, right? It will return all the values like 10, 20, 30 and 40, right? This is how you can extract keys and values from the dictionary. Okay. So if you want to modify a dictionary, how you can do that, right? So first I want to add a new element, new key to my dictionary. You can do that. How? You need to write your variable name for the dictionary. For me, it's fruit. Then in the bracket, I need to mention the key. For me, the key is mango. So I will put mango on that. And how much mango you have? How many mangoes you have? So I have 50 mangoes. So I will write that equals to 50. So the same way it will take the new element to your dictionary. Now you can see in my dictionary I have apple, orange, banana, guava and mango. And now comes if you want to update your number of values. Suppose in respect to apple you want to change, before you have 10 apple, now you have 100 apple. You buy some more apple, you want to add them. How can you add them? In that case, you can update that. You can use the same fruit and the key you want to update. For me, it's apple. I want to update. That is equals to 100, right? This is how you can update your values in the dictionary. Okay. So I hope guys you understand what are the difference between list, set, tuple and dictionaries, and what are the function we have in these data structures, right? So you can see if we want to merge two dictionary, how you can do that? We use dot update function. So I have fruit 1 dictionary, I have fruit 2 dictionary. Now I want to merge them both, right? How can you do that? You need to use fruit 1, then dot update your second dictionary. So for my second dictionary is fruit 2. And then you will get in the fruit 1 all the elements you have in the both dictionary. You can see apple, orange, banana, guava all came under fruit 1, right? And there comes if you want to delete some particular element from your dictionary, how you can do that? For that we use dot pop function. We all quite familiar with pop function, right? In the dictionary also we use dot pop function. So we use dot pop your dictionary name, that is fruit, then dot pop and which key you want to remove, not the value. I want to remove orange key. So I will mention orange, right? So you can see in my dictionary we don't have orange, right? So these are the functions we have in dictionaries. Okay, now we will see all of these things in Google Colab, right? How you can do all these things practically in Google Colab. Then we will move into Python projects, right? Now we will see all the basic syntax of Python, how you can initialize a variable, how can you see the data types of the variable, list, set, dictionary and tuple implementation, right? So here we are going to use Google Colab. So if you want to use Google Colab, how you can do that? First go to your favorite browser, then just write Google Colab, and after searching Google Colab, you will get a link colab.research.google.com, right? In that link, you need to go Google Colab, then you need to click on New Notebook, right? This is all you need to do when you are going to use Google Colab, okay? And if you want to use some other ID, That is also possible. For that, you need to install Python in your local system, right? And if you want to change Google Colab name, you can double click over here. That is untitled. Is already written. If you want to change it to something Python, so you can do that like this, right? So there is one more option in Google Colab. You can see in runtime, you need to click in runtime, and then you will get all the options, right? If you want to run all the cell at a time, you need to use run all. And if you want to change your runtime type, so if maybe you are working with some deep learning code or machine learning, you need a GPU. This is how you can change your run type. You can see we have GPU and TPU, right? According to your uses, you can use respectively. But here we don't need a GPU or TPU. We will use none. Okay. So then save. This is how you can use Google Colab. And after doing the code, if you want to download your notebook, you can do it. It will give you .ipynb file. You need to download .ipynb. That is how you can use Google Colab. So already I made my notebook. That is for Python for beginners. Let's see how we can do it. So you can see in a variable, I use 5. I pass a value that is 5 for my a, right? And for I pass 0.4. And for C, we have RIA. I use different type of data just to show you how actually Python initialize the variables, right? Let me run the code. Let's see what we will get. And just to print your variable and print to anything in Python, what you need to do, you need to write print, and then in the parentheses, you need to pass your variable name. And if you don't want to use print a statement, what you need to do, you just need to write a, and it will just print your variable value, right? But one thing, if you want to print A, B, C at a time, right? If you write A, B, and then C, right? Let's see what it will give. It will give only the C value, right? It will not print A and B. So if you want to print all the 3 values, that time you need to actually use print function, right? I hope it's clear when you need to use print, and when you think that you need to just print all the elements you have, that time you need to use print function. But if you have one variable you need to print, you just can write the name of that variable and it will print automatically, right? So these are the main difference, guys, you really need to understand if you want to go for any interview for Python, right? So you can see that we got the value of variable, that for A is equals to 5, B is equals to 0.4, and C is equals to the string character. Right? Now I will show how you can use string, a one-line string. If you want to initialize a one-line string, you need to write the variable name, that is data, and then I pass hello, welcome to Great Learning, right? The same thing I say in the presentation as well. Let's see how it's going to initialize. Yeah, my data is initialized with the string data I provided, that is hello, welcome to Great Learning, right? Now we will see the multi-line, right? The welcome to Great Learning. In today's session, we will discuss about Python project for beginners, right? In this case, what we will do, data and then the 3 commas I told you. So let me show you, if we don't use 3 commas, what it will happen. So if I put 1 comma, right, and here also I will have 1 comma, right? So you can see in today's session, it actually count all the commas, right? All the commas it is counting, and it is not taking the whole string, right? So in that case, we need to use this syntax just to take all the lines we have in the data, right? So let's see. Yeah, it took my data. So please remind that when you want to use a multi-line string, you need to use the syntax, right? Now I want to iterate through my string, right? I will use for loop, and you can see I told you will get all the, even the space is also came in between that, right? You are iterating through space as well. If you have space in your data, that will also iterate through the for loop, right? Okay, now we will see how you can use string indexing, right? Before see the negative indexing, let me show you how you can use positive indexing, right? So maybe we are going to use same hello world, right? Now I have a variable called b. Now I want to slice my variable. How you can do that? First, you need to write your variable name, that is b, and then in the square bracket, you need to specify that from which element you want to slice your data. So from 2, maybe from the third element, as our string indexing starts from 0, right? Maybe from L, I want to cut my string, right? Till L to maybe 6, right? It will go till 5, right? This is the catch for the list indexing. If you write 0, that will take you the first element. If you write the last element is 6, it will go till 5, right? Let me just print it. Yeah, you can see it takes LLO, right? It goes till 5, and you can see there is a space. It counts the space as well. Okay, so space is also a one index. Okay, right. I think you guys can understand. If you guys have any doubt, please put in the comment section below. For that, we can go back to you guys and solve your doubts as well. Okay, now comes the negative indexing. How can you do the negative indexing? For the negative indexing starts with -1, right? So I want from -6 to -1. That comes the world, right? So let's see what we give. I want the world character. I want the world word from my data. So I use -6 to -1. You can see I got world, but maybe I want to use -5. Let's see what I will get. So guys, always try to play with your programming language to understand more deeply the language you are learning, right? So you can see I got ORLD, not the W, right? This is how negative indexing works. Now I want to see the length of my string, right? I don't know what is the length of my string. So for that we use length function. So length of p, that is for my case it is 13. It's actually counting the spaces as well, right? Always remember, it does not only count the character, it also counts the spaces you specified in your data, in your string. Now we will see how can you initialize a list. So I have a bunch of fruits. I want to put them in a list. How we can do that? We need to do, actually I take a variable that is fruit list. That is my variable name, that is equals to, I mention that square bracket. When you mention the square bracket, it will automatically, Python will understand you want to use a list, right? I use apple, lychee, mango, banana and cherry, right? Okay, so these are my bunch of fruits I have. I want to store them, right? Now let me print it. Yes, you can see I got it: apple, lychee, mango, banana and cherry, right? This is actually stored in my fruit list. Right now, if I want to see the length of the list, again I need to use length function. Length, and then we need to pass the list, that is fruit list, right? If you want to add a new data to your list, how we can do that? We need to use dot append. So we use fruit list and dot append, and the grapes I want to pass. Let's see what it will give. Okay, you can see the grapes is already added in our data, in our list, right? Now comes the set concept. So I already told what's the difference between list and set. So let me try one thing. When I'm initializing that, let me just add same data to the set. Let's see how it is going to handle that. So you can see in my data, I added apple twice, right? But it did not take apple twice. It takes apple only once. So I told you, if you have a multiple same data, it will actually eliminate that data and it will keep only the single copy of that, right? So for that it has apple but once. Okay, so if you want to get a distinct data from your data set, that time you should go for set. Okay, for set we use curly bracket. So from basically the bracket, Python understand. If you use a square bracket, Python understand, okay, user want to use a list. If you use a curly bracket, Python understands, okay, the user want to use a set, right? So be careful when you are initializing the list and set and you are putting the brackets, right? And for the and if you want to add, right, before going to tuple, if you want to add something to the set, we use dot add function, right? You can see it. Let me execute that. Yes, you can see we got orange, right? We got orange and the previous list as well, previous set, right? This is how we can add a new data to our set, right? Now if we want to print the length of the set, how we will do? We will use the length function and the set variable. For my case, this is fruit list, right? Now comes tuple. So for tuple, if you want to add something after you initialize the data, no, it will not give you that flexibility to do that, right? So let me do that. Yes, you can see this is already initialized, and let me just try that if I can. First let me first let me fetch a data from the tuple, right? Suppose 0. You can see I got apple, right? The first element. Suppose I want to just change apple to what can be done? Suppose cat. I want a cat, okay, in my fruit list. See, I got an error that tuple object does not support item assignment because tuple is immutable, right? So always remember, you can't update tuple wait after you initialize the tuple, right? Okay. So now you will see, if you want to see the length of the tuple, we use length function, and then you need to pass the tuple you have, right? I have fruit list. I pass that fruit list to the length. So I got 5. The length of the tuple is 5, right? Now comes the dictionary. So if you want to initialize a dictionary, again, you need to use the curly bracket. But the catch for the dictionary is dictionary has key value pair. For my case, apple is my key and 10 is my value, right? So here the 10, it will give as a string. No, I don't want to give it as a string. I want to give it as a number, right? Okay. So fruit list, and then under the curly bracket, I use apple. That's my key, and the 10, it's the value of that particular key. Okay. And after that, I use orange, and then 20. That is the value of orange, my orange key, and then same as for mango, right? And always remember, key can actually have only one value, not the list of the value. Okay, so let me print it. Yes, you can see I got apple, that is 10, orange, that is 20, and mango, that is 100. Now let me do some operation using dictionaries, right? So I have my fruit list. I want to add a new key or new value to my dictionary. How we can do that? Now maybe I have cat. So I'm a cat lover. I want to add cat into my fruit list as well. I know this is meaningless, but I'm just giving you the example. So I have 20 cat. Let me check. Yes, and now I want to print my dictionary. Okay. Yes. So you can see it added cat. That I have cat 20 cats, right? If you want to update it, no, I don't have 20 cat. I have 2 cat, right? Let me update it. So yes, let's see what it will give. Yes, it updated that I have a 2 cat. Okay, and if I want to add, if I want to merge 2 lists to basically to dictionary, how we can do that? Let me create one more dictionary for your convenience, maybe the same one I'm going to use, right? Okay. And let me just initialize with that name fruitless 2, right? I have the same value. Okay, so it's already initialized. Now what I need to do, I want to have all that thing under fruit list, right? So I will write fruit list is equals to, again, fruit list dot update, and then I will pass my new list, that is fruit list 2, right? Let's see what I will get, and let me print my new fruit list. Okay. So for my new fruit list, let's see what I have. Okay, it's not getting printed. Why it's not getting printed? Let me use print function and then I will pass it. So I got none. Why it not taking the same values? Okay, so let me add some other values to it. Dog, I have lion maybe, and I have right. Okay, so I was getting a update. So why we were getting the error, right? We were getting the error because, or the none one, because we are actually assigning the new merge list to the old one, right? For this case, you don't need to assign, right? The thing, what you need to do, that's the thing you need to remind, right? If you feel like, why I show you that error, because if you feel like just to add, like assign the new list to the old one, no, you can't do that. What you need to do, just you need to write first, I need to execute this one, then maybe I have apple, orange and mango, right? And the list 2 I have dog, and maybe I'm going to add elephant, right? And then I have take one elephant, right? So let me print it from the second. Okay, list should not be fruit list, right? I will add animal list too. Okay, so now I want to update both of them. So fruit list dot update, I'm going to use animal list, right? So yes, let's see, is it going to work or not? Yes. Now let me print the fruit list. So you can see we got apple, orange, mango, dog and elephant. So this is how, these are the operations we have in basic syntax of Pythons, right? And list, C, tuple and dictionary. Now we will see some of the project in Python, right? Let me go back to the presentation. Start. Now we will see some of the Python projects. First we will start with word count, but there is a business problem we have. For that we need to make the project. Okay, so basically a content company who works with multiple stakeholders to make their content, right? And according to that, they have so many freelancers as well who are actually writing the content for them. Okay, so now they want to pay them according to the what they have written. Okay, let me give you an example, right? Suppose you are a technical content writer, or you are a blog writer, travel writer, right? So the company has different types of stakeholders for them, right? Suppose you want some technical content that will be done by the company, and company has some freelancer worker, right? Maybe they write thousands word, and they say for each word we are going to pay you 50 paisa, right? So for that they actually need to have a word count. Okay, so counting the word, it's manually counting the words, it's very time consuming and it's very hectic, right? So they want to make program which actually accepts the text file and it will count all the words it has, right? According to the count, that company is going to pay the freelancer. Okay. Now you can see, so the solution is, so they want to make an automatic system which can count the word from a text file automatically, right? So what it will do? First, it will read the text file using Python. So how can we solve the case study? So for that problem solution, first we need to read the text file, okay, using Python libraries. Then we need to store the whole document in a variable. Okay, we can store the whole document in a variable, and then we need to split the document using split function. Okay, so we will use split function. Again, this is a predefined function in Python that we are going to use. Then we will count the number of words in the variable, right? This is how we are going to use word counting for that particular company. Let's see how we can do that in the Google Colab. So now we are going to use word count from a text file. Okay, the project we are going to implement. To implement that project, first we need to have a data set. That data set is a text file data set. So I use the Harper's ASCII text file data set and I upload that text data in my Dropbox. So how we are going to fetch it? Using wget command, right? Let me fetch my data first from the Dropbox. You also can use that. Okay, so you can see we got Harper's ASCII.txt that is fetched in my content folder. You can see this is done. Okay, now what we are going to use? We are going to use open command, right? We are going to use open command to open our text file, right? So yeah, just let me do that. Maybe this part we will do later. First, let's understand how you can open the file, a text file, right? Okay. See, I give open function, then I put the path of my file, right? And then how you want to use it? I want to read it, right? I use R. Okay, if you want to write it, there is a separate option for that. If you want to write and read both, you will get other options as well. Okay, so using open function, you can write in your text file, you can read it in your text file, all of the thing you can do it. Okay, now what I did, I want to take a list, empty list, and I want to add some elements after some time in that list, right? So I use a C list, right? So you can see how you can use, how you can actually initialize an empty list. That is C is equals to which bracket, right? That square bracket I'm going to use. This is how you can initialize an empty list. Now I'm going to use a for loop that will iterate through my documents, right? Through my text file, that if variable. So what I did for x, that index in is, and then I just want to print text, that I want to see that what we have basically. So maybe, okay, fine. Just let me do that. Okay. So I will see that what actually I am getting in part index, and then whatever I am getting, I just want to append them. How we can append them? C dot append. Okay. Then we are going to split the data, right? In X, we are getting all the sentences, right? But now I want to split them. How can I split them? Through each word, I use dot split function, and in the split function, in the parenthesis, I actually pass the space. For each word, we use a space, right? So the space will be my indicator that if there is a space, please cut it through, right? This is how we are going to count the word. Let's see. So you can see for X, we are getting all the lines, right? Sorry, for the X, we are getting all the lines. Now we will see what actually we store in C. Okay? Right. These are the full file I have. That text file. Right? Now let me try and print C. What actually I have splitted. Here you can see what I got. We got project and each and every word we got separately. And this is how actually you can count the letter you have in your data set. Okay. Now what I did, I used a counter, that is D. Okay. In using counter, we are going to count how many words do we have. Okay. So what we will do, we will again use a for loop, that is for I in range, and I'm going to take the length of the C. Right? If I told you, if you want to take the length of the list, we use length function. So length of the C, and I just want to increment my counter. That is D is equals to D plus 1. Right? After the execution, we will get how many words we have in the text file. Right? Let me just execute that. Yes, we got 3939. Total word count for our text file. See? Okay, again we got the total. So for each and every freelancer, for that what they can do, they just need to put the path of the file and everything will be done by the program, right? And according to the count, they can pay to their freelancer. This is how we can solve their problem. And this is the first project we have done in Python. And we will see a couple of more projects in Python to understand Python more easily, more deeply. Okay, so in our last project we have seen that how you can count the word using Python, right? It was simple, I guess. I don't think that you guys have any doubt. If you guys have any doubt, just let me know in the comment section. For that we can help you out to solve the doubt. So now we have a second project, that is how you can build a game using Python, right? So there is a young game developer who is basically a beginner in the Python, but he actually feels good when he start doing something regarding game. So he wants to make up his first game using Python. Okay. So he decided to make a word guessing game using Python. Let's see how we can actually implement a guessing, like you need to just guess your word. How can we do that, right? So first we need to import random. Why we need to import random? Because random help us to pick the word randomly. I will show you why when we are using random in our project, right? Now I have a words, that is Apple, Oracle, Amazon, Microsoft, or maybe Orange. I'm going to add one more. And if you have more words in your list, you can add them. But for the sake of the simplicity, I am using list amount of data in our list, right? I have cat as well. I have dog as well. So this is my list, right? Word list. So you can say the vocabulary we have for our game. So it's going to give you a data in between that only, right? Now we will use guessed word. Guessed word is a variable where you will just choose a random word, right? You are not going to say use Apple, take Oracle, or take Amazon, right? The random dot choice is actually using this function to take a random data from your data set. Okay, so let's see what actually that guessed word we have. You can see it. Take orange. Let me execute one more. It will take something different. Yeah, it took dog, right? This is how random.choice function is actually working in Python, right? Now we are going to use the hint. What that hint is going to give you, I told you guys that for guessed word is basically a variable, right? And if you want to take a first element from that variable, you can use a indexing. So for my first word, for your hint, it will give you the first word and the last word. For the last word, maybe you can use the length of that, and I use -1, the negative indexing. Okay, so let's see. It took dog, right? It is supposed to give D and G, right? It give me D and G, right? Now we are going to take a list, that is store _G_L, where we are going to store all the guessed word, right? I am going to show you how we can do that. And we have try p variable where I am going to give you 6 times chance you can guess the word. If you can't guess the word within 6 chance, you are fail, right? Now, what I am using input. Input function is basically used in Python to take a user input. In the word game, we really need to take user input, right? It's all about the user, right? So we use input, and then in the input, we are going to pass a message that it will going to show in the console. So I said, please enter your name. Now I am going to print that welcome to the game world, and I am going to print your name, right? I am going to welcome you to our new game. Okay, and print 6 attempts. So we are going to give you 6 attempts, right? So let me write it. We are going to give you 6 attempts for the guessing. Okay, so let me just execute it. Okay, so it's asking what is my name. So my name is Sampriti. So I'm going to add Sampriti, right? So that time it's going to give me a output that welcome to the game world Sampriti. We are going to give you 6 attempts for the guessing, right? Okay, right. So this is how your program will take the user input. So you can see, yes, we are going to give you 6 items for the guessing. Now we are going to use a for loop. You can see for our indexing is guess in range. We are taking range because it will go till 6, right? And I am using while true. When we use while true, when your condition is true. So when my try p is 6, right? When my guess index, like it will iterate through all the like till 6, right? Till my guess is 6 and my condition is true, then what it will do? It will take a variable that is later and give you that user input it will take, right? I'm going to say input and then guess the later, right? I'm saying please guess the later. Okay. Now, if length of later is equals to 1, then we will break it, right? So otherwise else, oops, the guess a later, right? This is what actually we are checking when we are saying 1, right? I give D. Okay, so that time the later length will be 1. But if I give Sampriti the full word, right, that time the length of the later is not 1. So first we need to check that whatever the input we got from the user, the length of that is 1. If it's 1, then break, and otherwise it will say sorry, this later, please give a later, right? And we are breaking from the while loop, right? Good. Next, if later in guessed word, print yes. So if you have the later, okay, so this later we are getting, right? So you can see in the guess later, right? The guess later what we have, wait a second, sorry, the guess word. So guess word is the random word, right? Suppose for dog, okay, in the guess word, if we have that particular alphabet, then we will print yes, right? And we will append that later to our list store GL, right? And otherwise it will going to say print no, sorry, that later is not there. Okay, so this is how you will get all total 6 chance, right? Maybe this is a dog, you are writing A, B, C, D, E. So when you write D, it will again say, okay, this is yes, and now you can go forward. But if you are printing, like if you are giving all the wrong words till 6, it will say, sorry, there is your chances are finished, right? Now after you say, okay, this is dog, you write D, right? So again we are using if loop. We are saying that if guess is equals to 3, right? What is guess? This index number. Okay, when my guess is equals to 3, that time I am going to print, would you like to have a clue? I mean, you already guessed 3 times, maybe one times you are right, maybe twice you are wrong, right? So now I am asking, would you like to have a clue, right? If you said, and again, if you like to have a clue, so that time we are taking y and n. Okay, that y can be in capital letter or the small letter. So what we are doing, we are taking that if clue request, that variable, the user is giving yes or no, that clue request dot lower, we use lower function to smaller our, maybe you put a capitalized word, right? So I make it in the smaller one, right? So dot lower we are using to small your alphabet, right? Then we use that dot start with y. If you write yes, okay, so it starts with y, it will check the first character. Okay, you can use y and you can use yes as well. So at any way, it will take the first character of your input, right? User input. So if it's y, then print clue, okay? And the hint, I told you, for the hint we have the first letter and the first character and the last character of the guessed word. Like for the dog, we have D and G, right? We then print the hint, okay? Else, I'm going to say, if you say no, I don't want any clue, for that I'm going to say you are confident, right? Okay, fine. Okay, good. So this is how we are going to execute our code. Lastly, what we will see now, let's see what you have guessed so far. And you have guessed, then what we will do, we are actually using a list that is stored underscore g underscore l. That list, we are going to length of the list, and we will say this is the length of your list and this is the word you have said correctly, right? Now we are going to print the letters are, okay. Now I want to show you that what are the letters you have actually guessed right. That is stored GL, right? In the stored GL I have that. It will print, okay. Then what we will do, we will just, now we will say write the whole word, okay. As you already guessed this letter, so it's expected that you got the word, right? So I will ask you to write the whole word. When you write the whole word, we will again convert it to dot lower, and we will actually see that that word you have given in the user word is equals to the guessed word. The random word is chosen by our program, right? Suppose for my case it is dog. If you write dog, it will convert it to the smaller one, that dog, and then it will check if these two variables are same or not. If yes, it will say congrats, you are correct. Else it will say sorry, the answer was the actual answer, and print the actual answer, that's all, right? And then you need to just print press a enter to exit, just to get out from the program, right? Now we will execute the whole program. Let's see what we get. Right, now I need to write my name. So I'm going to write, not my name, guess the letter, right? So I'm going to guess the letter, maybe E. I know this is dog, but this is being a gamer, I don't know what the word is, so I'm going to write random word E. So it says no E. So maybe I'm going to use D. It's saying no. Why? Okay, fine. I'm going to use O. Yes, O is there. So I'm going to use R. No. Okay. So again I'm going to use O. Okay. Right. Fine. So it's asked me, would you like to have a clue? I said O, but it does not understand. I don't write yes, right? So it said you are confident. It's as it actually takes no. I don't want a clue, right? Again, guess the word. Let's just try using O. Okay. Now they are asking to guess the letter. Maybe orange. I don't know. Okay, so it says the guess the letter. I write orange. Is it oops? Please guess a letter. Okay, let me again do that. No. Okay, fine. What is giving me? Now let's see. What have you guessed so far? You have guessed two letters correctly. Okay, I have used the O, right? I don't know what is it. So maybe again, uh, what we have in O, right? Let's just do the maybe oracle. I'm just cheating basically, as I know the vocabulary of that, so I am cheating. But for the gamer, no, still I am not right. So the answer was dog, and please enter to leave the program. Okay, right. So this is how the whole program is going to act. So let me play the whole game again. So again we have word, we have case word. I know this is dog. I don't want dog. Let me add something. Okay, this time this is Microsoft, right? Let me get the hint. That is M and T. Okay, let me give my name. Sorry, that is completely okay. So yes, thank you for welcoming me to the game. Now let me just use it. The first letter. I know this is Microsoft. M. It's a no. Why? Okay. I see one more thing. So when I'm giving a capital letter, it's a no. So I don't use dot lower over there, right? So for that it is saying no. It's not that, right? I use I. It's saying yes. I said C. It said yes. I said R. Okay. So they were asking for the clue. Again, I missed it. Fine. Fine. Let's see. Again is okay. Let me add. Okay. Now I already used MICRO. Right? They are asking me to write the whole word. So I am going to write Microsoft. Okay. They said congrats. You are correct. And then I'm going to just put enter just to leave the program. So this is how we actually use the word counter, right? How can we use word counter? This is how we are actually make the guess the word. I hope you guys can understand how we make the word count project and how can you make the game that you guess the word, right? So I hope you guys don't have any doubt regarding this two project, but please, if you guys have any doubt, just let me know in the comment section below so that I can help you out. Now we will see one more project, that is calculator. Okay, so we have John, right? We have John. John wants to make a calculator to solve all his mathematical problem. He does not like to do math at all. Instead of that, he is interested in programming. So basically, he is not at all into maths and he loves to do programming, and he thought he can get a solution to not to do maths. What he can do, he can maybe probably make a program that will do the maths for himself. Right? So he actually was thinking, how can I do all the calculation automatically? So he came up with a solution that he can make a calculator. Right? Now we will see how can you make a calculator using Python. So making a calculator, we need to make some functions. But what is function? Function is basically when you want to repeat a particular block. Okay? Suppose maybe let me take an example. Basically, we use loops when you repeat a particular block, and for function, for the perfect example, if you want to say, suppose if you want to do a walk, if you want to do some addition, some multiplication, some subtraction, right, multiple times, but you don't need to write that multiple times. So that time we create a function that will take the data from you and it will do the work for you, right? So here what we will do for calculator, we are going to make a function for addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, right? So what we will do, we will take our function, and how we are going to actually initialize our function in Python, right? We use def keyword. So whenever you are going to make a function in Python, you need to write def, def, and then the method name, the function name. And function name, if you say the convention, we always start with the small letter. So for first one, I want to make a add function. So I write add, it will take the 2 parameter. So 2 parameter, your 2 numbers, right? So maybe you can use for 3, 4, 5, 6 as well. So for me, just for the simplicity, I use 2 parameters, right? So I am going to pass x and y. And what it will return? It will return x plus y to me. Okay. Now I am going to use subtract. So for the subtract, again I am making a function that is div subtract, and we use x and y. The same way I am passing 2 data, x and y, and it will return x minus y, right? And I am going to make a multiply function that is going to take x and y, and it will return x into y, right? Lastly, we will use divide function. In the divide function, what we will do? We will again take the x and y, and we will return x divided by y, right? Now what we will do? We will write select option, and we are going to give 1 is for add, 2 is for subtract, 3 is for multiply, and 4 is for divide, right? Again, we are going to use while true. Well, my condition is true, that time I am going to use choice, right? Choice is equals to input, that user input I want to take. Input, enter 1, 2, 3, 4, right? In between 1, 2, 3, 4 you need to put, otherwise it will be a invalid option, right? Now I am going to check if my choice in, we use in, 1, 2, 3, 4 will be my string, right? Here we are taking 1, 2, 3, 4 as string, and we will match the string, right? If choice in 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Then I am going to ask you, right? First data of yours, you want to do whatever the calculation it is, right? So for that, what we will do? First, we are taking input. My input will be a string, but I need to change it to float. So what I will do? I will pass that string into float function, right? Then I will say, please put the second number, right? For the second function, we are doing the same thing. So now my number is a float number. Now we will see if choice is equals to string 1, okay? So what we will do? We will pass that num1 and num2 to the add function. And how we will call add function? We just need to write add, and in parentheses we need to pass 2 numbers that we got from the user, that num1 and num2. If we use elif, if your choice is 2, so what we will do? We will do the same thing. And now I want to do the subtraction, right? For num1 and num2, and we will call the function of subtract, right? If your choice is 3, what we will do? We will call our multiply function, right? And if our choice is 4, we need to call the divide function. And then if it's not, then we are going to say, sorry, this is an invalid input, right? Let me just execute the code for you, right? So you can see select operation, first one add, 2 is subtract, 3 is multiply, 4 is divide. So enter the choice. I'm going to write to subtract. The first number I'm going to give 40. Okay, and the second number I'm going to give 21. So you can say it's giving 21 with 40 minus 21, that is 19. So I will execute all the function to make you understand how it's going to work. So first, then I want to add, right? For the first number, I'm going to give 40. And the second number, I'm going to give 20. It's supposed to be 60. Yes, we got the number that is 60, right? We have done subtract and add. Now we are going to multiply. So I want to, first number is, okay, for the multiply, I need to use 3 option. 3. Now the first number will be 50. Now the second number I want is 2. So we got 100, right? Our calculator is actually working good, and it will actually help John as well, right? Okay. Now the fourth one, we want to divide it. So I'm going to use the fourth option, and the first number will be 20, and I want to divide it by 4. Yes. you can see, okay, sorry, I use the multiply one. I need to use the divide one. Let me execute it once more. Okay, so this is 4. Okay, so first number will be 40 and the second number will be 2. Yes, you can see I got 20. So this is how our actually calculator is working, right? So I think you guys understand how our code is working, right? So we done with the third project of Python for beginners, right? Now we will see our last project, that is face recognition using Python. So here is the statement we have that Olivia, being a final year student, wants to make a face recognition using Python. The system will automatically detect all the faces from the given input. But how can you do that? Actually, she is in a confusion. How can I make a project which detect face from images, right? So here is the solution, that we can use OpenCV. But before start this project, let me give you a small introduction what is face recognition is in Python, right? So facial recognition is a part of computer vision techniques, and when I'm talking about computer vision, what does that stand for and how is related to our life, right? Let me give you an example for that. Our generation is quite familiar with social media platforms, right? And we all share our memories with our virtual friends, and we love to do that. But did you ever think, when you upload some new photos in those social media sites, how they give you the suggestion to tag your friends automatically without doing any extra efforts? Here comes the computer vision technology in the scenario, right? So what is computer vision? Computer vision is a process to give the ability to the computer to see as a human. It is the part of computer science which is focused on replicating the intricate parts of human visual system. It helps to identify and process the objects in images through the computer. The whole idea for the computer vision is to make an automatic replica of the human eye, which is more efficient than human eyes, right? Before we jump into the how computer vision works, let's see what is the library we are going to use over here, right? There are some predefined packages and libraries are there in our Python, right? One of the most important and popular libraries is OpenCV. It helps us to develop a system which can process images and real-time video using computer vision. So basically, if you want to do some real-time video object detection also, that you can do using OpenCV, right? It's a vast library. You can do so many things using OpenCV, right? OpenCV focused on image processing, real-time video capturing to detect faces and objects, right? So let's see a background of OpenCV. What is the background of OpenCV? How it actually invented? OpenCV was invented by Intel in 1999 by Gary Bradsky. The first release was in the year 2000. OpenCV stands for Open Source Computer Vision Library. Okay, the library is based on the optimized C++, and it supports Java and Python along with C++ through interfaces, right? So these are the language is supported by OpenCV, that is C, C++, and Python, right? OpenCV is one of the most popular and successful libraries for computer vision, and it has an immense number of users because of its simplicity, processing time, and high demand in computer vision applications, right? OpenCV Python is like a Python wrapper around the C++ implementation, and OpenCV has more than 2,500 implemented algorithms which are freely available for commercial purpose as well. So these are the main reason why OpenCV is getting popular day by day, and it is very easy to use for OpenCV. When I'm going to show you the project, you will understand how easy OpenCV is, right? So that time you will feel like using OpenCV rather than other algorithm or other libraries. Okay, so let's have a look at the application of OpenCV, right? So OpenCV is widely used in medical image analysis as well, right? So medical industry is very popular for the image processing purpose. So we use OpenCV over there as well. So suppose we need to identify the brain tumor, right? So every single day, almost thousands of patients are dealing with the brain tumors. There are many software using OpenCV to detect the stage of the tumor using image segmentation technique. And one of the application is RSIP vision, which builds probability map to localize the tumor and uses the deformable models to obtain the tumor boundaries with zero level energy, right? So these are the main application we are using OpenCV, widely using, and actually it is helping our everyday's life. If it is actually helping us to reduce the manpower and the cost as well, right? And now comes the object detection. Detecting object from the images is one of the most popular application. So let me give you an example what actually I'm talking about object detection. So you want to detect a person sitting on a two-wheeler vehicle, right? So we all know that if we want to if you are just riding a two-wheeler, so you have to wear a helmet, right? So if you want to detect that what is the percentage of people they are actually using helmet when they are riding a bike or a two-wheeler, right? So in that case we can make a system to detect helmet when that person is in a two-wheeler, right? Now your model is going to check that what are the person they are actually traveling without helmet. Okay, so it's actually a defensible crime. So you can make a proper system when you can detect that some of the person is not using helmet, so you can just find them, right? This is a online application you can make that can help the traffic police as well and the and our society as well, right? So these are the applications we can use using OpenCV. Right now, how can you install OpenCV? I will show you how can you install OpenCV. It's a normal pip install OpenCV Python, right? So let's go to the code and see how we can do the whole project. Today we will use Google Colab, right? As we are using Google Colab, I hope you guys become quite comfortable with Google Colab. So Google Colab also supports OpenCV. Okay, so here first we need to use Google Colab.patches import cv2 underscore imshow. So it is basically for particularly for Google Colab, but if you want to go for some other ID like Anaconda or PyCharm, that time you need to use cv2.imshow to print your respected photo, the images, right? So yeah, and now first we will see how images can be read by a OpenCV, right? So machine convert images into an array. Okay, so first you need to do let me do it for you. First you need to write pip install OpenCV, right? But for Google Colab this is already there, so you don't need to do this. It's not matching distribution found for OpenCV it's showing, because for Google Colab they are using some other parts as well. So if you are using OpenCV in Google Colab, you need to just write import cv2 and you need to import from google.colab patches import cv2 underscore imshow, right? Now if you want to read the image, how can you do that? To read the image you need to write cv2 is the library dot imread function. A imread function is actually help you to read your images. It converts your images into an array, right? And these arrays are pixels, the pixel you have in your data. Okay, and you can read your image as a RGB value, that red, green and blue. Otherwise you can read your picture as gray as well, right? These are the two options we got, right? Okay, so now let's see that how we can do that. So here already I have uploaded my images, right, in the Google Colab. Now I want to read them. So if you want to read them, you can see I just give the path, like first write cv2.imread and the path of your image. I give that, right? Now I want to just print that. If you want to print that, what you need to do? You need to write cv2 underscore imshow, and then you need to find give the variable of your image, right? Let me execute that. Okay, now you can see I got the image. This image I take as my input image. Now if you want to see that what we have in IMG, right? So what actually they did, so it will be an array. Okay, you can see this is the array of your image, right? Input image. Okay, so this is how actually OpenCV reads a image. It convert your image into an array, right? Now if you want to convert your image into grayscale, how you can do that? So for that, what we do, we use cv2 dot cvt color, and then we pass the cvt color is our function, and then we pass the image. When we pass the image, that I already stored that into image variable, so I write img, then comma cv2 dot color underscore bgr to gray, right? So what I want my image into grayscale, right? So that time we use cv2 dot color underscore bgr to gray, right? So let's see. So grayscale is basically will convert your image into a grayscale, right? So let's see what we got. You can see we got this. So grayscale in this array and this array are not same, right? This array you can see all over the colors that are RGB colors, and here you can see these are the grayscale colors, right? Now I want to see the grayscale image. So how can I do that? Again, cv2 underscore imshow, and you need to pass your gray, your variable name gray, right? Okay. You can see we got it that as a grayscale. But if you don't want to use cv2 dot color bg2 gray, right? So I want to use my cv2 dot imd like to change your image into grayscale. How can you do that, right? So let me show you that as well. So these are the options you have. At any way you can change your image into grayscale. So what I need to do, maybe I am going to write gray2, that is a new variable. Then I am going to write cv2 dot, right, I am read. Okay, now I am going to pass img comma 0, right? Let's see what I'm going to get, and then I'm going to print, or I'm going to show my new grayscale data, right? Okay, I am getting an error. So let's see why I am getting the error. Okay, let me just, okay, I'm so sorry. I need to pass the path, right? For I told you for im read, you need to pass the path, not the variable name, right? Okay, okay, right. Let's see. Yes, you can see we got our image into grayscale. So this is how you can use cv2.color as well, or cv2.img. Or if you, this is the parameter. Basically, if you put 0, it will return a grayscale image, and if you put a 1, it will return a colored image, right? You can see this is a colored image. So this variable, this parameter is basically used for which one you want to, right? One is RGB, one is 0 to, when you put that in a 0, so your array will be under 0 to 1, right? Let's see. Let me just print the gray 2. So you will get what I am getting over here. Yes. So we got the grayscale colors, right? These are the grayscale color. Okay, and before that we used to get the RGB color. So this is how you can use OpenCV. Okay, now we will see how you can detect a face using OpenCV, right? And one more thing, if you want to just shape your image, right? How can you do that? If you want to reshape your image, right? I don't want this shape of my image. Okay, so how can you do that? So reshaping image is also can be done using OpenCV, or you can see the shape of your image as well, right? So let's see. I want to see the shape of my image first. So let's see how can you do that. Yes, you can see I got image.shape. So I got 427, 500 and 3. This 3 is basically showing you that your image is a RGB image, right? So image, okay, fine. Let me just show the image as well, for that you guys can understand which one I'm talking about. I'm taking so many variables, right? So let's see. Okay, so you can see I just print the colored image, right? So colored image is there and we got the shape of it. And for the shape, we got 3. This 3 stands for the RGB value, right? Let's see about the next one, the gray one, right? So we have gray as well, right? So CV2 underscore I am show, and I'm going to pass the grayscale image, right? Okay. And now I want to see the shape of the image. Yes, so you guys can see we don't get any RGB value over here, right? We only get the 427 and 500. This is how you can understand that your data is basically, your image is basically a grayscale image, or your image is basically a RGB image, right? So suppose now I want to detect the face of the image, right? So it will detect the face we have in the image. How can we do that? Okay, so here we are going to use a predefined file that is already defined in the OpenCV library. So we are going to use Har Cascade file. I know you guys have a doubt that what is a Har Cascade file. So basically, Har Cascade file is a machine learning object detection algorithm which is used to identify object in an image or video, right? And also it is a machine learning based approach where a cascade function is trained on a lot of positive and negative images, and then it is used to detect the object in other images, right? Now, Har Cascade file in OpenCV is basically a classifier. This classifier is used to detect particular object from an input image. Okay, and now we are going to use the frontal face default.xml. This Har Cascade file comes in a .xml file, right? And I already upload that XML file to my code, and you will get all the code in the description as well, and you will understand that what XML file I was talking about, right? So using, just to upload Har Cascade file, what you need to do, we need to use cv2 dot cascade classifier method, right? This dot cascade classifier method is going to read the Har Cascade .xml file, right? Let me do that. Okay, now we are going to detect the face in our image. How can you do that? We use faces variable, and then we use that face cascade which reads the XML file, right? Because I want to detect my front face. Okay, so for that we use frontal face default.xml file, right? Now I said I want to take that variable where I read the XML file. So face cascade dot detect multiscale. Okay, so this function we are using when we are actually trying to take the multiscale value, right? So we are going to use dot detect multiscale, and we will pass gray image, right? It only works with the gray image. You can't do these things with the RGB image, right? I'm passing gray. Now I'm going to use a for loop where I will get this 1, 2, 3, 4, right? This part. So let me show the presentation. You can see we used to take this part, this part, this part, and this part. Okay, so these 4 parts we take when we try to recognize or detect a face, right? So what we will do, we will take 4 variable for that. So I take for x, y, w, h in faces, right? Now what I will do, I will use cv2 dot rectangle. So dot rectangle is used for just to take this 4 part of your face. Okay, now I'm going to pass my image. Okay, so I'm going to pass my image, and then I'm going to write xy comma x plus w comma y plus h, and then I will write 255, as we know the range of the image and range of the RGB is 255. I will write 255 00 and then 2, right? Now I'm going to write cv2 underscore imshow and then img, right? And then we will write cv2 dot wait key, because maybe it will kill all other cv2 components we have, right? So let's see what we will get over there. Yes, we got it, right? You can see our program is able to find properly what is the face we have in the whole picture, right? So it's able to find it out where is your face in the whole picture, right? This is how actually it's a pre-trained model. So we don't need to do anything. We just need to write the code that how can you use that hard cascade XML file, right? Now I'm going to show you if you have a multiple face in the picture, how can you do that? So I have a picture already. I download a picture that has almost 6 different expressions, right? And with 6 different face. So let's see in one image if we have more than one face, is it able to understand that these are the also like face we have in the image, right? So let's see how can we do that. So first we will again load the image into IMG and then we will just show the image first. So let's see, our image is loaded. Okay, our image is loaded, right? Now we are going to again convert that picture into grayscale using cv2.color bg2 gray, right? Okay, so let's see. Okay, and let me just print that as well. Yes, we got our image into grayscale. Okay, now I'm going to do the same thing what we did. That face is equals to face cascade dot detect multiscale. The multiscale I want to capture for my face, and then I will use a for loop, right? And then we are going to print it. Okay, right? So yes, you guys can see our model is able to find the different faces in one pictures as well. It is quite a good model, you can say. This is why OpenCV is becoming popular every day, right? So this is how we are going to use OpenCV if you want to use like just to detect a face from your particular image, right? You can use OpenCV if you want to just detect face from videos as well. For that you just need to do some extra lines of code. You can do that as well, right? So this is our last project. We have come to the end of the session as well. So we have learned so far the face detection using Python. We have learned word counter. We have learned some other projects as well. I hope this helps you guys and it helps to understand how Python works. What is the basic knowledge you need to have if you just go for a Python development, like if you choose your career as a Python developer, right? So if you guys have any input, just let us know in the comment section below. And if you guys have any doubt, just let us know in the comment section as well, so we can get back to you. So now we will look at that how can you generate password. I hope you guys are quite okay with the string, right? So here we are going to use the string only to string and the digit and some of the special characters as well to create passwords. Okay, now we will have a look at how can you do that. So first we will actually create 3 password, right? One is a small string password. Let me give you that. What is the, how can you do the small string password, right? So doing the small string password, what we need to do, we need to import random and string. What is random, right? Random is basically it will help you to choose random character or random digit from your list. Okay, now comes the string. String is basically the normal string that we have talked about. We are going to use that normal string over here. We just need to import string, like import string, right? Okay, now we will have to see how can you do that. To create a password, I just use a function. So what is function, right? So function is basically a code block which help you to do some of the specified part of the code. So doing the password, I don't need to write the same thing again and again, right? So using function, it will help me whenever I'm going to call the function, my task will be done, right? So this is why I'm going to use this function. To generate a strong password, to generate the function, what we need to do? We need to first write def. Def is basically used to create a function. This is one of the syntax you can say of the Python. Def is used to create the function, and then in the bracket you can say I am just passing a parameter that is length. Okay, so length is my parameter, that what length I want to be my password, right? Now I just have a variable called alphabets. right? In this variable, what I will have string, that is my string. I'm calling a lowercase function, that is a ASCII value lowercase function, right? So you will get all the lowercase values like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, right? All the lowercase one. Okay, fine. So string dot ASCII lowercase, we will get all the lower value. And lastly, what is actually returning if you want to have, like, for list, if you want to add something, we use dot append. For set, if you want to add something, we use dot add. But for string, if you want to add something, we use dot join, right? In the dot join, in the bracket, what I'm passing, I said random dot choice. So randomly choice any alphabets, right? So here I will show you what I have in the alphabet, right? So you guys will understand it. So let me just print this part, not the function, right? I will just break down the function, for that you guys can understand what actually we are doing. So yes, let me just print it alphabets. Okay, you can see what I got. I got A, B, C, D, E, F, A to Z in a small letter, right? So we use dot ASCII lowercase to get all the lower values A to Z. Now what I want to see, what I am getting in random dot choice, right? So maybe I'm having a variable called AV is equals to, what I'm going to see, random dot choice, and I'm going to provide my alphabets, right? Let's see what I will get. You can see I said I want one random choice number. It's giving n. And let me just execute one more. This time it will be something different. So you can see I got D. So first time I got n using random dot choice. Now I'm get D, right? So basically this is used to get a random number. So for the password, we want the random one, right? We don't want to create same password again and again, right? How Google create the password? Can you ever think when you are going to log in and that time Google actually suggests a password for you? And that is never be a same password. And that is a very strong password, right? We will make a password like that as well. Okay, so how Google do that? Using this random function. Like I'm just saying that random function can be used to get random number for that. Okay, so you can go back, like we can go back to the function. Let's see, in the join, we are actually joining what? The random dot choice alphabets, right? It is going to choose the alphabets randomly from our list of alphabets, right? Now I am going to use for loop for I in range of length. Okay, so here I'm giving the range of length. I'm saying I want a 9 length character password, right? So it will take that much of character from the alphabet, random like character from the alphabet to get the password, right? This is why we are using for I in range length. Okay, okay, okay. So let's see how it's going to. So let's see. Okay, I got a. Okay, so it's actually okay. Let me just. I think it's okay. Okay, so let's see what we will get over here. So I see that the length of the A is 9, right? So now what I want my generate strong. I'm calling my function that is generate strong password, right? And I'm passing the length of that length of that password, right? I want 9. Maybe I can change it to 8, right? Now what I get I H D D C G D I X, right? Now what I want to do, I want to just change it to 8. Let's see what I will get, right? But this password only have the small character. You can see I got EFU QACGY. Every time if you use this function, it will generate a new password, right? So this is only using a small like small words, right? Now let's see, have a look at how can you use small and capital letter both to actually get a password. How can you do that? So again, I'm going to use some small and capital letter. And in this case, we are changing the function of string. Here what we are taking dot ASCII letters. Before that, what we take ASCII lowercase. In this case, we will get the uppercase value. For that, we are using ASCII underscore letters, right? And the same thing, it's going to use random dot choice and alphabets for I in range length, right? Let's see how it's going to work. And here again, I'm giving the length of 9. Maybe here I'm going to giving the length of 7. Let's see what we will get over here. You can see I got A, B, B, N, Q, R, A, right? In the ASCII letters. In the ASCII letters, what it has small and the capital letters both. You don't know which one is they are going to choose, right? So maybe I can do the same thing for you to understand what actually this ASCII. Okay, let me just have this code. Okay, so yes, let me just show you what it actually contains. So you guys will understand that why this ASCII, what is the difference between dot ASCII letters and what is the difference between dot ASCII lowercase, right? Okay, let me just print this. Yes, you can see I have A, B, C, D, A to Z and A to Z, like one capital A to Z and a small A to Z, right? Okay, so this is why actually we can use. Okay, right. So if we want to see the small and capital letter and numbers, how can we do that? To doing the number, we use string dot digits, right? String dot digits actually will like return you all the digit, right? So let me just get one more code cell. Okay, so let me give you what we are having right now in alphabets and numbers, right? So here in this password, we will have a combination of small and capital letter and like numbers as well, right? So let me just execute this so you guys will understand this. So Badal, again, which one you want to take, right? So if you want to actually, you say that random function you don't want to use. If you want to go for some hardcore data structure one, you can go for it. That's not a problem, right? So you can see, now we are going to see what we have in alphabets and numbers. You can see what I have A to Z for small, capital A to Z and 0 to 9, right? So this is how now we are having these characters, right? So let me check that what actually we got from this. Okay, so I'm getting okay, I didn't execute this. Okay, fine, let me do that. Fine, and let me see what password we got. Yes, we got a password that actually contained J2, S2, J, small d, 6, small p and small h, right? This is how you can create a combination password, right? Okay, right. Now let's have a look at how can you make the small capital letter, symbol and number, both. How can you do that, right? So for that, we are going to, this is actually going to be our most strong password. So in that password, they actually mentioned that in your password, they should have some special character, they should have digit, they should have alphabets as well. So maybe your alphabets should contains the capital letter, small letter, you should have string, you have the punctuation, that's some the special characters, right? So calling the special character, we use string dot punctuation functions, right? So this is how actually we can get the our strong password, right? So for see that, I just want to show you guys what we have in password, right? Okay, let me just execute that and it will show you what we have in the, like it contains in the password, right? Okay, so in the password you can say what we have A to Z, right? We already know we have small a to z, we have capital A to Z. You can see we have 0 to 9, right? You can see we have 0 to 9. We have all the special characters, that is hash dollar signs, percentage, and sign, greater than, later, less than, at the rate, everything, right? So your password will be strong right now, right? For in this case, you can make a strong password, right? So in this case, what we need to do, the same function we are going to use, that generate strong password, and we are passing the length of the password, right? And in the password, we are using string dot ASCII letters that will have all the letters of small and the capital. We have digits, that is dot digits, right? Okay. Then we have punctuations to get the special character. We use dot punctuation function, right? And then we will use the return function. Someone is asking about the return function, right? So return function, what actually does? So return function help us to return what we want from the function, right? Suppose you did a plus b and you want to return something in that a plus b, and return that the sum of that a plus b, right? So in that case, what we will do, for you guys, I will show you a simple function that will help you to understand the return function. Okay, so suppose I am writing dev demo, and that's all, right? Maybe you can pass two numbers, that is 2, 3, or maybe you can pass a comma b as well, right? And you want to sum of them, right? Then I write a variable, that is c equals to a plus b, right? And now I want to return them. So what return helps me? Return is helping me to get the result. So we are using return function. It's not a void function, right? It's a return function, like it's a normal function which actually returns something, like def function returns something. Okay, so in this case, we are returning the sum of that two particular a and b sum. Okay, now what I'm going to write, I am going to write suppose print, and I am calling the demo function, right? Demo, and I'm passing what? I'm passing 2, 3. Let's see what we will get. You see, I got 5. How I got 5? This C is returning me 5. In this demo, 2, 3 is actually giving me 5, right? Right. So this is how actually return function works. Now I told you that get back to the generating strong function. So I already give that, right? So generate strong password. So in this password, we have this whole lot of things, right? This numbers, alphabets, and the special characters, right? Now what I need to do, I just need to call my function. Let's see what my function makes. Yes, you can see my function makes all the like strong password. Maybe I can do it once more. Maybe this time it will be something different. Yes, you can see I got u, v, then square bracket, xp, and again closing square bracket, jlb, right? These are the strong password we are getting, right? Right. So this is how you can use your strong password, and the same way Google is also using their strong password technique.
So we would require a few libraries called as NumPy, Pandas, and Matplotlib, because these are the libraries which we'll be using to perform exploratory data analysis. So here, as you see, first we'll start off with NumPy, which stands for numerical Python, and it is used for performing numerical computation and scientific computation. And now, whenever you are dealing with data, you'd have to store a lot of data into something. So for that purpose, NumPy provides you single dimensional as well as multi-dimensional NumPy arrays. And now let's actually see how to create these NumPy arrays using using this library called as NumPy. So what we'll do is, first we'll see how to create this single dimensional NumPy array. And first we'll go ahead and import the NumPy library. So I'll write down import NumPy as np, and once we import NumPy, then I'd have to create a simple NumPy array. So I will write down np.array, and inside that I will pass in a list of values. So here you see that I have passed in 10, 20, 30, and 40, and that I've stored in this object called as n1, and I have printed it out. So when I print out n1, I have these values 10, 20, 30, and 40. So this is just a simple single dimensional NumPy array which we have created. Then we will go ahead and create a multi-dimensional NumPy array. So to create a multi-dimensional NumPy array, here you see that np.array. Inside this, I will pass in a list of lists. So here you see that I have the outer list, and inside this I have two more lists. So the inner list I have, first I have 10, 20, 30, and 40. Then I have 40, 30, 20, and 10. So here when I pass in these two lists, you would see that in this NumPy array, the first row comprises of these values and the second row comprises of these values. And this is how we have created a two-dimensional NumPy array. And now let's go ahead and create the single dimensional and multi-dimensional NumPy arrays. So I will go ahead to Jupyter Notebook and I will create a new notebook over here, new Python 3 notebook. And let me quickly write down import NumPy as np, and let's just wait for this library to load. Now I will create an array. So I'll write down np.array, and inside this I'll just pass in a list of values. So this will be, let's say I just pass in 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then I go ahead and store it in this object called as n1. Then I print it out. So n1 is what I have. Then let me just go ahead and check the type of it. So type of n1, I hit on run, you would see that this is a NumPy ND array. So here, what is ND array? ND is n-dimensional array. And what is the dimension over here? It is a single dimension. So now let me go ahead and create a two-dimensional NumPy array. So the same process, what I'd have to do is write down np.array, and inside this I will create this outer list. Then I will create this inner list over here, and I will create also the second list. Now in the first list, let me just pass in maybe some random values over here. So I've given 53731. Inside this also, I'll just pass in some 5 random values, which are 46123. And I'll go ahead and store it in this object called as n2. I'll hit run. So this has to be small. Now I'll again execute this, and let me print out n2 for you guys. And as you see, I have created this two-dimensional array. The values which are there in this first list have been stored as the first row over here, and the values which are there in the second list have been stored in the second row over here. So extremely simple stuff, nothing complicated over here. So we've just learned how to create a simple NumPy array. And now we'll see how to create a NumPy array where all of the values are equal to 0. So let's say if you want a NumPy array with a particular set of dimensions and all of the values have to be equal to 0. For this purpose, we will be using this method called as zeros. And here, as you see, again, we'll import the library. Then we will be using the zeros method. So I write down np.zeros, and inside this, as you see, I set the dimensions. So the dimensions are 1, 2, which basically means I would want a NumPy array of which the dimensions are 1, 2. So 1 row, 2 columns. And this I go ahead and store in this object called as n1. Then I print out n1 over here. And as you see, I have created a 1 cross 2 NumPy array where the values are equal to 0. Then similarly, if I would want to create a 5 cross 5 NumPy array, here as you see, np.zeros, inside this I pass in 5, 5. And when I print this out, you would see that I have created a 5 cross 5 NumPy array where all of the values are equal to 0. Let me go back and I'll just quickly add a comment over here. I'll write down np.zeros. And what I'll do is, let me actually use this now. Inside this, let's say if I would want to create a 3 cross 3 numpy array where all of the values are equal to 0, and maybe I'll just store it in this object called as n0. Now let me print out n0 for you guys, and you would see that this is a 3 cross 3 numpy array where all of the values are equal to 0. So extremely simple stuff over here. Now, this was a brief intro to NumPy. Then we will also be working with this library called as pandas. And let's just quickly head to that. So let me quickly open up pandas. So as you see, pandas is again a library which is used for data manipulation and data wrangling. So if you want to do any sort of data wrangling, then pandas should be a go-to library. So as NumPy provided us single dimensional and multi-dimensional arrays, pandas also provides us single dimensional as well as multi-dimensional data structures. And those single dimensional data structures in pandas are known as the series objects, and the multi-dimensional objects are known as the data frames. So let's just start off with the series object. So series object is not really that important from the point of view of today's lecture. But then again, I'll just give you guys a brief intro to what a series object is. So it is a single dimensional labeled array. So when it came to NumPy, you did not have labels. It was just a simple array. When it comes to a series object, it is a labeled array. And again, this is of single dimension. And first, to work with series, we'd have to import the pandas library. So I'll write down import pandas as PD. Now, after I import this, I would need the series method. So I will write down pd.series. So here you need to keep in mind that S has to be capital, and inside this I pass in the list of values which are 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And this I go ahead and store in this object called as S1. And when I print this out, you would see that I have printed out these values, and you have these labels on the left side. These labels are nothing but the index. So at index 0, you have the value 1, index 1, you have the value 2, index 2, you have the value 3, and so on. And when you check the type of this, so type of S1, this tells you that it is a pandas.core.series.series, which essentially means that this is a series object. Let me head back, and I'll add a comment over here. I'll write down pandas series, and I'll have to import pandas over here. So I'll write down import pandas as PD. Now again, let's just wait for a brief while for this library to load. And while this is loading, let me just also write in the next line over here. So I need to create a series object. Inside this, again, I'll just randomly put in some values. So let's say I have 52497. And I'll go ahead and store it in S1. I'll quickly hit on run, and let me just print out S1 for you folks. Then I'll go ahead and check the type of this. So type of S1, when I hit on run, you would see that this is a series object. So again, at index 0, you have the element 5, index 1, element 2, index 2, element 4, and so on. And this is how this is progressing. So simple stuff, isn't it? But then we have something called as a data frame, where you have rows and columns. So let's just head to the data frame side of things. So here, as you see, a data frame, you have rows and columns, and this is, if you have worked with SQL, then you would know about tables. So you can consider that a data frame is analogous to tables in SQL. And what we are doing over here is creating a data frame from a dictionary. So I will write down pd.dataframe, and here you'd have to keep in mind that D and F are capital. So when I write down pd.dataframe, you'd have to ensure that D and F are capital because Python is case sensitive. And inside this, I will pass in a dictionary. In the dictionary, the first key value pair, I have name. Name is the key, and then I pass in a list of names. Then the next key is marks, and then I have a list of values over here, list of marks over here. And if you see in the result, you would see that these keys, name and marks, have been turned as the column names, and these values over here have been stored as the records. So name over here becomes the column name, marks over here becomes the column name, these values over here become the records under the column name, these values become the records under the column marks. So simple stuff till now. Let's just head back. I'll add another comment over here. I will write down pandas data frame. I'll hit run, and what I'd have to do is create a data frame. So I'll write down pd.dataframe, and inside this I'd have to pass in dictionary. So I'll quickly give in these curly braces over here. First I need to give in a name, so I'll write down name over here, then I need to pass in a list of values. So let's say the name of the first student is Liv, the name of the second student is Daniel, name of the third student is Phil. Then I'll go ahead and give in a list of marks. So I'll create another key called as marks, and let me add in the marks. So let's say Liv has scored 89 marks, Daniel has scored 95 marks, and Phil has scored 72 marks. And if I just quickly hit on run, you would see that I've created this data frame. Now, there's one more library, but then again, I guess we can learn that library through the case study itself. So I just wanted to give you guys a brief intro to the libraries which we are working with. We have the FIFA 20 dataset, and we'll be performing exploratory data analysis on top of this dataset. And now we'd have to import all of the required libraries. So we are importing pandas for data manipulation, obviously. Then we have matplotlib and seaborn. So matplotlib is a library which is used for data visualization. Seaborn is also a library which is used for data visualization. So seaborn you can consider as it's an extension of matplotlib, extension in the sense that seaborn is built on top of matplotlib. So these are the three libraries which I would need, and what I'll do is I'll actually restart the kernel so that you're not able to see the output initially. So for you it will be much more easier to understand. Now I'll hit on run, and let's wait for these libraries to load. Alright, so we have loaded the required libraries. Then going ahead, we have this file called as players20.csv. So this is a file which I have already loaded in Jupyter Notebook. And to read a CSV file, we would need this method called as read_csv. And this method read_csv is a part of the pandas library. So here, since I have loaded pandas, so I'll write down pd.read_csv, and inside this I will give in the name of the file, which is players20.csv, and I will go ahead and store it in this object called as FIFA, and I'll just hit on run. Now if I would want to have a glance at the first 5 records which are there, so I need to use the head method. So by default, this head method gives you the first 5 records which are there in this data frame. So FIFA.head, and here you would see that you have all of the different columns. So you have the FIFA ID, you have the player URL. So if you'd, so this is a column which just gives you the home page or the description of this player over here. Then you have the short name of this player. So here you have El Messi, obviously Messi. Long name is Lionel Messi. You have Cristiano Ronaldo, and you have Cristiano Ronaldo's long name. You have Neymar, you have Oblak, you have Eden Hazard. And here this column obviously tells you the age of this person. Here you have the date of birth. Then you have the height in centimeters of this player and the weight in kilograms of this player. Then you have the nationality. So Messi is obviously from Argentina. Ronaldo, we all know, is from Portugal. Neymar is from Brazil. Eden Hazard is from Belgium. And these are the clubs for which these folks play. Cristiano Ronaldo, he plays for Juventus. Messi plays for Barcelona. Neymar plays for PSG. Eden Hazard plays for Real Madrid. Then you've got all of these different stats over here. So for now, we'll just leave out those stats. So let's actually see how many columns are present in this particular data frame right now. So what we'll do is I will start a for loop and I would want to know all of the columns which are present. So what I'll write down is for call in FIFA.columns, and I will print out each of the column which is present in this entire data frame. So for call in FIFA.column, so what will happen is it will iterate from the first column. So it will start from this first column and it will go to the last column over here, and we are printing all of the columns which are present over here. So for call in FIFA.columns, print of call, when I hit on run, you would see that these are all of the columns which are present. You have FIFA ID, player URL, short name, long name, age, date of birth, height in centimeters, weight in kg, and so on. So you have a lot of columns over here. Now I'd want to know how many records are there and how many columns are actually present in this data frame. So for that purpose, I will use this shape method. I'll write down FIFA.shape and I will hit on run. And you would see that there are 18,278 records in 104 columns. So this is actually a huge data set. So I mean, for performing a simple case study. So here 18,278 records would mean that you have a list of 18,278 players in this entire data frame, and 104 columns are just the different features with all of these different players. So we've looked at the shape, and there is this column called as nationality in our data frame. So here, if you go up, you would see that there's this nationality column, and I would want to see how many players belong to which particular country over here. So since nationality is a categorical column, and if I'd want to understand more about a categorical column, I can use the value counts method. The value counts method gives me a frequency count of the different categories which are present. So what I'll do over here is first I'll give in the name of the data frame, which is FIFA. Then inside the parenthesis, I'll give in the name of the column, which is nationality. Then I'll use the dot operator and use the value counts method. And when I run this is what I get. So you see that in this particular data frame, most of the players are from England. So you have 1,667 players from England. Then you have 1,216 players from Germany, and you have 1,035 players from Spain. Then you have 984 players from France, then followed by 886 players in Argentina. So this basically tells you that in this data set, you have a lot of players from England, and that could also be a reason because you have you have more number of clubs participating in the English Premier League. So you also have all of these relegation zones. So you have tier 1 clubs, you have tier 2 clubs, you have tier 3 clubs. So maybe this data frame comprises of all of the players belonging to tier 1, tier 2 as well as tier 3. And that could tell you why why there are more number of players belonging to England. Then if I would, so let's say from this entire result, if I would only want to have a glance at the first 10 records or the top 10 countries where most of the players belong to, what I'll do is I'll write down FIFA nationality dot value counts, and again I'll just give in 0 to 10 inside this, and when I hit on run, you would see that so most of the players belong to these 10 countries over here. Again, at the top, you have England, Germany, and Spain. Then let's say instead of top 10, if I would only want to have a glance at the top 5, so over here, I'll write down 0:5. And you would see that I have these 5 countries. I have England, Germany, Spain, France, and Argentina. Now, I would want to make a bar plot for these top 5 countries where most of the players come from. So if I would want to make a bar plot, I would need to use this library called as matplotlib, and we have seen that we have imported the submodule which is pyplot, and we have given it an alias of plt. So here, first I need to set the figure size. So as you see, I'm setting the figure size over here, plt dot figure, and inside this fig size is a parameter inside this method, and using this parameter I set the dimensions of the image. And as you see, I set the dimensions to be equal to 8, 5. Now once I set the dimensions, then I go ahead and create the bar plot using plt dot bar. And when I write down plt.bar, you have all of these different parameters over here. So when we are creating a bar plot, the first parameter which we give inside it should be the categorical values. Now, after that, what we do is we give in the numerical entries over here. So what we do is first, if we say categorical entries, these are the categorical values over here. Now, if I only use dot value counts method, that gives me these categorical values along with these numerical values. But what if I only want the categorical values, only the names of the countries? So in that case, what I can do is I can use the keys method. So here, as you see, till here the command is the same, FIFA nationality dot value count 0 to 5. Then I am using the dot keys method over here, and I will hit on run, and you would see that I am able to extract the names of these top 5 countries without the values. And since I need to pass in categories as my first parameter, this code is what I'm passing in as the first parameter over here. Then going ahead, the next value is the same command without the keys method. Then going ahead, I have another parameter called as color, and I set the color to be equal to green. So G is, again, it's just a short form for the green color. So I have first passed in the categorical entries, then I've passed in the numerical entries, then I have passed in the color over here. Then I hit on run. So here you see that this is the bar plot which we have created, and it's pretty evident, isn't it? This is what we saw in the list as well. So most of the players, they are from England. Then you have around 1200 odd players from Germany. Then you have 1000 odd players from Spain. Then you have France and Argentina falling behind. So guys, again, to the folks who have just joined, if you haven't yet subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe and also hit the bell icon, because that would be, that would be very helpful to us, and that is how we'll be able to reach more people. Great. So right now we have looked at the nationality column. Now we will go ahead and do some more analysis. So we have the wage in euro column. Now I'll just show you if we can. So now, as you see, like some of the columns wouldn't be listed over here because this is a huge data frame, but we have this column called as wage underscore euro. So this tells me the salary of these players in euros, and I'd want to see, I'd actually want to see over here which player gets, what is the salary of some of these players. So what I'd want to do is, from the entire FIFA data frame, I'd want to extract only 2 columns. The first column would be the short name of the player, and the second column would be the wage in euro. And this I will go ahead and store in this object called as player salary. Now that I have created this sub data frame from my original data frame, then I would want to have a glance at the first 5 records of this. So here, player salary dot head, I will click on run. here you see that in the first column, I have the short name of the player, and in the second column, I have the salary of the player. And here, as you see, Lionel Messi, his wage is you have 65,000 euros. Then you have Ronaldo with 405,000 euros. Neymar is at 290,000 euros. Oblak is 125,000 euros. And Eden Hazard is at 470,000 euros. So I'm not sure if these are the latest salaries which these players get, but according to this particular data frame, it would seem that Eden Hazard and Lionel Messi actually get more salary than Cristiano Ronaldo. And now, what we will do is I'd want to see who is the highest paid football player. So from this data frame, from this sub data frame, what I'd want to do is I would want to sort this with respect to the wage column. So what I'll do is I'll write down player salary dot sort values, and inside this I have this parameter called as by. And what I'm doing is I'm just sorting this data frame with this column called as wage underscore euro, and I'll set ascending is equal to false because I would want that player with the highest salary at the top, and that is how it will proceed. And this again, I'm storing it back in the same object called as player salary, and I'll go ahead and hit on run. Now I will have a glance at the first few records of this. So when I say player salary dot head, so obviously as you see over here, Lionel Messi is the highest paid football player at 565,000 euros. Then you have Eden Hazard at 470,000 euros, Ronaldo at 405,000, Kevin De Bruyne at 370,000. You have Griezmann at 370,000 euros. So quite an interesting analysis, isn't it? So again, we will do the same thing. We will make a bar plot for these top 5 football players with the highest salaries. And since we have these categorical entries over here, we would have to make a bar plot. So you have to understand why we're using a bar plot. So normally whenever we do want to understand the distribution of a categorical entity, that is when we go ahead and make a bar plot. So here what we are doing is first the same thing, we will set the figure size. So Apurva over here is asking me to repeat the bar plot again. So that is what I'm doing right now. So this time we are creating a bar plot for the players with highest salaries. Here as you see, first I am setting the figure size. So I'll write down plt.figure. Inside this I'm setting the figure size using this parameter called as fig size, and I given these dimensions. So the dimensions are 8, 5. 8, 5, 8 is the width, 5 is the height. So I've given the dimensions of the figure. Now, after I set the dimensions of the figure, I can just go ahead and create a bar plot. So to create a bar plot, I'd have to write down plt.bar. Inside this, so in a bar plot, always remember that the first parameter which you given has to be the categorical entries. The second parameter which you given has to be the numerical entries. So here the first parameter, since it has to be capital, it has to be categorical. What I do is I would have to, so we have a categorical column, we have a numerical column. So obviously it is the names of the players which will be passing in over here. So this basically is your x-axis. So on the x-axis, we would need the names of the players. So I'll extract this particular column. So this short name column is from player salary data frame. So I'll write down player salary, and I given the name of the column, which is short name. And obviously I'd want only the top 5 records. So I'll given 0 to 5 inside this. Then I will go ahead and in the next parameter, as you see, I have a wage in euro. So again, since it has to be numerical, this time I'm extracting the wage in euro column, and I'll go ahead and set the color over here. So color, as you see, is equal to red. Then I will go ahead and plot it out. I will hit on run. And as you see, this is the result which we get. So on the x-axis, we have the names of the players, and on the y-axis, we have the salaries. So Lionel Messi obviously is leading the chart. Then you have Eden Hazard, Cristiano Ronaldo, Kevin De Bruyne, and Annie Griezmann. Now let's say if I would want different colors for all of these different bars over here. So that is something which we can also do. Now let's say instead of just keeping this as red, if I would want different colors, so what I'll do is I'll pass in a list of colors over here. So for Lionel Messi, let's say I give in blue color. Then for, let me just keep it small b. So for Lionel Messi, I'm keeping blue color. For Eden Hazard, I'll give green color. Then for Cristiano Ronaldo, maybe I'll give in red color. Then for Kevin De Bruyne, I'll give, let's make it pink. And finally for Griezmann, let's keep it, let's say, orange. And let's hit run. Seems like we have an error over here. The spelling which I've given is incorrect, so let me just keep pink and I'll hit on run, and as you see, this is the result which we get. So we can change the colors which are there in all of these bars as well. And now what I'd want to do is I'd want to do a simple analysis for the players who belong to Germany. So what I'm doing is, so let's say if I, from this FIFA data frame, if I set the nationality is equal to Germany and I hit on run, I get a bunch of true and false values. So when you have these bunch of true and false values, what does this actually mean? So if you have a false over here, this means that in that particular record, the nationality of the player is not equal to Germany. And if it is actually equal to true, then it would mean that the nationality of the player is Germany. So what I'd want to do is, from this list, I would want to extract all of those records where the value is actually true. So I will take this command and I will paste it again inside the FIFA data frame, and I will store it in this object called as Germany, and then I'll print it out. So I'll write down Germany.head. And if I would want to have a glance at the first 10 records of it, so Germany.head, inside parenthesis, I'll write down 10 and I will hit on run. And this is the result which we'll get over here. So as you see, this is the list of all of the players whose nationality is Germany. And now what I'd want to know is, I would want to see who is the tallest German player. So Germany.sort values, I will use by, and I would want to sort this with the height in centimeters column, and I will set ascending is equal to false. And I would only want to have a glance at the top 5 records. So I would want the top 5 tallest players of German nationality, and I'll hit on run over here. And as you see, so you have Aaron Seidel right now as the tallest player of German nationality. His height is 199 centimeters. Then you have Michael Esser, whose height is 198. You have Lars Unestal, whose height is 198 again. Then you have Dominic. Then you have Lucas. So these are the players with the, these are the tallest players. Then similarly, let's say if I would want to sort these German players according to their weight, I would want to see which player has the maximum weight. So again, this will be similar. I'd have to write down Germany.sort values, and I would have to sort it with respect to weight, and ascending, I'll set it to be false, and I'll hit on run. This time you would see that weight over here, so it's Lucas Woltowiak, who has the highest weight of 103 kgs. Then again you have Lars Unestal, whose weight is 103 kg. Then you have Ralph Farman. Then again you have Michael Lesser, and you have Nicholas Sule. Then I would want to see who is the highest paid German player. So this time I have the wage in euro column, and I am sorting it with respect to the wage in euro. Ascending is equal to false, and dot head method. Now if I show you these players, let's see what are these names. So Tony Cruz is the highest paid German player, and he plays for Real Madrid. So obviously if you're playing for Madrid or Barcelona, you would be paid a lot. Then you have Marc-Andre Stegen, and he plays for Barcelona, so he's the second highest player. And then you have Leroy Sané, who plays for Manchester City. Then you have LK, who plays for Manchester City as well. Then you have Thomas Müller, who plays for Bayern Munich. So top 5 players of German nationality who have the maximum wages. Now, again, what I want to do is I just want to make a simple data frame again. So I just want what I want is I would want 2 columns. The first column should have the name of the player, the short name of the player. The second column needs to have the wage in euros, and I would want to sort this with their salaries. So Germany, from this data frame, I'm selecting only short name and wage, and then I'm sorting this data frame by their salaries, and obviously I'm sorting this in descending order, and I would want to have a glance at the top 5 records. Now if I click on run, you would see that this is what I get. So obviously it is Tony Cruz, whose salary is 330,000 euros. Then Stegen has 250,000. Then you have Sané at 195. And at 5th place, you have Müller at 170,000 euros. Now, after this, what I want to do is from the original data frame, I would want to see who has the best rating for his shooting skills. So what I'll do is from the FIFA data frame, I'll extract only 2 columns. The first column is short name. The second column is shooting. And I'll extract these 2 and I'll store them in this object called as player shooting. I'll hit on run and I'll go ahead and sort it again. Now, when I hit on run, you would see that Cristiano Ronaldo has the highest rating for his shooting skills. So he's got a rating of 93. Then you have Lionel Messi, then you have Harry Kane, then you have Sergio Aguero, and you have Quagliarella. So these are the top 5 players with highest shooting skills. Now, similarly, I'd want to see which player has the maximum defending skills. So player defending. So this time from the original FIFA data frame, I'll be extracting the short name, the defending column, which would tell me his defending skills, the rating for his defending skills. I have his nationality, and I also have the club for which this person plays for. Player defending. And now I would want to sort this by his defending skills. So obviously player defending dot sort values by is equal to defending, and this has to be in descending order. Then I'll hit on run. So you see that you have Chiellini, who plays for Juventus, and he's from Italy. He's got the maximum defending skills. Then you have Van Dijk. Van Dijk plays for Liverpool, and his nationality is Netherlands. Then you have Koulibaly, then you have Gordon, and you have Hummels over here. So Hummels plays for Dortmund. And then finally, what I'd want to do is I'd want to analyze the list of players who play for Real Madrid. So Madrid is one of the topmost football clubs across the world, and I'd want to see what makes this club so special. I'd want to analyze some of the features of different players over there. And that would be the final analysis for today. So what we'll do is, from the original data frame, which is FIFA, I will set the club value to be equal to Real Madrid. So from the original data frame, we are extracting only those records where the value is equal to Real Madrid, and that I'll go ahead and store in this object called as Real Madrid again. Now I would want to see who is the highest paid player in Real Madrid. So Real Madrid dot sort values, and I would want to sort it with respect to the wage in euro column. And when I hit on run, you would see that Eden Hazard is the highest paid player in Real Madrid currently. Then you have Luka Modric. So Luka Modric is the second highest paid. Then you have Toni Kroos, Sergio Ramos, and Karim Benzema. So Eden Hazard plays for Belgium, Luka Modric plays for Croatia, Toni Kroos plays for Germany, Sergio Ramos plays for Spain, and Benzema plays for France. And now we have looked at who are the highest paid players in Real Madrid. Now let's also see who has the best shooting skills in Real Madrid currently. So Real Madrid dot sort values, and I would have to sort it with respect to the shooting column. Ascending is equal to false because again I'd have to sort it in a descending order. And as you see, Gareth Bale has the best shooting skills currently in Real Madrid. Then you have Jimmy Rodriguez, who is the second best shooter, followed by Eden Hazard. Then you have Karim Benzema. Then you have Luka Jovic. Finally, I'd want to see who are the best defenders in Real Madrid. So Real Madrid dot sort values, by is equal to defending, and I'll hit on run. And here, as you see, so it seems that Sergio Ramos is the best defender in Real Madrid currently. Then you have Casemiro, after that you have Varane, then you have Carvajal, and finally you have Militao. So these are the top 5 defenders currently who are playing for Real Madrid.
What is scrapping, right? So today's session is all about web scraping and how can you make an app using that concept. Now let's have a look at what is web scraping. So web scraping stands for extraction of data from website. So if you want to fetch some of the data from the website, you can use web scraping technique. Basically, the information is collected from the website according to the need. So maybe you will go to Wikipedia, or you will go to Naukri, or you will go some other websites. The information you want to go for, and if you want to fetch them, you can fetch them using web scraping technique. And you can, after fetching those data, you can export those data in a proper format, maybe in a Excel, maybe in a database. You can store them as your data. And web scraping can be done manually as well. If you want to do this web scraping manually, that is also can be done. And but normally prefer to use automated tool because it's quite easy to work with. So we can go for Beautiful Soup, the library in Python already, or some of the other tools is also available to do the web scraping. Now let's have a look at why web scraping is needed. Suppose if you want to fetch email address, right? Or if you want to list the jobs. Okay, so maybe you can go for Naukri or LinkedIn or Indeed, some of the job portal, and if you want to see that which job is actually trending. Okay, so in that case you can go for listing those jobs. You can fetch those data, and then you can compare using machine learning techniques. That can be your one of the project as well, right? Price comparison. So we know that there are some apps we have, they actually give us the price comparison, like the particular product, what's the prices for Amazon, what is the prices for Flipkart, what is the prices for some other websites, right? So for price comparison also we can use web scraping technique. And suppose for the case of research and development also, the web scraping is used. So these are the basic domain where we need web scraping, right? Now let's have a look at, is web scraping legal? So we all have that idea, like taking a data from someone's website, maybe it's not legal, but yes, it is legal you are allowed to scrape anything which is publicly available. So if your data, that data is not publicly available, when someone is making a website, they make that some of the data is publicly available. So if you want to scrape those data, that can be done. Okay, but if you want to go for hacking techniques, or if you want to go for like some of the private data, fetching the private data, that time it will be a illegal process. Okay, now, but let's have a look at the Amazon techniques. So if you are sending multiple requests, I will show you how actually we send the request to Amazon to get their data. Okay, so maybe you are sending so many like multiple requests in a very short span of time. That time maybe Amazon is going to okay, so that time Amazon is going to block that particular IP address or ban that, because they will detect that there is something fishy going on over here. For that, Amazon banned that. So whenever you are going for web scraping techniques, be sure whatever you are going to do, you are not doing these things for multiple times in a very short span of time. So there will be a chances that your IP address will be banned for that particular website. Okay. Now let's have a look at that. What are the Python library we are going to do for web scraping? So we are going to use Beautiful Soup, the one of the mainly used library. But what is Beautiful Soup? So Beautiful Soup is a part of Python library to get the data out of HTML, XML or other markup languages. So when you are going to fetch the data, there is a chances that data will consist of some of the HTML tags. So we all know that web scraping, like web development, we do using HTML or CSS or some of the markup languages, right? So in that case, there is a possibility when you are fetching those data manually, that time you need to cut down those tags, right? But when you are going to use Beautiful Soup, it will automatically cut down those tags and give you the proper data. Okay, and there are some other instances as well. So if you want to fetch data from some particular website, but they are not providing you to download their data, how can you do that? In that case, Beautiful Soup helps you to fetch the data or the particular content by removing the HTML tags. So this is why Beautiful Soup is one of the most used library for web scraping. Now let's have a look at, okay, already I have discussed about that is web scraping legal. Now we will go for the code. Okay, so today's session we are going to use the main time or main part in the code, because it will take some time to understand. Okay, so here I am going to use Google Colab. But how can you start using Google Colab, right? So go to your browser, just write Google Colab, and you just need to click on the first link, right? Google Colab. Now, what do you need to do? You just need to go for new notebook. Okay, so this is all you need to do if you want to code with Google Colab. You don't need to go for any installation process, and Google Colab has some of the library is already pre-installed. That is a plus point, you can say. Okay, now let's go to the actual project. In this case, what we are going to use, like you can use Jupyter Notebook or that Anaconda, basically you can use that as well. Now we are going to import some of the libraries. The libraries like BS4, that is Beautiful Soup comes from BS4 library. Then we are going to use SMTPLIB, right? Basically this library, I will explain you why we are using this. This is actually giving, like sending a mail. Okay, so we are going to send a mail if that price is dropped. Okay, then we are going to import pandas, NumPy, Matplotlib, Seaborn, right? If you want to visualize your data. Now comes the URL part, right? So let me go to Amazon first. So this is my product. So for my case, I love to go for buying Oppo Reno 3 Pro, right? So if you guys want to go for some other, okay, I'm so fast. I don't think, Raj. So in which part you are feeling that I'm so fast? I mean, I'm quite slow today, basically. Okay. Okay. So I is are okay. Yeah, you guys will get the source code and the PPT for today's session in Great Learning Academy. Please go, and there will be someone who will send you the link for that. Okay, fine. So my case, I am going to go for Oppo Reno 3. And if you guys want to go for some camera, if you guys want to go for some other parts as well, so you can go for that. So what you need to do, you need to take this URL properly. So I copied that URL. Okay. Now I will go to my code, and what I'm going to do, let me just do that. Okay, fine. Now what I'm going to do, I am going to write a variable that is URL. Fine. Okay, so I'm going to do the URL, the variable, and then I'm going to provide the link for that particular product. Okay, so for my case, you can see http amazon.in that Oppo Reno 3, that model website link is this, right? We are going to store this in URL. Let me just execute that. Okay, now what I need to do, I need to mention a header right now. So what will be my header? Okay, so in this case, I'm going to write headers is equals to user agent, right? And then I'm going to provide this, that Mozilla 5.0 Windows NT 10.0, right? Now what I need to do, okay, now I need to pass the request, right? How can I do that? I'm going to write, before that I need to install request as well, right? So I have installed pip install request. Okay, so in this library basically help us to request for any particular URL. Now I write a variable called page equals to request, that library I'm calling, and then dot get. What I'm passing my URL and the headers. What is the header, right? Fine. So basically header is nothing which browser you are using, right? For my case, I am using Chrome. Okay. Now what I need to do, next step is to create a beautiful soup object from the HTML. Okay, so this is done by passing the HTML to the beautiful soup function. The beautiful soup package is used to parse the HTML, that is take the raw HTML text and break it into Python objects. The second argument is basically HTML, like if you want to just break that, if you are going to say I don't want that tags, right? So for that we are going to like say that dot parser, right? So for my case, I said page dot content. So basically the page request is already there in my page variable. Now I'm going to say I want all the content from that page. Okay, so I'm going to use page dot content and then HTML dot parser. Basically this is used to say I don't want any tags, give me only the website, or like only the content from that particular website. Okay, fine. Then what we are going to do, then the soup objects allow you to extract interesting information about the website you are scraping. So you can see if you want to see the title, right? Let me break it down for you guys. Okay, so I want to see the title of that particular product. Okay, so let me just do that. Okay, so you can see I got the title Oppo Reno 3 Pro, and this is the no cost EMI, and this is the actual title of that product. You can see if I go to, yeah, you can see this is the title of my website, and I got this over here, right? Oppo Reno 3 Pro. Okay, now let's have a look at the title name. Okay, so already I have printed the title. Now I want to see the title name. So if you want to go for any title or title name, anything if you want to go for, how can you do that? Just calling that beautiful soup object. Okay, so you can see this title dot name, that is title. Now if you want to see the string, if you want to see the parent dot, like when you are making a website, right? When you are making a website, that time there will be some header, some parent, or some of the title will be there. So basically it helps you to get those information out from the website, right? In this case, this title dot name will give you that title, and then title dot parent dot name, what is the parent class of that, if there is any parent class, so it will show that. And like lastly we will have the specific values, that soup dot p. Let me just execute that. Okay, so you can see for Oppo Reno 3 we got the title name. For the last one we get delivery associate will place the order on your doorstep and stay back to maintain 2-meter distance because of the COVID, we all know. So this is what you will get when you go for scraping the data from Amazon. Now if you go for using find all, what actually that find all will give you? This find all will give you that whatever the data that particular page consists of, right? So you will get all the data from there. Okay, so you can see I got all the data from there. Okay, and if you want to see line by line for that data, how can you do that? Using for loop, right? Okay, so you can see I got all the data from the website, that delivery associate, no customer signature are required, find answer in product info, right? So these are the data we will get when we go for using dot find all function. Okay, now we will have a look at that URL. So if we have any URL in that particular website, how can you get that? So in that case, you will need to write URL dot get href. Href is basically give you that how many links you have in that particular page, right? Let me do that. Yes, you can see these are the href or you can say the link I have in my page. Okay, now then we are going to say I don't want all this href or that, I just want all the text from my particular page. How can you do that? Okay, so you can see I get all the data using that particular tags as well, right? You can see I get all the data using get text method. Okay, now what I need to do, now there comes the product title. Now if you want to get the proper ID, right, and if you want to check the proper price for that particular thing, how can you do that? In that case, okay, so in that case what we need to do, we need to go to that website. So you can say I came here. Now I'm going to write, I just want to check the HTML tags for my particular website. How can I do that? Control Shift and C, right? So you can see I got this. Okay, now what I need to do, I need to go to that price. I want that my price should be, I want to see what ID they are going to use for the price, right? So in that case my price will be, just a second. Okay, so you can see over here my price will be price block underscore outright our price, right? So this will be my ID to fetch the, okay, so this will be my ID to fetch the price from the website, right? So in this case you can see I have already give you the screenshot over here. If you look closer, that TD ID is equals to price block underscore our price underscore label, right? So this is your ID to fetch the particular price from that particular website, right? Now, okay, so now what I need to do, you can see I have write that price block our price, right? So this will be my ID. Okay, let me just do that. Okay, yes, you can see I got my price is 29,990. Okay, but this is a string, this is not a proper integer number or a float number. Okay, so here you can see I just slice that to, it will start from 2 to 10. I want that, and I want to take, okay, sorry, okay, fine. So basically I want my price only, not the other tags. Okay, so in this case I know my price is 29,990. Okay, so in that case I want to see that, okay, fine, this is my price. If it's reduced from 2,990, then please send me a OTP for that. Okay, now you can see what I need to do. Before I go for any sending OTP or sending mail, I need to make my Google account that less secure access. Okay, otherwise your Google is going to block you for that, right? So if your mail is in high priority or your mail is in high secure priority, that time your mail will not receive any mail from the SMTP, right? So how can you do that? In that case, what I need to go for, less secure app access. How can you check that? Okay, just write less secure app access from the website, like from Google, and if you click on that, you will get the first link. Now you need to go there and change your account respectively, right? For my case, maybe I'm going to use machine learning, this one, right? So in this case, you can see I said allow less secure apps on. So if it's off, that time you will get those, like you will not receive any mail. So now I'm going to, okay, so now I'm going to like answer the, now we will come to the SMS part, right? The emailing part. So in this case, what we need to do, we are going to use the simple main transfer protocol, that is SMTP. That is basically a protocol which handles sending email and routing email between mail servers. Okay, so Python provides SMTP lib module which define an SMTP client session, so that object can be used to send mail to any internet machine with an SMTP or ESMTP listener daemon, right? So basically we use this library in Python. Okay, so we can use this library in Python to send a automatic email to the particular user, right? So what it has host, it has port. What is host? This is a host running of SMTP server, right? The server will be in SMTP, and you can specify IP address of the host or a domain name like some other thing, and this is an optional argument, right? Suppose comes the port. So what is port? If you are providing host argument, then you need to specify a port, right, where SMTP server is listening. Okay, so these are the basic part when you go for any sending a mail to the particular server, right? So first what we are going to do, we are going to write a function that is send mail. Okay, now what we need to do, we need to create an object of SMTP lib, right? So SMTP lib dot SMTP, right? Then what you need to provide, you need to provide smtp.gmail.com, right? And then comma 587. This is same for all the cases. Okay, you can see that smtp lead.smtp and smtp.gmail.com and 587 number, these are in like default for all the system, right? So it will be same for all the cases. Now we are going to use server.ehlo and server.start_ttls. So these are functions we use to call a server, right? Now we are going for a server. It's not a like internal server, right? So we are going for the out, like the server, normal server, Gmail server. So in that case, we need to call this function to understand that I am providing this mail ID, that machine learning dreams positive @gmail.com. This is my main mail ID. Please log in this mail ID, and the password is machine learning 1234. Right, now you need to provide the subject of your mail. So what will be your subject of the mail? I say that my mail subject will be price down. Okay, lastly I'm going to write a body for a particular mail. Okay, fine. So in this case, you can see what I did, I just gave my email ID, that machine learning dreams positive @gmail.com, and I have seen the password of my email because it's going to actually access my email. Before doing anything, be sure guys, you are going to use this less secure app access, right? And you are actually making it on, otherwise it will not send any email to your mail ID. Okay, now comes the body. So for my body, I am going to write that check out the Amazon product link, right? Or if you want to add something else, you can add that, then providing the link. So basically I am saying this is your new link, the price is down, so you can go to this link and you can buy this particular product. Okay, now I'm going to write with that a message. The message will become the combination of both the subject and the body, right? The subject and body. Then server.sendMail. This is what you need to do. That's all, nothing more than that. Now I provide two of my email ID, right? That Chatterjee Sampriti 21 @gmail.com and Sampriti Chatterjee 21 @gmail.com. Or if you want, you can use this as well, right? This mail. So I am going to write this mail. Okay, so this to mail, this is too optional. If you want to add more, yes, you can add more as well. Okay, now I said this too will be my mail address and send my message. Okay, and if you send the message, then please print send mail. Okay, lastly, be sure if you use server.quit, otherwise the server will be still in a running position, right? So it can be the cause of crash of your website or something like that. So be sure that you use .quit function. Okay, now in this case, the price is not going to down for my case right now. So what I say that if that C value I already stored, you can see over here C is equals to 29990, the price. So if C is equals to the same value, then please send a mail. Okay, so for your case, what will be the what will be the reason? It will become, if it's less than, okay, if it's less than 2990, then please send a mail. But just to show you the example that how it's working, for that I said if the price is equals to 29,990, then please send me a mail. Let me execute that. Okay, I did not execute this part. Okay, right, let me just execute this. Okay, so you can see it's showing me that mail is sent. So let's go to that particular email and let's see that it's in the mail or not. Okay, for my case, let me just check. Okay, you can see I got this, right? That price down, and check out the, okay, yes, new message show. Okay, so you can see that check out the Amazon product link, and then it will redirect to you the, okay, fine, it's not going, yeah, then it will redirect to you the product place, right? Okay, so this is how we are actually going to make the product. If your product price is low, then it will going to give you that. Okay, I'm sending you a mail. You can see the normal product price is 32,990. Already it's less, right? So if it's less, more less, like maybe 27,000-28,000, if it's there, then please send me a mail that I can come to that particular website and I can see that, okay, fine, this product is now, the product range is less, so I can go for buying it. So today we will have a look at what is image processing, and we will see that what is the traditional machine learning process to do the image processing, and what is the new like the more accurate way of doing image processing using deep learning. Then we will have a look at the deep learning concepts, and basically in today's session we will have a look at one of the most used algorithm of deep learning, that is convolutional neural network. And we will have a see the what is the difference between human brain and the artificial intelligence brain. So when we talk about brain, that time we came into the deep learning part, right? So we will have a look at those things. Then we will have a look at how image input work in computer. So if I am a human being, I can see a image, but how a computer can see a image, we will look into that. Then we will have a look at what is CNN, that is convolutional neural network, that comes under deep learning. Then we will have a look at a brief of CNN, that how CNN works, what are the layers we have in convolutional neural network. Then we will do a demo, that is we will have a set of images like dogs and cats, and then we will use a binary classification using convolutional neural network, how actually we can identify that images from a new image data set, that is a dog image or a cat image, right? So first we will start with what is image processing. So we all familiar with image, right? So we actually process the image to get to do some operations, right? And to do some operation, we need to extract some information from those images, right? So in that case, image processing come into the picture. So when I'm talking about, I need to differentiate between dog or a cat image, right? So it's not possible by looking at the image for computer to understand what is the dog image and what is the cat image. So in that time we need to go for image feature extraction, and with those features, the features for dog image and the features for cat image is not same, right? So that difference help a computer to understand that what is the difference between those two images. So this is how actually image processing stands for. So it is one of type of signal processing. So if you guys from ECE background, electronics background, so you should have idea that what is a signal processing, or who doesn't have idea, so I can give a little one liner that signal processing basically the way we talk, right? So your voice, so that voice also can be processed to do some text to speech or some other applications as well, right? So this is one type of a signal processing. In this processing, input is an image. So for image processing, our input is an image and output is also an image or a characteristic or features associated with that image, right? Okay, so then have a look at a image, right? So maybe it's a dog or cat. How can you do that? So using machine learning to understand that a image is a dog or cat, that is a problem, because in an image there is a dimension. When we talk about the dimension, there is a lots of dimension we will get, but from a, like, in machine learning, what we need to do, we need to do a manual selection. But manual selection is a huge dimension, right? So it's not possible. So in that case, deep learning come into the picture, and deep learning help us to do those feature extraction part, right? It helps us to actually identify which feature is actually help our model to work with, right? So in that case, deep learning came into the picture. Now we will have a look at when we talk about neural network, right? So what is the difference between human brain and the neural network? We all know this, that a human brain is like, the neural network is like a human brain. I mean, most of them who actually starts their career or who starting learning this human brain and neural network, artificial intelligence, they have that doubt in their mind that how actually this neural network can be a human brain, because human being is actually a complicated version, right? So in that case, there are some part we actually can consider and compare with human brain with the neural network, right? So in that case, our human brain has dendrite, our human brain has axon terminals, but in the neural network, what we have activation function, we have input layer, we have hidden layers, right? So basically we have three part in a neural network, artificial neural network. Basically we have a hidden layer, we have input layer, and we have output layers. So this hidden layer is actually working as a black box thing. So if you don't know the mathematics behind that, so in that case you can say it's a black box. But if you know the mathematics behind this, so it is not a black box. This is one myth we know, that artificial neural network is a black box, but it is not a black box. It is a proper mathematical implementations, right? So basically scientists want to make a artificial neural network that works as our human brain works, right? So it is quite similar with that, but not fully similar with that. Now we will have a look at what are the thing we have in our human brain, for that we can compare with the artificial neuron. So in that human brain we have cell nucleus. So in that case, artificial neural network have node. In human brain, we have dendrites, right? So in the artificial neural network, we can replace them with input layer. That's the inputs, right? X1, X2, X3. Okay. In human brain, we have synapses. So how can you replace that synapses out artificial neural network? So in that case, we use weights or interconnection. This weight and bias helps us to actually calculate the inputs. This is the main part for an artificial neural network. Now we have axon in our human brain. So in that case, neural network has mapping, activation, and learning. So lastly, we have terminal axon. And for the artificial neuron, we have output, that output layer. Fine. So let's have a look at how a computer can see an image. So computer cannot see an image because computer doesn't have eye, right? So in that case, computer converts those images into an array of pixels, values. You can see this is a dog image. But for a computer is like, I don't know what image is this, right? So in that case, computer can see only the pixels, and that pixels is actually help us to do this processing, this image processing, right? So here you can see it's a color image. So if for that, the dimension of this color image is 3. So if we have a image like a black and white image or a gray image, so that time the dimension should be 2, right? So this is the one main catch point when we start working with any image processing. So if you want to go for doing any image processing, that time you need to convert your like colorful image to black and white image, right? I got a question from Nirbhay that will you show a demo? Yes, I will show you a demo. Fine. So this is how a image can be seen by a computer, right? It's a array. It's a like a numbers for the computer. They don't understand a image, right? Now we will see what is CNN. So CNN is stand for convolutional neural network, a feed-forward network to process and recognize image data with a grid version. So what is that grid version? So this grid version is this part, right? This pixels. So we can say the pixel, like through the pixel, a computer can see a image, right? Okay. So first we have an input layer in CNN, then we have a convolutional layer, then we have pooling layer, and lastly we have a dense layer, that is a fully connected layer. And lastly we got a output that is in a form of probability, right? So if the probability near to 0, so we can say, so this image is not belongs to cat, right? If the probability is 0 for the cat, and if the probability is near to 1 for dog, we can say maybe this image is a dog image, right? So this is how we use our convolutional neural network. Okay, so I got a question from Nafis, who is the targeted audience for this video. If you want, you can go for it because it's a very interesting one. So there is no target audience. So who has a, like, who wants to go for and wants to understand that how actually our image processing works, they can go for this video. Okay. I got a question from Hisham. Can we implement the CNN with the help of libraries alone, or should we code everything on our own? Yes, we are going to use the libraries. We are not going to do the code from the scratch. Is this image processing is also used in biometric system? Yes, in the biometric system also we use image processing. So I got a question from Payal, why it is 3-dimensional. So basically in the 3-dimensional, we need to go for color image. When our image is colored image, that time we have a RGB values, right? Red, green, right? Blue. So in that case, we need to go for RGB values, and for that it is 3-dimensional. And when we have a gray color, right, or a black and white picture, that time we have 2-dimension. Okay. Now we are going to see Reva, is OpenCV going to be taught? So for OpenCV we have another session, but this session I am going to show you how can you do all the thing using OpenCV plus convolutional neural network. Okay. I got a question from Kashyap. Ma'am, do you have a reference material for the CNN? So basically for CNN, you will get the course material. Please check in the live chat. You will get the link for that. Right? Okay. So now we will have a look at what are the layers we have in convolutional neural network. So we first have convolutional layer. Then we have ReLU layer. Then we have pooling layer. And then we have fully connected layer. So we have 4 layers in convolutional neural network to process our images, right? So in that case, first what convolutional neural network does, right? So let's have a look at one by one. So first layer is convolutional layer. So what convolutional layer does? So I told you that an image is already converted to an array. By that array, a computer can see those arrays, right? So convolutional layer help us to convert those images into an array, the first layer of CNN, and stores the pixelated values of image into an array, right? So this is the first layer actually help us to do the image processing, okay? And this layer is used for extracting the features of the image and reducing the dimensionality. So how we can do that? Let's have a pictorial visualization for that. Suppose I have an image dog image. So what are the pixels I have? I have 4, 21, 54, 92, 48, 2, 22, 54, 36, 22, right? So in that case, what I need to do, I am going to use a filter. So when I start learning convolutional neural network, I actually got a big confusion that how these filters are going to use. So these filters are used randomly. There is no hard and first rule. This is where your filter can be made, right? So in that case, our filter is 0, -1, 1, 1. So if you want to use a 3 cos 3 filter, I use a 2 cos 2 filter, right? So if you guys want to use any filter, right, and then values can be anything. So why we use this filter? We use this filter to reduce the dimension of the images. So in this case, the dimension of the image is very low, right? But when you have a HD picture, right, so we all like have a HD picture or a very high quality picture, right? So in that time, the image array will be a big one, so you are not able to work with those big arrays, right? So you need to reduce them. You just need to take the extract of that array, where your for this case you can see 22, 54, 36, right? These are the part of your image are actually having the actual image of a dog. So this is the basic part, this is the main important part of your image. So using filter, we try to extract those part. We try to extract that whatever the places we have in the image, they are actually highly featured. So in that, those parts we want to take and we want to process our images, right? Now we will have a look at activation layer. So what is the activation function, right? So when we actually do some convolutional part, that time we have an input, right? From that input, we need to go for checking that if we have any minus or negative number or not. So we actually consider that if your value, pixel value is high, there could be a chances there will be some feature in your image, right? So in that case, what we do in the activation function, that is ReLU, we use ReLU. What ReLU does, it converts negative values into 0. So I already told you that if a pixel value is high number, right? So in that case, we can say there can be a feature, right? So in that case, you can see I have 87 over here, right? So 87 and 139. So I can consider this 87 and 139 has some feature, right? In the case of -2, we can say there is no feature because this is already belongs to -2. Okay, so in that case we can say that okay, this is -2, so there is no point of using this, so we can convert it to 0. So this is how we use ReLU layer. Okay, and whatever our pixel value is, we can say this is some of the feature is there in our image. Okay, so here you can see this is why we use activation function. Now you can see I have a minus value, that is -2, and my ReLU layer, what it does, it convert that -2 to 0, right? So in that case, we are using ReLU over here. So first we use convolutional layer. That convolutional layer help us to do the reducing of the image, okay, the dimension of the image and getting the feature from the image. Then we go for ReLU layer just to eliminate all the negative value from our image array. So there is no point of processing minus values over there, right? So we convert them into 0. Now we will have a look at the pooling layer. So what pooling layer does? So reduce the spatial size of the number of the parameters, right? So now I have some of the parameters, right? So in that case, Vivek, so this is not a matrix multiplication. So no, this is not a matrix multiplication. This is something different when we use image processing. So I got a question from Tej, how to decide filter value. Deciding filter value is up to you. You can use 1, -1, 0, 1, anything you can use, right? So again, Satyajit, I'm saying these things so many times, guys. Please follow that filter value can be anything to get the feature from your images, right? Fine. Now we will have a look at the pooling layer. So pooling layer actually help us to reduce the spatial size and the number of parameters. And this pooling layer actually help us to reduce the dimensionality as well, and helps to control the overfitting. So if we have so many pixel values, and if we want to train our model with that, my model can be overfitted. What is overfitting? Your model will start learning each and everything from the training data set, right? But when you give a testing data set to your model, it will start saying, I don't know what will gonna happen, right? So in that case, for the training data set, it will give you maybe 99% accuracy, right? So your model start reminding those, not learning those parts, right? So in this case, for pooling layer help us to do not to overfit our models, right? And normally we use filter size 2x2 for pooling layer. Okay, now let's have a visualization of how pooling layers work. So we got 3, 22, 0, 10, 23, 25, 87 and 139 matrix. Now we are going to use 2x2 pooling layer. But what is stride? Stride is basically how your matrix is going to move, right? If your stride is equals to 1, it will go by 1 column. If your stride is equals to 2, it will go like after 2 columns, right? This is how your strides works. Okay, now we will have a look at flattening the data. Now this data can be 2D data or can be 3D data, right? But what is flattening the data? So converting pooled feature map into an array is known as data flattening. So let me give you a proper example for that. So I have a 2D data, but in CNN, when you want to use a CNN algorithm, that time they will not take any 2D 3D data. That time it will only take a 1D array. So flattening is basically done to flattening your data to 1D, right? So this is how we use flattening of data. I got so many questions. Let me answer a few of them. Okay, so can you give one example of pooling layer? I already give that. Won't there be one value repeated always after pooling? So basically why 139 is repeated, right? So you can see when I'm just shifting my stride, when I came to the last stride, right? So there is no other value. I have only 110 and 139. So this is why I took 139, right? This is how it actually works, right? Now I got a question from Raghu. How many types of pooling layer? So we have 3 types of pooling layer. Okay, sum pooling, average pooling and max pooling. I use max pooling over here. So now let's have a look at the last layer we have in CNN. So lastly, we have the combination of last layer, that is fully connected layer. So now I have 4 pixels, right? So I can process them. That will not take a long time to process them. So in that case, what I do using fully connected layer. In that layer, what I do, I reduce the dimensionality. It helps to control overfitting, and it also filter size can be 2x2. Now let's have a look at the fully connected layer. So you can see whatever the input I have, that is 25, 87, 139, 139. Silif, if we use, see, stride, using stride value, if you use stride value equals to 2, maybe there is a chances of data loss, right? So in that case, you need to understand that if you have a big array, right? So in that case, if you want to go for stride equals to 2, that can be acceptable. But when your data set is not that big and you want to go for stride equals to 2, that time there is a possibility that you lost your data. So be sure about that whenever you go for any using stride or using any other like the filter, right? Or the pooling, I use max pooling. So if you guys feel like we can go for some pooling, you can go for that as well. So I got a question from Sneha. Why are we making the data into 1D array? So this is the basic part, right? This is the basic thing. When you actually want to process your image, that time your array should be in the 1D array. So you guys will be cleared after seeing the code. So in that case, you can understand if we don't flatten my data, that time it will not take your input. Ma'am, can we apply CNN on rather than images or text dataset? We can actually use CNN on image dataset only, right? Okay, fine. Now let's have a look at our demo part. This is the most interesting part. I really love to do demo on these things, right? So here I'm going to use Google Colab. So if you guys want to know that, sorry, how I actually use a Google Colab. Let me show you that Google Colab. Go to Google Colab. This is actually featured by Google. Go there and click on Google Colab Notebook. So you will get, Google Colab, right? So you will get the first link for that. Go for Google Colab. Why I am using Google Colab for this session? Because we need GPU. So what is GPU? GPU is a graphical processing unit. It helps us to process our data because we are using image over here. So in that case, we need to have a proper GPU. If you don't have GPU, it will take a long time, guys, and we are actually have the time crunch over here. So if you don't have if you don't have GPU in your system, I should suggest you go for doing this thing in Google Colab. This is actually helpful. Okay, fine. Now what I need to do, I need to go to new notebook, right? So when I go to new notebook, that time you will get an option to change your runtime to GPU. So you can see there is an option of runtime. You need to click over there and just write change runtime. So you will get three options, that GPU, TPU and none. So normally default it is in none, but in this case you need to go for using GPU, right? So go for GPU and then save. So it will help you to actually do this programming with a very short time. Okay, maybe for the none it will take a long time, but for the GPU it will actually help you to process your images. Okay, so let me go back to the code. Yes, so see, I just show you this is reconnected. Why it's reconnected? Because it's taking a lot of memory, right? In that case Google Colab is not able to handle that, right? So I always prefer you guys to go for Google Colab and using GPU. Okay, now let's have a look at the problem statement. So we have the dog versus cat dataset is a standard computer vision dataset, right? So in this part we will see how can you actually determine between dog and cat, right? So in that case, my class 1 is dog and my class 2 is cat. Okay, so you can see there is a nice G5 used to you guys understand that how actually convolution neural network works and how you can actually use them, right? OJAS is TPU processing. So TPU is basically used for some other cases, but if you want to go for image processing, I can suggest you go for GPU. You don't need to go for TPU. That's not even required, right? So now what we will do, so first I already have my dataset in the Dropbox and I just want to fetch that. To fetching those data, I'm going to use wget command, right? So already I have fetched those data. I have two dataset, that is training dataset and testing dataset. So let me just show you what I have. Okay, I will show you that what I have in the dataset. And my dataset is in a zip version. I want to unzip them. How can I do that? To do that, I'm going to use unzip command and then the zip file I have, that is trainingset.zip. And for the test also we have so this is how we actually unzip our data, right? So you can see our data is unzipped and I have a lot of data of dogs, right? I have a data of dogs and cat as well. So I am going to show you my data format, what I have. So you can see I have a test set, I have a training set. So let's go to that. You can see in that I have two folder. I have cat folder, I have dog folder, right? Fine. So in training dataset, I have two folder. One is cat, one is dog. And for the testing purpose also, I have two dataset. So I have two folders, sorry. One is cat, one is dog, right? So this folder will be my classes. So you can see dog and cat. This is also dog and cat. So this will be my classes. Okay. Okay. Now I want to show some of the images from that. So I am using matplotlib MPIMG. So matplotlib is basically used to visualize image. So instead of matplotlib, you can use OpenCV as well, right? So for that, there is a function called IAMRead. Okay. So this IAMRead, and then you need to provide the path of your image, right? So in this case I use this. Or if you want to take a path, let me just open that. So in that case you can see there are a lot of cat image I have, and just copy any of the path from there, right? So here I have this. Maybe you can use something another, right? Control V. Let me just do that. Yes, you can see I got some other image, right? So you can take any of the image from the cat folder and or the dog folder, and you can just see that how your image is actually working, right? Now what I did, I actually take a image from dog folder as well, right? So there are lots of image we have. Okay. So you can see I got a taste, I got a image from a taste set, right? So this is also, it's showing that yeah, I have two folder, and that two folder also have a dog and cat image. Okay, now what I need to do, I need to import the library. So here I am going to use Keras. So Keras is basically built top of TensorFlow. So this Keras and TensorFlow are used to do image processing or any kind of, like if you want to make a model or deep learning, right? So in that case, what we do, we used to go for importing TensorFlow of Keras, right? So my model will be a sequential model. Always the recurrent neural network, convolutional neural network, they are part of sequential model part, right? Then what I did, I take the import of layers. What are those layers? I told you that fully connected layer I have. So this fully connected layer in Keras known as dense layer, right? Then I have convolutional 2D layer. Okay, so in the convolutional 2D layer, so that is a convolutional layer, right? Then I import flattened layer, right? So I told you what are those: flattened, convolutional layer and dense layer. Then I took a max pooling 2D. So I told you that pooling layer, right? So I use max pooling, and I importing also max pooling 2D. Okay, then I import activation layer. And what is dropout? So dropout is basically preventing your data from the overfitting. Your model will not be overfitted, right? So for that, it will suddenly drop out your neurons, right? So this, the neuron, the input layer we have, the input suppose 25, 36, 37, suddenly dropout will drop any of the neurons. Just for that, your model will not start reminding it, right? So in that case, we took dropout. Now, if you want to see the version of the TensorFlow, you can see this is 2.2.0, right? This is the current version of TensorFlow. Then what we did, we given a image width and the image height, right? So for that, I say that I want an image width of 150, and I got a question from Sumit. What is Keras? This is a deep learning library, Sumit. So we use Keras to build our model, deep learning model. Fine. Now we will have a look at that image width. So my image width is 150 and height is 150. I mentioned that. If you guys want to go for some other one, you can go for it. Then I define the directory of my data set. So my directory will be, if you want to take the directory, you just have to go there in the main folder and then copy path, right? So I have training set of folder, and under training set I have again one more folder, that is training set, right? Fine, Dipti, I will answer your question. Then I say there will be epoch of 20 and batch size of 20. So what is epoch? Epoch is basically help you to suppose doing a work, repeating a proper cycle again and again, right? So my case, the training part will be continued till 20. So 20 times my data will learn from the data. My model will learn from the data. This is how we use epoch. And batch sizes, so your model will not learn the whole data set at a time. So batch size help us. So I said take 20 sample from my data set and just train my model with that. And the next time take another 20 sample from my data set and then start train my model again. So this is how we use epochs and batch size. Now I am going to check what is the channel of my data. So what is channel? So So basically channel is representing two ways. One is channel last, one is channel first. So if image data is represented in a three-dimensional array where the last channel represents the color of channel, right? So how many color you have? 3, 2, 1, what you have, right? And then rows, columns and channels, right? So when you use channel last, and if you use channel first, right? So that time if I have 3 channel, so it will 3 is specifically for RGB value. So we use 3, 2, 1. So my rows is 2 and column is 1, right? So this is how, okay, this is how we use this channel first. So I want to check my data, my image, what is the channel I have, right? If k dot image data format equals to channel first, right? Then what you need to do? Input shape equals to 3 image width, and I want my all of the image should be in a channel first data, right? So this is how we did it, right? Next, what we need to do? We need to go for generating train model. So one image, from one image, your model is going to build 3 to 4 images to get the edges from there, to get the features from there, right? So you can see I have one image, but I have so many other images. So this is how our image generator works. Okay, fine. So in that case, what I did, I called image data generator function, where I said rescale equals to 1 by 255. So what is that? To normalizing my images. Then I said horizontal flip equals to 2, zoom range equals to 0.2. So you can see some of my images are actually flipped, some of are zoomed, right? So this is how our image data generator generate data. Okay, so I do this for train data generator and test data generator, both of the cases. And lastly, what I got, I am getting sure that my model, whatever the thing I am doing, it's actually working. How can you do that? So for that, you can see found 8005 images belonging to 2 class. For the test and for the training, I have 2023 data, right? So in that case, you can see that I have 2 class, dog and cat. This is right, and I have this much of images. So this is how your data generator are actually working. Now I want to see what my data generator done. So you can see my data generator what done. You can see some of them are actually zoom, some of they are actually rotate, right? So this is how our actually image data generator works. Now comes the convolutional layer. So we have convolutional, now comes the convolutional neural network part. Now I'm going to build my model. This is the most interesting part. So how can you do that, right? So in that case, I have 4 layers, we all know, right? So in that case, what we are going to do over here? First, we are going to call that my convolutional neural network is a sequential model, right? So in that model, now I want to add first layer. What was the first layer? Let me know in the chat box. What was the first layer we use in convolutional neural network? Now what I am going to add? I am going to add an activation layer. So why we use activation layer? For what reason we go for activation layer? So we use activation layer to remove the negative part, right? To negative image pixel from our data, right? So this is how I'm going to use ReLU. Then we are going to use max pooling 2D, right? Here I am saying that my max pooling will be 2 cross 2, right? I think you guys can understand what I am doing over here. What I told you in the normal one, right? In this presentation, and what I am doing in the code. So both are same, for that you guys can understand that, right? Fine. Viral 10, I will explain that. For filtering, we don't need to write filter over here, right? So what I said 64. Convolutional 2D 64 what? So 64 neurons I want to get from the output, and 3 cos 3 is my filter value. I am using 3 cos 3 filter over here, right? Okay, fine. Now then what I add a flattened data that will flat my data to 1D channel. Lastly, I have a fully connected data, that is last channel will have 64, right? And when I have 64, then I said no, I want one more ReLU. I want to check that is there any negative value is there or not. Okay, so in that case I am going to use ReLU again, just to just to cut off the minus or negative value. Lastly, I use a dense layer of 1. Why dense layer of 1? This is a fully connected layer, and where you will get your output. This is the output layer, guys, right? So output dense layer will always have a neuron or nodes that is 1, right? Fine. So in that case, I use 1. And lastly, I use a activation function of sigmoid. Why I use activation function sigmoid? So always in the output we get a probability, not a proper number 0 or 1. So if your number is near to 0, we can assume this is not the image. If your number is near to 1, so that time we go for saying, okay, this is our answer of our model. So you can see I got my model summary. So I have the layer convolutional 2D, activation function, then max pooling, flattening, dense, and again these three I have added more just to get a more accuracy, right? Lastly, I need to compile my model. How can I compile my model, right? So in that case, I'm using dot compile. So my model is ready. Now in compile, what I'm going to write? I'm going to actually provide my data, right? Sorry. So in that case, I use model dot compile, and I'm using optimizer. Why we use optimizer? Optimizer help us to understand that maybe your data is not right. So in that case, optimizer help us to understand optimizing our input, right? Optimizing our model. And here I'm using loss equals to binary cross entropy. And lastly, the accuracy matrix, and you can see I got the summary of that, right? And now lastly, I'm going to fit my model. How can I fit my model? How can I train my model? My model is actually compiled, but now I need to give the proper data set of our model, right? So in that case, we use dot fit generator function. You can see dot fit generation function fits the model on data yield batch by a Python generator, right? So this is how we use dot fit generator, and I'm going to provide training generator and epochs. Already I have mentioned that, right? So you can see in the I gave 20 epochs. If you guys want, you guys can give epochs can be 25, 30, anything, right? So I am not going to execute over here because this actually takes time. So if you guys want to do that, please use GPU to do that, because it will take lot time. So you can see the value accuracy. Lastly, I got 72.90. so if you add more epochs to it, maybe your model start working more tunely, right? More finely. Okay, lastly, I am going to see the accuracy curve, right? So you can see this is the plotting one. So already you get the accuracy at 0.7290. If you guys want to go for checking the curve as well, you can do that. Otherwise, you already got your accuracy, how your model is working. So you can see training part is this, and for the testing, it's working fine, but not too good, right? So maybe in that case, you can add more model to your model. So add more layer to your model. And one more thing I just want to let you know, guys, for convolutional layer, you can use any of the layer twice, thrice, anytime, any number of time, but be sure your data is not lost. But before just going for the output layer, you have to be sure you use flatten part, right? So without flattening your data, you will not get your output. Okay, fine. Now lastly, I want to see the predicted image. Okay, so you can see this is actually a dog, but it's saying it's a cat. Let me try to do these things with some other one. Maybe for this image it is not working, so let me check. Okay, so let me just copy the path. How it's going to work? Yes, now it's this case, it is showing it's cat, right? So this is the main thing. Like if it's 72% accuracy, maybe some of the time it's working fine, or some of the time it's not working fine, right? So this was our whole presentation, whole session. I hope you guys understand.
In this video, what are the topics we are going to cover? Let's have a look on that. First, we are going to talk about what is Python. If you don't know Python, we will start from what is Python. Then we will look into how can you install Python in your local system. Then we will jump into the actual concepts we are going to learn, that is what is image processing. Then we will see what are the types of image processing we have, because there are a lot more types are there in image processing. Then also we will have a look at the library in Python which are used for face recognition or rather any image processing like project. The go-to library is basically OpenCV. What is OpenCV? How computer reads an image, we will see that as well. And then we will have a look at the history of OpenCV. Then we will start with the OpenCV, and also lastly we will do a project on face recognition using OpenCV. So let's get started with the video. So what is Python? Python is a popular high-level object-oriented and interpreted language. So from the name itself and the definition itself is saying this is high-level language. So whenever we need to communicate with the computer, we need to go for low-level language. But in the case of Python, it's already interpreted. That's why we can go for high-level language. And it is object-oriented as well. Right? So this is the basic introduction of Python. Now, if you need to install Python, you just need to go to their official web page, that www.python.org, and from there you can directly download Python. And also there is popular IDE for Python. Now, what is IDE? IDE is nothing but integrated development environment. Right? For integrated development environment, what we need to do, we just need to install Python first. Then we need to go for installing particular that IDE. But why do we need IDE? We need IDE because IDE makes our life easy. Writing code in notebook or notepad, it's really hectic. But when you have IDE, it's basically make you feel like it's like giving you a proper environment to code. Right? So there are lots of like IDE we have for Python. The most popular IDE is like Anaconda, we have Jupyter Notebook, we have Google Colab, right? We have PyCharm. These are the IDE option you have, right? So basically in this part, we are going to use Google Colab. I will show you how we will start with Google Colab. So let's start with the concepts itself. So let's have a look at what is image processing. So image processing is a method to perform some important operation on an image in order to get an enhanced high quality image or to extract the most useful information from that. Yes. So basically image processing is a method which actually we perform for like in an image. Right? So in order to get some, maybe for image processing, we used to identify an image or we try to make a caption out of image, we do image processing. So image processing, it's one of type of a signal processing. In the processing input and in the processing itself, we can say as an input we give image, as an output there is no there is no hard and fast rule that you need to get an image. Maybe you can generate a caption over there, or maybe you can take some features from the images. Right? So for as an input you have to give an image, but as an output you can expect a line of description for the image, that we know image auto captioning, right? That is known as image auto captioning. It's automatically it will give you the caption for the image, right? Or maybe you just try to take some features from the images. You can take anything using image processing. Now we will have a look at what actually does this image processing. Maybe there is one image that it's a dog or it's a cat. Right? So your image processing will tell you, okay, this percentage is, this basically the probability, this is the percentage of being dog, this particular image, and this is the percentage of being cat, this particular image. Right? So this is why we use image processing. There are lots of applications we have for image processing for today's, today's world. But yeah, this is one of the most used concepts. Now we will have a look at what is face recognition. So we just try to understand what is face recognition. So face recognition is also comes under image processing. right? Otherwise, at the end of the day, you have to process an image to get that where your face is actually situated in the image. So the goal of face detection is to determine if there are any faces in the images or video. If multiple faces are present, each face is enclosed by a bounding box, and thus we know the location of the faces. We know that, like, we will see how we will do this face recognition using Python. And it is one type of a, also, again, it's also one type of a signal processing. And again, in this process, you are going to give an image, and you will get an you will get an bounded box with a face, right? So this is pretty much about face recognition. Now if we talk about the types of face recognition, so basically we have two types of face recognition. One is feature based approach, one is image based approach, right? So what is feature based approach? It locates a face by extracting structural features like eyes, nose, mouth, etc., then uses them to detect a face, typically some sort of statistical classifier qualified when helpful to separate between facial and non-facial regions. Yes, in the face, in the image itself, it try to find it out these structural features, like if you have eye, nose, and mouth, it actually help them to understand, okay, there is a face. This is the region with the face, and this is the region without any face, right? This is how this feature-based approach works. Now, if we talk about the image-based approach, image-based methods rely on techniques from statistical analysis and machine learning to find the relevant characteristics of face and non-face images. The learned characteristics are in the form of distribution models or discriminant function that is consequently used for face detection. It's little high, I mean, you can say it's kind of a more complicated process, but yeah, this is the this is the more accurate way to find a face from an image, right? So in this case, we basically use machine learning, statistical analysis to understand where this image is actually practically situated in the image, right? So this is the two types of approach we have for face recognition. Now we will have a look at OpenCV. Right. So now you will ask me, why do we need to know OpenCV? We need to know OpenCV because it's one of the most used library for image processing, which in under Python. So OpenCV is an open source library which is widely used for computer vision purpose. It helps us to develop a system which can process images and real-time video using computer vision. OpenCV focused on image processing, real-time video capturing to detect faces and objects. So this is what actually OpenCV stands for. Now you will ask me how OpenCV comes into the picture. So basically OpenCV was invented by Intel in 1999 by Gary. The first release was in the year of 2000, and OpenCV stands for Open Source Computer Vision Library. The library is used or based on optimized C and C++, and it supports Java and Python along with C++ through interfaces, right? So this is pretty much about OpenCV. So OpenCV was invented by Intel itself, you can see. So yeah, it's pretty much about the OpenCV we are going to use. Now we will see how image input works in computer. As we said, we have an eye, so we can see that, okay, this is the picture, this is cat, this is dog. But how a computer can actually detect a picture, because the computer doesn't have eye. So converts images into an array of pixels values where the dimension of array depends on the resolution of the image, right? So basically what they do, they actually convert the images into an array of pixels. So this pixel values, by using those pixel values, the computer understands there is an image and this is the region where some object can be there. Right, in the image you can see this is how this image is converts into an array. We will see in the demo part itself. An array of dimension 32 cross 32 cross 3. The 3 basically refers to the RGB value, that red, green, and the RGB concepts we have. For that we have this into 3 if you have a colored picture. right? We just saw that how a computer can see an image, and also we will see that what is OpenCV, and we also let's try to understand what is Python. So let's go to the demo and try to understand that how face recognition using Python works. So basically we came to Google Colab, and here we are going to see what is OpenCV. So a color space is a way for representing color in such a way that makes it easily reproducible, right? So it's basically color space we use in a way to representing the colors for a way that makes them easily reproducible, right? We know that grayscale images, so basically when we do image processing we try to use grayscale image, right, not the color image. So the grayscale images have single pixel values and color images contain 3 values for each pixels, right? So always remember, for into 3, if you have as a shape into 3, that means your images are in colored mode, right? If your images are in grayscale, then you will get, like, there is a pixel value will be single value, right? So most computer visions use cases process images in RGB format. However, application like video compression and device independent storage, these are heavily dependent on other color spaces like that hue saturations value, that's known as HSV color space, right, which is basically going to give you the percentage and mix and match of RGB values, right? So as you understand, a RGB image consists of color intensity of different color channels, that is the intensity and the color information are mixed in RGB color space, but in HSV color space the color and the intensity information are separated from each other. This makes HSV color space more robust to lightning changes, right? So basically this is pretty much about the HSV color, the color space, the grayscale, right? So let's start with OpenCV. So how to install OpenCV? You just need to write pip install OpenCV Python. So your OpenCV will be installed. Now if you just going to use Google Colab, that time you just need to you just need to write one more particular library you have to import, that from google.colab.patches import cv2 underscore imshow. So basically when we actually install OpenCV, we just need to write import cv2. Now we just need to do one thing. We need to read our image, which will do what? Which will actually change our images into an array. We will see as well. So read an image, we are going to use .imread function. So cv2.imread and content download 123.jpg. So here if you click here, it's already I have uploaded my data over here. Now if you want to change, like take the path over here, just click over here and click on copy path. You will get this path, right? So now after you copy this part, let me just cross it, put it over here, right? So what we have done, we have actually read the image. Now if I just want to see how they are actually trying to convert the images, you can see what my image the computer reads. It's an array, right? It's not an image first, it's an array. Now if you want to see the images what we have actually like read, that is cv2 underscore imshow, and you have given the image. Yes, your image is actually read by the computer itself, but this is in the array form, right? So what we were saying, that computer doesn't have eye, that then how a computer can see an image. So this is the way that actually convert the images into an array. Now if you want to check the shape of the image, like it's a color image or it's a grayscale image, you just need to write dot shape function. If you just execute that, you can see you will get 207 243 3. So this 3 is nothing but your RGB value. Now when you are actually reading this particular image, that time if you want to read in a grayscale, you just need to write 0 over here. For the parameter, if you write 0 over here, you will get an grayscale image. If you just write 1 over here, you will get a colored image, right? The image you are giving as an input. So in this case, if I just do that, you can see these images in the grayscale. Now if I just do the same thing, and if I just write 1 instead of 0, I will get a colored image. Can you see? I get the color image over here. Now if you just see this image, right, and if I just write img.shape, okay, I will get an error. Right. Can you see here when it's actually is a gray one, right? That time you will not get the 3. Basically it's 1. So basically it does not give you 1. So if you don't get 3 over here, you can see this 3 is basically for RGB value. Now this is the way we actually can read the images. Now there are like what we are talking about, like the facial landmarks like eyebrow, eyes, jaws, nose and mouth, etc. So these landmarks are used for localizing and representing salient regions or facial parts of the person's face, right? So this is how this OpenCV basically try to find it out a face in an image. Now if you just try to change it using cv2.cvt color, so you can use this as well, that cv2.cvt color, then you are passing the image and the image will be BGR to RGB, right? So in this case if you just show this, you can see again you will get an gray image over here. Now we are going to do the face detection. Here we are going to use a function called detect multiscale function. Before that, let's have a look at the other thing. Suppose we are imported CV2, that's not needed, it's already imported. And okay, I have imported CV2 so many times. Okay, now what we are going to do, we are going to use a Har cascade file. So what is a Har cascade file? Har cascade is a machine learning object detection algorithm used to identify objects in the image or video based on the concepts of feature proposed by Paul Weiler. And the paper is basically we have there are two scientists we have. One is Paul Weiler and Michael Jones in their paper Rapid Object Detection Using Boosted Cascade of Simple Features in 2001. Right? So this is how Har cascade concepts comes into the picture. It's basically a machine learning concepts for object detection. So you can see what we are going to do. We are going to, here we have this Har cascade frontal face default file. This is a .xml file, and you can see we have actually read this file using cv2.cascade classifier. You can see in the variable called face cascade we have used this. Now we have read this image that download 123.jpg, and there we are actually changing it to gray. How we are changing it to gray? We have written like cv2.color bgr to gray, right? So this is how we can change the color. Basically what happened when we do the processing, we try to use the gray color, right? So gray color picture to get the proper places where these objects are situated in the image. Now it's you are going to use face cascade dot detect multiscale gray 1.1, 4. So let's have a look at what is a detect multiscale function. So it is used to detect the faces. It takes 3 arguments: the input image, scale factor, and minimum neighbors. So scale factor specify how much the image size is reduced with each scale, and minimum neighbors specify how many neighbors each candidate rectangle should have to retain it. Right, so you can see these are the parameters we have for detect multiscale. Now we are going to use a for loop. There is a for part in our face, x, y, w, h. Right, so in this case you can see for x, y, w, h in faces we are going to make a rectangle. So cv2.rectangle, then we are passing the image, then x comma y, x plus w, y plus h, then 255, 0, and 2. Right, so now if I just execute it, you can see there is a rectangle near your face. So it's basically successfully detected the face in the image itself. Now if you say, hey, is it just only one image we have in the image? So only one face we have in the image. So if we have multiple face, what will happen? So for that we have used one more image over here. Right, so now if I just try to show you what image we have used, you can see this is okay. I just need to do that. Right, so in this case you can see the image we are going to get, we will have lots of 6 different faces in one image. Right, so now we will do the same thing over here, and we will try to check is like if we have multiple faces in one picture, it's able to find it out or not. So in this case, you can see the six different faces we have over here. They are particularly detected and successfully detected by OpenCV. So this is how we do the face recognition using OpenCV in Python. So I hope you liked the tutorial, and please do let us know in the comment section what else you want to learn from us. And also please let us know what you feel about this particular tutorial.
In today's agenda, we have why do we need data science? At anyway, if you're doing any analysis, that is the part of data science. So first we need to see why do we need data science, right? Why do we are doing this analysis, right? Then we will have a look at what is data science. Then we will have a look at little bit what is the life cycle of data science to understand this project in depth. Then we will see why Python is so popular, why we are going to use Python, and how can you install Python. And then we will have a look at what is the statistical visualization. Like I'm saying, Python is most popular language, but why, guys, you are going to believe me, right? So in that case, we are going to show you what is the statistical measurement right now, how many users are actually using Python, right? Then we will have a look at what is machine learning. That's the heart of data science. To do any analysis, we need to make our models, right? So for that, we will have a look at what is machine learning. Then we will have a look at types of machine learning we have, and after that, I will show you that what is the linear regression, that is a part of supervised learning. And lastly, we will do a end-to-end project using Uber data analysis to predict the fare, right? Okay, so I got a question from Yash Verma that are we using linear model? Yes, we are going to use linear model, right? So let's see, why do we need Python, right? So why do we need data science? Basically, in the past, what we used to have a small amount of structured data, right? Because that time our data resources were limited. But now what we have, now we are actually creating data. Let me give you an example like Uber, right? You are booking your cab. So in that time, you are putting all your destination and what is the price, everything will be there. That are the data. Every moment we are actually creating data, right? So this is how our data structure is become unstructured or semi-structured, and handle those data using traditional tools are not at all possible. For that, we go for data science. Data science gave us a good opportunity to handle those unstructured or semi-structured data. And using those tools, what we can do, we can deal with that data and we can understand the hidden pattern we have in data, right? Suppose let me give an example what hidden pattern I'm going to mean by. Suppose you are going to predict a credit card fraud transaction, right? How can you do that? Being a human it's not possible to look at the data and say maybe this transaction is a fraud transaction, right? Or maybe in the Uber analysis, for suppose I want to predict the fare, right? So by looking at the data, it's not possible for us to say this can be a price for the particular journey, right? So this is where actually data science helps us to understand the hidden pattern, right? To understand how can we actually manipulate our past data to predict our forecast our business, right? So this is why data science is becoming more popular with days, right? So let's see what is data science basically. So data science basically is a process to get some meaningful information from the massive amount of data. And we use data science in that time when we have a unstructured or semi-structured data, right? In simple terms, you just need to read and study the data to get a proper intuitive insights, right? So when you have the data, but if you can't analyze the data, there is no point of having the data, right? So in that time, data science came into the picture, and data science helps us to understand and read our data. Okay, so data science is basically, it's a mixture of various tools. It's not a one particular tool, right? So data science is basically a various mixture of various tools: algorithm, machine learning, deep learning. So you can choose any of them according to your uses, right? So we have lots of options in data science. For that, it's becoming so popular with days. Okay, right. So I hope you guys understand what is data science basically. And if you guys have any doubt, please let me know. Okay, so in the live chat, I got a question from Digital cloud OS. Okay, difference between data science and data mining. So if you are asking the difference between data science and data mining, so data mining is also a part of data science. Basically, when you have this unstructured data, you need to use the data mining techniques to convert them into a structured one, right? And data science is a whole process from like understanding the business problem to deploy your model and making a model, right? So this is the basic difference between data science and data mining, right? Okay, so I got a question from Tushar that how to analyze Uber data on visualization tool like BI and Tableau. No, we are not going to use Power BI or Tableau. Here we are going to use Python to visualize our data to make the model. So we are going to use Python over here, right? Okay, so let's have a look at what is the life cycles of data science. Okay, so life cycles of data science is basically start with the understanding of business problem. Okay, so when you start understand your problem, if you don't have a proper idea what is the root cause of your problem, right, how can you solve that, how can you make the objective for that, right? So okay, I got a question from Mahesh. How can we deal with unstructured data? So basically, dealing with unstructured data, we used to go for so many various techniques like data mining, feature engineering, exploratory data analysis, and data cleaning. We will talk about that. I think you will understand how we are going to like deal with the unstructured data. Correct? Okay, fine. So now you need to clean your data. Cleaning data is a most time consuming process, right? I mean, it's actually takes you a lot of time to clean your data. Like someone asking me about the data mining process, right? In the data mining process we focus on the cleaning on the data, right? You need to clean your data properly. You need to like cut them all the unwanted object from your data, right? Then only you are ready to use your data for the model building, for the exploratory data analysis. Okay, so I was getting some question. Let's see what I have got. Okay. Okay, so I got a question from Srikant ma'am. What actually EDA means? EDA is basically exploratory data analysis. So in the next step, there is an exploratory data analysis. Basically, in this step, we use some stat concepts, right? We use some stats concepts to understand our data properly. Maybe your data is clean, but you don't have like proper understanding of your data. What are the spread of your data, right? What is the standard deviation of your data? Okay, like what are the attributes there actually you need to make your model, right? Let me give you an example. What's actually I'm talking about the attributes. Suppose you need to find the gender of the particular person, right? In that data set you have address. So address is not a like useful attribute for you, right? What's the point of using attribute to train your model, right? So in that case we can drop that attribute, right? So in these are the main basics of your data, right? You need to understand what are the actual attribute you need when you train your model. This is the part of exploratory data analysis, and doing exploratory data analysis we use some statistical concepts. Okay, right. I got some more questions. Okay, so Yogesh asked me what is mean by focusing a data. Focusing a data is basically when you have the past data, and based on those past data, if you want to focus the future, if you want to predict your future, right, using some machine learning algorithm, you can do that. This is actually means by focusing a data. Okay, Deepak asked me, are you also going to deploy the model? Deepak, this session is not a like a long session. In 1 hour session, I can just show you how can you like build your model and how can you predict your model. But deploying model, we will should come up with some session where we'll show you how can you deploy your model as well. Okay, so I got a question from Sanu. I am become graduate. How should I start in data science? So basically, Sanu, it's nothing like that from which background you are belong to. If you want to start data science, so basically there are some pillars you need to go for. Suppose you need to understand the maths. You need to understand statistics because statistics is the best of the data science, and you need to know one of the programming language basics data structures, not the complex one, right? So these are the things you need to know when you go for any data science, like if you want to start your career in data science, right? So digital, okay, Cloud is asking data cleaning and data mining is same. So basically, yes, you can say, but in data mining, there is a broad picture actually. We have some of the part in data mining, right? We use some of the process on that as well. So basically, data cleaning and data mining can be same, but in data mining, there are more process we need to follow. Okay, so I got from one question from business OSH, is competitive programming required for ML and AI? No, not the competitive programming you need to know for ML and AI. You just need to know the basics of the programming language, and then you are ready to go with the uh, data science one, right? Okay, fine. Okay, good. So, do I get any other question? Yes, I got a question from Jaya, that how to perform attribute selection according to our problem statement. Okay, so we use correlation matrix in machine learning, where you will get the how much your the attributes are correlated with each other. According to the performance of the correlated matrix, we go for like performing, like choosing which attribute we are going to use it, right? We will see in the machine learning concept that what is this actually, how can you use this, what to say, this attributes, right? Okay, okay. So I got a question from Priya, how to find if any peculiar or non-standard values are present in data frames during data pre-processing. Okay, so in the data pre-processing, you need to look into all these things, right? You need to understand that what are the actually they are disturbing your data, and they can disturb your model as well. So in that case, you need to like cut those unwanted objects from your data. Okay, so see, I'm like in this session, I'm going to out of the topic that how can I like what's the scope of data science. So for that, we will surely come up with some of the session, but not in this session. Okay, so I got a question from Neha. In data cleaning, shall we do outlier treatment first or missing value treatment? So basically, Neha, you can go for first missing value treatment, because if you have the missing value, so for that, if you want to go for outlier, maybe you will get a more outlier, and in like cutting down the outlier first, maybe you will lose some of the like major part of your data set, right? So first, I suggest that you should go for missing value treatment, and then you should go for outlier treatment, right? Okay, so after that, we are going to go for machine learning algorithm. After you have done the exploratory data analysis, after those exploratory data analysis, when you have the proper idea about your data, you know what are the attributes you are going to use for your algorithm, your machine learning algorithm, and what algorithm will actually go for your data. That time you will go for machine learning. And machine learning has a three type. We will look into that, what are the types we have in machine learning. And after build your model, you can go for predict your model accuracy, right? After you build your model, then you will go for like some unknown data you will provide to your model, so that your model can understand that like your model never seen those data, right? So with the new data, your model will predict that, so you can understand how your model is actually working. And lastly, we will deploy our model, right? Okay, so now let's see what are the tools we are going to use, like we are actually using in data science. There's a basic tools. There are so many tools in data science, like SQL, Informatica, R, SAS, MATLAB, Python, and Java. These are the basic tools, and there are so many tools we have in data science as well. If you want, you can explore them, right? Okay, now we will see what is Python. So Python is basically high level language. It's object oriented and interpreted language. So if you don't have, I got so many doubts that you don't have idea about programming language, how can you start with, right? Python is as simple as like a English language. If you know how to write a English language, you are ready to use Python, right? So this is why we actually prefer to use Python in data science. And like you can say all the upgrowing technologies, we are using Python because of its features, because of its simplicity, right? Okay, so now we will see who is the inventor of Python. So the inventor of Python is Rossum, who invented Python in 1989. And why the name is Python, right? So Rawson used to love watching comedy movies, right? So he needed a short, unique, and slightly mysterious name for his language. So in that time, he was watching Monty Python's Flying Circus, and from that series, he ended up choosing his language name Python. So this is the history behind Python. Why this is named as Python. Okay. So I got some queries from Javed that I have started learning R. Do I need to learn Python as well? So basically, Javed, R is actually used for statistical purpose. If you want to go for data mining, or if you want to like go with your data, right? I mean, the R is basically used by the professionals of statisticians, right? So if you want to go for like R is also something like you can use Python language, machine learning with it, fine. But yeah, if you want to learn Python, you can learn Python because Python is very easy. Okay, so I got a question from Pallab that use Google Colab or Kaggle. So if you ask me, Google Colab is something else and Kaggle is something, right? So Google Colab is basically provided by Google, and we will do our project in Google Colab only. So it's provided by Google to use to build your model, and Kaggle is a competition platform, right? You can do your code, but if you want to do some like particular project, you can go for Google Colab. Okay. So now we will see why should you learn Python. So I have given you enough enough reason that Python is simple, beginner friendly, and Python is the length of the program is very short, and mathematical computational, when you go for any data mining technique, the mathematical computational is actually very easy with the Python, and Python is also used as web development as well, right? So these are the main reason why you should learn Python. And why Python is so popular? Because of its largest community for learners and collaborators. For any language getting popular, the main reason behind is the community. If you feel like I'm not able to do it and I don't know how to do it, in that time you will get the community support, right? Python is open source. It's easy to learn and usable flexibility. Huge number of Python libraries and frameworks are used in Python. So it supports big data, machine learning, cloud computing. All the new technologies is actually supported by Python, and Python supports automations as well. What we have right now, okay, how can you install Python? So installing Python, what you need to do, you need to go to their official website and you need to just write Python download and you will get their official website. And we use some of the integrated development environment for Python like PyCharm. But before using any IDE, right, you have to make sure that your Python is already installed in your local system. Otherwise, it is not going to support, right? If you are going to use PyCharm, before that, you need to be sure that Python is already installed in your system. Okay, so we have one more IDE like Anaconda. This is one of the most used IDE for data science toolkit. So if you want to go for data science toolkit, data science, all the tools you will get in Anaconda. And yeah, the Anaconda you can use for Python as well, right? And today we are going to use Google Colab. This is one of my favorite because I don't need to install anything. I don't need to go for installing Python or something like that. This is actually given by Google, where you will actually go for using all your model. You can build your model, and they provide GPU and TPU as well. If you are going to go for very high level in the graph, right? So Python is basically popular because of its all the feature we get. And we can, if you are not a programming background, if you're not coming from a programming background, or if you're not a computer science person, you also can learn Python, right? Okay, now we will see Ube data analysis, right? And how can you do the data analysis, right? This is the main heart of the session, right? So let's see how we can do that. But before start that, we will talk about some of the topic. I already have a give idea about what is exploratory data analysis. So basically, exploratory analysis is basically a technique to understand your data using statistics concepts, right? Okay. So again, I got a comment that Rahul, that no sound. I'm literally not audible. Please let me know. I mean, it's actually disturbing, but from my side, everything is fine. Please let me know in the comment that I'm audible or not. For that, we can continue the session. Okay, so let's come the feature engineering part. Okay, so feature engineering basically is a process used to create a new feature from the existing data, which helps to understand the data more deeply. So if you want to make some new feature to your data, right, maybe you think that this feature I can make that will help my model to understand my data more properly. So in that case, we used to go for feature engineering. This is known as feature engineering, right? Okay. I got a question from Ava Trending that, ma'am, I'm from BCom. How can I start in data science? So basically, what you can do, you can start with any programming language, start learning the mathematics. Already you are from BCom, you should have a good idea about maths, and maybe you need to, as a pillar, you need to have a little bit understanding of stats as well. So to start with your data science journey. Okay. So now we will see what is machine learning. So machine learning is a heart of data science, right? After doing all of the thing, we need to do what we need to do. We need to build our model. So building our model, we use machine learning technology algorithms, right? So machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence that allows the system to automatically learn and improve from experience without being explicitly programmed, right? So let me give you an example what actually I mean by that. So basically, when you start making your own model, right? So I just need to find the credit card fraud analysis. So finding the fraud, how can we do that? To finding the fraud, we need to go for like looking at the data, right? Looking at the data, we need to look at the data, and from that data, we need to say maybe this transaction can be a fraud transaction. But for a manual, let's have a look what's the traditional version machine learning like approach, right? For the traditional part, you have to like actually go for coding from the scratch for each and every time, right? But for the machine learning part, what actually you will get for the machine learning, when you actually make your model, you know your model has a good accuracy, right? That time you don't need to like code from the scratch every time, right? What you need to do, you need to provide your new data to your model to predict the answer, right? So basically machine learning is actually help us to reduce the human effort and help us to reduce the production cost as well. Okay. I got a question from Ratul. How can feature engineering be effective for a data set with respect to analysis of data? So basically, feature engineering is something after you understand your data, you can add some more feature to your data from the existing features, right? Maybe you can add two column, maybe you can just normalize the column. These are the part of feature engineering. So it's up to you. How can you do the feature engineering to your data set, right? Okay, so I got a question from Kunal. I'm passing MCA 4th same. So nowadays, what is the best project of career? So if you are asking me about the data science, so basically when you have the basic idea about data science, you can start making your own project. And if you have a proper understanding for any of the project you have made, that is actually matters when you go for any interview, right? So maybe you have made 10th different project, but you don't have a proper idea about any one of them. That will not going to help you out. Okay. Okay, so let's see what else we have. Okay, so now we will see what are the type of machine learning we have. Like we have supervised learning, we have unsupervised learning, we have reinforcement learning. These are the three types of machine learning. So what is supervised learning? From the name itself, you can see supervise is something, there is a teacher, right, who will supervise your learning. Okay, so for the machine also, we will have a teacher to teach our machine. Okay, so this is known as the supervised learning. We will see a little bit about supervised learning as well. Now comes the unsupervised learning. So unsupervised learning is basically when your model does not have anyone to learn, to teach, so your model will start learning from itself. So this is actually unsupervised learning. And then comes the reinforcement learning. So reinforcement learning is basically when you give reward to your model when it's actually predicts properly, and when your model is not able to predict properly, you will give a like penalty to your model. So this is actually, these are the three types of machine learning we have. Okay, so I got so many queries again. Okay, so let's see how can I use that. Okay, fine. So what is supervised learning? Supervised learning is basically a supervisor. I told you there is a supervisor for your model. In supervised learning, we teach or train the machine with label data, right? So let me give you an example. Suppose you have a data set. Suppose you need to find the this is person is a male or female. So if it's male, it's 0. If it's female, it's 1, right? So this is the class, right? Male is belongs to 0 class, female is belongs to 1 class, right? So this is known as the label we have for the data. Okay, so when we have a label data, we should go for a supervised learning. So this label data is basically our supervisor for the model. Okay, so you can see the then we test our, and when we are going for testing our model, we need to give a data without the label part. So this is how we can test our model if our model is able to predict the class properly or not. Okay, so types of supervised learning we have: linear regression, logistic regression we have decision tree, we have naive Bayes classifier, right? So yes, and now we will see what is linear regression, because we are going to use linear regression in our data set. Okay, so what is linear regression? Before start with linear regression, let me tell you what is regression. Regression is basically when you try to predict like a relation between two variables, right? Suppose okay, let me give you an example. If the winter is coming, the sale of the ice cream is going to decrease, right? So season and the sales of ice cream is related to each other, right? To prove that relation, we use regression, right? So regression concept is basically actually help us to understand the relation between two variable or two attributes, right? And linear regression is basically linear regression is to find the relationship between dependent and the independent variable. Okay, and linear regression is a supervised learning. Obviously, we do linear regression with label data only. It's not an unsupervised learning algorithm. Always works with continuous value, right? What does that mean? Always continuous value. So basically, I said that I have a label data of 0 and 1, right? So if my class is 0 and 1, right? So it's a discrete value. It's not a continuous value. But your weight, right? Maybe your height and weight, right? Your weight is 56.7, 56.8, 80, like this, right? It's a continuous value. So always linear regression works with continuous value. And the main target for linear regression to find a base value for x and y, right? So please let me know in the comment section below that if you have any doubt till this concept, I will help you out to understand, and I will help you out to clear your doubt as well. Okay, now we will go for the data set we have. So yes, we are going to use Uber data analysis. Okay, but before starting that, let me show you how can you use Google Colab. Go to a new tab according to your users. Go to that tab, just write Google Colab. Okay, press enter. You will get the first link, right? For the first link, you need to click on that. You will click on that. You will get a new notebook option. What you need to do? Click on the new notebook, right? So you are ready to use Google Colab. You don't need to go for installing any Python library, anything. There are actually so many pre-installed Python libraries are there already in the Google Colab. Okay? Okay, fine. So guys, please put your comment in the live chat. I will get back to you after I complete the project. For that, you guys do not miss the project. Okay, so let's see. So what we will do, first we are going to import our library. So we are going to use pandas for the data manipulation, and we use aspd as a alias, right? It's a alias for pandas. We don't want to use pandas every time. So in that case, we are going to use as PD, and for the we are going to use linear regression model we will get from the scikit-learn library. So from scikit-learn, that is sklearn dot linear model, we are going to use linear regression. So you don't need to put logistic regression, you can just remove it, and we are going to import linear regression. We are going to use numpy for the mathematical calculation. We are going to use matplotlib for the data visualization, and Seaborn is also for the data visualization, right? So let me just do that, execute that. Okay, we have already downloaded. Okay, so we are going to use two data over here, that is weather.csv and cabrides.csv. You will get these two data from KL itself, and I have already uploaded those data in the Dropbox for my convenience, right? But if you want to use the data, that is also available in Kaggle. Okay, so to fetch the data from the Dropbox, what we need to do, we need to use wget function, right? That's all you need to do. Your data will be fetched, and the amount of the data is big. We are going to use two data CSV, right? So the amount of the data is actually a huge data. So in that case, we are going to use a memory saving function that is also taken from Kaggle. To, you can see I have provided the link as well. So we are going to use that, will actually reduce our data size, because using a huge number of data over here, it will take a long time. As we have a time crunch in the session, we are not going to we are not able to use the full data, right? So we are going to use reduce memory uses. So we have already defined a function that is def reduce memory uses, that is taken from Kaggle as at will. Okay, so let's see how can you take the data. Already we have fetched the data from the Dropbox, right? Now what we need to do, dot using dot csv function, we are going to like store our data in a variable. So first we are going to store our data in a cap data. So our variable name is cap data, and then we are going to use pd.read csv, and then you need to give the path of the data. For my path is content and cabrides.csv, right? And then we are going to use reduce memory uses function, which is actually going to show how much it reduced our data set. Okay, then the same thing with the weather data as well. Let me just execute that. And guys, please, getting more exciting sessions like this, please subscribe Great Learning channel, and you will get so many exciting exciting session from them. Okay, so let's see. So you can see our data was for the first data was 52.88 MB, and it is decreased by 15%, and now it's 44.95, right? And for our weather data was 0.38 MB, it was not that big, but it was also decreased by 43.7%, right? Now let's see what data we have. So get the first 5 rows from your data, we use dot head function, right? So we already stored our cap data in cap data variable. Now I am just writing dot head, it will just give me the first 5 rows of my data. So I got first 5 rows. So what we have, let's have a look at what are the columns we have, right, for cap data. So first, I told you, first you need to understand your data very well. Okay, so let's see what are the columns we have. Okay, so first we have columns like distance. What is the distance they are traveling? Cap type. What is the cap type? We are using Uber and Lyft. Lyft is basically a American based company. Okay, then we are having timestamp. What is the timestamp they are traveling? The destination and the source for particular user. Then we are getting the price, and we get surge multiplier. We used to see some of the time in the cab application that the surge is actually, it's because of the high demand, the surge is actually added, right? So in that case, we will get the surge multiplier. We are going to get an ID for each and every entries in the data. That is actually required to understand how many distinct data you have, not the repeated data, right? And the product ID and the name, right? These are the columns we have in cabrides data. Okay, fine. Let's see what we have in weather data. So to get the columns, we use columns function. So it will return all the column you have in your data set. In weather, we have temperature, we have location, clouds, pressure, rain, timestamp, humidity, wind, right? So basically this helps us to understand maybe in the rain, the price of the price of the cab is maybe high, or maybe if it's the weather is fine enough, so the price will be not that high, right? So for that we are going to use these attributes over here. right? So before start the any analysis, we need to change our timestamp into date time, right? We need to have a, like, before that timestamp is a string, but if we have using string on timestamp, we are not able to get the proper date and the time from that, right? Maybe in the base of time, maybe in the base of date, the price varies, right? Maybe we don't have idea that what actually our how our attributes are related to each other. For that, we are going to use dot to date time. It's going to convert a string to the date time value, right? So we are going to use from pandas pd dot to date time, and we are going to pass the column, particular column in the cap data, that is timestamp. And the same thing with the weather data as well. We have a timestamp in weather data, we will convert into date time. Okay, fine. So let me just execute that. Okay, so now we are going to check the shape of the data. For the, like, shape of the data is basically how many rows we have, how many columns we have in the data, right? So we are going to use dot shape function. Let's see. So we are having 693071 rows and 11 columns in cap data, right? So let's see for the weather data, what we have. For the weather data, we have 6276 rows and 9 columns, right? So if you want to check your data shape, you can go for using dot shape function, right? Now we are going to use dot describe. So dot describe is basically like, it's a basic part or the initial parts of exploratory data analysis. We use dot describe to understand the standard deviation of our data. What is the count we have in the data, how many data we have actually. We get the IQR, interquartile range, that is 25%, 50%, 70%. So these are the concepts of stats you will get, right? Okay, so fine. Let's see what actually we have for particularly cap data. So you can see for the cap data we have almost 693071. These are the total rows we have, right? So we have mean for each of the column, we have standard deviation, we have minimum, and interquartile range for 25%, 50%, and 75%, right? Okay, so for the weather data also, we are going to see the describe. So you can see count, mean, standard deviation, mean, the all the things we get for weather data as well. This actually help us to understand our data more intuitively, right? If you don't understand your data, how can you do modeling, right? Okay, now as we have the two data, now we are going to use dot concat function. Dot concat function is basically used to join two data frame, you can say, right? So I have two data frame, one is cap data, one is weather data. I just want to join them. So to join them, I am going to use dot concat function. Okay, right, fine. So okay, fine. So in, you can see, let me just do that, and just let me print it. So I'm going to use, which function we are going to use to get the first 5 rows. Please let me know in the comment section, for that I can understand you are actually listening to my session. Which function we use to get the first 5 rows from the data frame? Just let me know. So yes, we are going to use dot head function to get the first 5 rows from the data frame. Please guys, please be attentive. There is, otherwise there is no point of doing the analysis, right? You need to have an idea about these basic parts of the data. So yes, you can see I got my A. So A is basically the combination of cap data and the weather data. You can see, right? This we got. Okay, right. So now we are going to see that we are just going to make a column for day. So I just want from timestamp what's a particular day it was, or what's the hour it was, right? For date time, Python provides us a function that is dot day that actually help us to get the day from the timestamp, and they actually provide hour function as well, which provides us the hour, like at what particular hour it was in the timestamp, right? So these are the actual flexibility with Python when we go for using Python, right? So you can see, yes, let's see what we have in that. So let me print a dot head, right? So what we get in the day and in the hour, right? Let's have a look at that. So let me just, okay, so for the, okay, okay, so most of the cases it is nan. So we need to understand that how can you solve that nan value as well, right? So we can't go with the nan value because it will going to affect our model, right? Okay, okay, so when we are going to use dot tail, you can say it will give me the last 5. Okay, so last 5 column of my data set. So you can say in the day we get some of the values over here, that is day 1.0, 1.0, 1.0 and 1.0, right? So this is how we are going to use dot day function or dot hour function, right? So now as you see, there are lots of nan values we have in our data set, right? So we cannot go with so many nan values, right? So in that case, what we need to do, we need to use dot fill in a function. So dot fill in a function is basically give you that 0, like dot fill in is basically going to fill your nan values. So I want to fill my nan values with 0, so I'm going to write 0 and in place equals to true, right? Okay, right, it's going to take a little bit of time. Okay, and then we are going to see our data e dot head. So I have just shown you the basic how can you go for data manipulation, but trust me, what you need to do to go for a good data manipulation part, you need to you need to add so many things. These are the basic things, right? So you can see whatever the nan value I used to have, it actually converted with 0. So day and hour becomes 0, 0, 0, right? So this is how you can remove nan value from your data set. Okay, okay. So let's see what are the columns we have in A. So we have column like distance, we have column like cap type, timestamp, destination. These are the column we have after concat your 2 data frames, right? Now we are going to use group by function. Why we need to use group by function? So basically group by function is going to return you the group based on the column you have provided. So I have cap type 2, right? One is Uber, one is Lyft. So I want to see how many data are from Lyft and how many data are from Uber, right? So I just okay, I got a question from Gautam. If the columns has more null values, why can't we remove that column? Yes, we can remove that column. It's up to you. I just want to fill that nan values with 0, right? So these everyone has their own type of handling data set. So I just don't want to lose any data, so that I use 0. I just want to fill that null values with 0. So if you want to drop those columns, you can go for it. It's up to you, right? But be sure that you are not going to lose any data. You are not going to lose any data from your data set. They are actually giving some good good part of your data, right? So be sure when you are actually working with that. Okay, so again I got a question from Sumit. Can I get the data set and the code? Yes, you will get the data set and the code from Great Learning Academy. Just go for registering on the course, in the same course, and you will get all the materials over there. Okay, fine. So let's see after group by what we will get. I said I want to group by cap type. So I have a cap type Lyft and Uber. In that case, I am going to see how many count. I want to see dot count, right? How many data we have for Lyft, how many data we have for Uber, right? So you can see I got 307408 for Lyft, and Uber, for Uber I have 385663, right? So this is the way we are going to use group by. So group by is used for that. And I want to visualize my data. How can I just want to see a bar plot? So using bar plot, I just group by my data according to cap type. So I said a dot group by, and then I have provided the which column, right? For cap type I want to do that. So cap type and dot count, the same, it will going to give me the count of how many cab we have for Lyft and we have for Uber, and then I'm going to plot bar plot. To plot the bar plot, what we need to do? Use dot plot and dot bar function. Then you will get the data set like this. You can see we get different color for different attributes. For distance we have blue, for timestamp we have orange. This is like this, and this is for Lyft and this is for Uber. So you can see in the like in the visualization, Uber is high because we have high number of data for Uber, right? Now we are going to see that price. What is the price we have, right? What is the fluctuation of price we have? For that, what we need to do? We need to specify the column. So for A, price is the column, and then dot value counts. What is the value it has? And dot plot, and I want which type of a plot? That is bar plot, right? So you can see we got it, right? It will take some time because of the data set. Yes, you can see this is the plot we got for price. This is the fluctuation we have in the price, right? Okay, and if we want to see which hour is the peak hour for the cab, right? So I want to see which hour is the peak hour. So for that I'm going to use hour column, right? Okay, so I'm going to use hour column and then the value, and then again I'm going to plot bar plot. Let me just execute that. In between that, I got some of the question that could you please repeat group by concept? Okay, so basically Srikant, group by is basically if you want to group your data according to the category you have. I have two category in my data, that is Lyft data and the Uber data, right? For Lyft data, so I just want to see how many data I have for Lyft and how many data I have for Uber, right? In that case, we are going to use group by function for that, right? Okay, so please keep coming your question, for that I can answer them and I can solve those doubts as well, right? So here I am just going to use a dot plot function normal. So I want to see how price and hour is varies with each other, right? So I'm going to use dot plot function for that. So in the X I took the hour, in the Y axis I took the price, okay, and I'm going to plot that using X dot comma Y, right? Okay, and again I want to see if it's rain. What's the difference? What's the connection between rain and price? Again I'm going to plot them, right, using the same value. Okay, right. Now we will see how can we actually make our model. Now there comes the basic interesting part. How can you make your model? So for my case, I thought maybe distance, temperature, cloud, pressure, humidity, wind, rain, day, hour, surge multiplier, and clouds. These are the, I use clouds twice, so I can remove that. Okay, so these are the main call attributes for my data to train my model, right? So in that case, I want to use these data. Okay, so this data will be my training data and my label data will my price, right? So this is the label data, this is the supervisor for supervised learning, right? So let me just take that. Okay, so in X1 we have all the columns and in Y we will have only the label we have for the data, right? And sklearn is basically a scikit-learn library where you can use all the machine learning that's already predefined, it's written in from the scratch. You can just need to call the function for that, right? Okay, now we are going to use train, test, split. So this function is used basically to split your data into training part, into testing part, right? I have a data, but I just don't want to put all the data to my model, right? I want to give a specific maybe 80% of the data for training and 20% data for the testing, right? So I gave my X1 and Y1 and test size I gave 0.25. I mean 85%. Yes, so 75% of my data, 75% of my data will be test data and 25% of my data will be 75% of my data will be test data, train data, and 25% will be my test data, right? Okay, and we use random state equals to 42 is basically just to, it will take the data randomly. Okay, now we are going to call linear regression function. So calling linear regression function, you just need to write linear regression and then the bracket. This is how you can call the linear regression function. And you need to you need to actually train your model using dot feed function, and I'm going to provide xtrain and xtest data for my model to learn. You can see my model is already learned, right, from the xtrain and xtest. Xtrain contains all the attributes and xtest has the price, right? Now I'm going to see the prediction. What is the prediction for my model? Okay, fine, let's see. Okay, so let me just print it, the prediction for you guys. So this is the prediction. This is the array we got for the prediction. Let's see what is the actual and what is the predicted value, right? So for that, I'm going to create a data frame calling pd.dataFrame, and then we are going to write the name of the column, that is actual. Then we are going to provide the actual value, that is y-test, and the predicted one, that is already comes under predictions, right? Now we are going to see that. So you can see actual is 42.5, predicted is showing 32.54. Our model is good but not best, right? So we can, now this comes the part of fine tuning. How can you tune your model? So here you can see I got 13.5 is the actual and the predicted is 15.51, right? And here you can see the actual is 7.5, right? And there is predicted is 10.70. So you can see our model works pretty well, but if you want to make your model more perfect, you can go for using some fine tuning techniques, right? Right, now we are going to see the visualization of how can we actually our predicted and actual value works. For that we are going to use grid function, right? And we are going to use plot. So here I said, if our model is actually, which is in the blue, they are the actual, and what are the in the orange, they are actually the predicted. So see the graph, guys, you can see this is the actual, this is the predicted. In here my model is not working pretty well, but here you can see our model is working pretty well. There is a very few difference between these two, right? So yeah, this is our actual graph according to the actual and the predictions, right? Okay, now we will have a look at that basic library we have in in Python, right? What are the basic library do we have? We have NumPy and pandas. I already told that NumPy is a library that we use for mathematical calculation, and we use pandas for manipulating our data. So here you can see, if you need to install NumPy, you need to write pip install NumPy, and your NumPy will be installed. For the case of Google Colab, this is already pre-installed, so you are getting already satisfied. So how can you import a NumPy? So importing NumPy, you need to write import NumPy as NP. So why we are using this as NP? This as NP is basically stands for the alias name, right? What is alias name? Basically, it's a nickname for your particular library, right? If you don't use NP, then every time you are going to call any function from that library, you need to write NumPy, right? So this is long, so for that I just gave a alias that as NP. If you want to put one character alias, you can go for doing that, right? Now I'm going to create a single array. So first I'm going to show you some basic parts of NumPy and pandas, and then we will move into the project. So for that, whoever doesn't have idea about NumPy pandas, so they will understand that, and they can also go with us for to do the project, right? Tanmoy, machine learning model, we are going to use logistic regression. Yes, Ashik, we don't need to install Python anything for Google Colab. What you need to have, you need to have a Google Gmail account. That's all you need to have. Okay. So yes, you can do that. You can upload your IPYNB file. So Google Colab does not support .py file. So you need to have .ipynb file, right? Okay. Fine. Now what we need to do, I'm going to make an array of it. How can I do that? To do that, we are going to use np.array, right? So we are going to use np.array function to create my first array. Okay, so in this case, I just call the function and then I'm providing my data. What is my data? My data is 789, right? So I have provided one dimensional data which have the elements of 789, right? Let me just print that. You can see my first single dimensional array is ready with 789. Okay, now we will have a look at the multi-dimensional array. How can I do that? For multi-dimensional array, you need to provide each dimensional elements. For my case, you can see 8, 9, 10 is my first dimension and 11, 12, 13 is my second dimension. So this is how I mentioned my dimension. So here my dimension is 2. But in that case, if you want to check, I am saying my dimension is 2. But if you want to check some big array, you have a big array, you don't know that what are the elements and what are the dimension that particular array has. To check that, you need to use .ndim function, right? So that .ndim function will return you what's the dimension of your array. Okay, so for the first case, single array should have a single dimension. You can see this is 1. But for the multi-dimensional array, it should be 2. So this is how you can get the dimension of your array. Swetang, I didn't get your answer. Can you please clear the steps? I didn't get that. Okay. How we start with PyCharm, because by default Google Colab is coming in Jupyter. Shushila, I really don't understand your question. How come that Google Colab is coming with Jupyter? I didn't get your question at all. Okay, right. So here you can see these are the basic terms, basic functions we have. If you want to check the type of the array, you can use .dtype function, right? So now if you want to check the size of the array, okay? So basically what is that size stands for? With size is going to show you what's the how many elements you have in your array, okay? So this is how we are going to use this basic parts of the NumPy. Okay, so you need to have a good idea about array when NumPy is basically manipulating arrays and mathematical implementations, right? Now if you want to reshape your array, how can you do that? Using .reshape function. So basically .reshape function helps you to say, okay, from 2-dimensional to I want my array should be 3-dimensional, right? So in that case, I am going to put the first parameter, it's how many what's the dimension you want for your particular array, and then you need to put the parameter how many elements you want in particularly per dimension, right? So in that case, you can see I want a 3-dimensional array with at least 2 elements in my each dimension. So you can see my output is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so this is how. What does ndim, Thamiza? The ndim is basically checking your dimension of the data. Please we can just check pt.describe, right? Afnas, pt.describe is basically we use for our data set. Okay. Okay. Ndim is basically the difference between Srihari. Okay. So difference between ndim and shape is the ndim is going to give you what's a dimension, and shape is going to give you dimension. Okay, the dimension and how many elements you have in your array, right? Okay, so now we are going to go for, these are the basic part I know. Now we will go for pandas. How can you install pandas? So installing pandas, you need to write again pip install panda, and importing panda is same as NumPy, that import pandas as pd, right? Now here is a concept called data frame. Okay, so when we are going to use our credit card fraud analysis, we are going to store our CSV file in a data frame. So what is CSV? How many of you guys have idea about the full form of CSV? Can you please let me know in the live chat that what's the full form of CSV? So most of the cases we use CSV file to make our models. So what is CSV? So in the meantime, I will explain what is data frame. Okay, so data frame is basically a tabular format, right? In that frame, data frame, you can store your data. Okay, so here I have some of the built-in function. We have dot head that will return you first 5 rows of your data set. Then we have dot tail function that will give you the last 5 rows of your data set. Then we will show as a shape, right? What is shape? So it will give you the what's the data set, what's the structure of your data, how many rows, how many columns you have. CSV file is an Excel file. No, Tanmay, CSV file is not an Excel file. Right, comma separated values. Right, you guys have idea about that? That's really nice. Yes, so most of the cases we are going to use comma separated value. Right? Fine. So here, if you have one more column, that is if you want to drop something from your data set, that can be used like using dot drop function. Okay, so these are the basic functions. So I hope you guys are quite clear with NumPy and pandas, and we can start our project credit card fraud analysis. Can you please confirm me guys that how many of you are quite clear with the understanding of NumPy and pandas? Because I am going to ask some question when I am going to do the projects. How many of you are quite okay with NumPy and pandas? Confirm me on the live chat. So here you can see many of you are asking that what's the data set. So this is the data set we have, that credit card analysis, right? So if you write on Kaggle, like if you write that, okay, I want to see credit card fraud analysis data set, you will get the data set directly and you just need to download it. Or otherwise you can fetch them from the directly. Okay. Okay. So I can see Sumant, Tanmoy, Avish is saying clear. Okay, and the rest of you? Rest of you are clear or not? Can you please repeat the CSV file, Thamiza? Okay, I will do that. When I'm going to do the project, I'm going to do that. Completely clear, Arpita? Right. Thanks, Ashik. Okay, fine. I can see you guys are quite clear with NumPy and pandas. So if I'm going to ask you some question, I think you are like up for answering. Faisal, yes, this is not a course, it's a session for today, but we do come with lots of live session. You can follow Great Learning for that. Okay. Shashank, you can get the data from Kaggle itself, right? Okay. So basically, I have uploaded my dataset in Dropbox because fetching data from Dropbox is quite easy for me. If you want to guys take this data from Kaggle, you can directly download them and you can directly upload over here in Google Colab. You can see in this part, you can see this sign, right? Upload sign. So if you click here, you will get like where you have downloaded a data set, you can directly just upload it over here. But be sure in Google Colab, whatever you are doing, you are saving it to your drive because it's going to remove it after 12 hours, right? Okay. Faisal, yeah, this is the demo. This is the credit card fraud analysis demo, right? Okay. Now, already I have uploaded my data set, that is credit card.csv. Okay. So you can see already it is uploaded. Now, what I am going to do, I am going to import my libraries. Okay. So what are the libraries why we are using pandas? So many of you guys already say that, okay, I am quite clear with NumPy pandas. So in this case, when we are going to use NumPy and when we are going to use pandas? How many of you can give me the answer? Shavik, that's the question I have asked right now. You need to give me the answer that do we need to have NumPy pandas both or only pandas and NumPy? Because then only I can understand that how much what's the depth for you guys that you understand that what's the what is NumPy and pandas, right? Can you give me Dropbox URL? So I don't need to give you Dropbox URL. You can get it directly from Kaggle, right? Okay. Royal is saying no sound. How many of you? Okay. Both, right? Okay, right. Now what we need to do, we need to import our libraries, that pandas and NumPy. You can see we are going to use pandas and NumPy. And we are also going to import matplotlib for data visualization. We are going to use scikit-learn. That scikit-learn is basically we use for machine learning purpose, right? And then what we need to do, we are going to import all the scikit-learn parts. Okay. Now already you can see this is my link, right? I think you guys can see that what's the link. You can see this is the link. You guys can get the link over here. Fine. Now what I did already, I have uploaded my data. Now what I need to do, I need to go for like reading those data. So reading those data using pandas, we need to use dot read CSV function, right? From there I need to give the path of that file that contain credit card to CSV. Okay, let me just do that. So what is contains? So this data set contains 285000 rows. Okay, and we have 31 columns. In those columns, what we have, the important columns is time, amount and class. Okay, so if you want to see what's the data you have, so in that case, okay, why we use CSV file? So CSV file is basically stand for comma separated file, right? So in that case, we use to store our huge number of data. Okay, now we are going to use dot head. So why we use dot head? I have already explained that why we use dot head function. I want answer from you guys. Thank you. I can see that you guys are saying I'm audible. So I want answer from you why we are using dot head function over here. So I have already explained that why we are using dot head and why we are using dot tail. Right. So basically we are going to use dot head to get the first 5 rows from your data set. Right. So this is our data set. You can see we have time and this many columns. Now if you want to see the shape of the data set, that how many rows and how many columns you have, you need to write dot shape function. Now I am going to use dot describe. What is this dot describe stands for? So this dot describe is basically going to give you some of the statistical measurements, right? What's the count of your data? What's the mean, median and standard deviation for your data set? Now comes the IQ word, right? Interquartile range. That is for 25%, 50% and 70%. So basically this will help you to understand your data set more deeply. Weekly to view the first 6 observations from the data set, to see the first 5 observations from your data set. Head returns 5, right? If you are not right in there, not 6, not 5, it's 5. Yes, Raj, I'm going to show you if there is any missing value. How can you do that? Okay. Right. So over here you can see we are going to take the description for amount, time and class. Okay. So these are the basic main columns we have in our data set. Now if you want to see how many columns you have in your data, you can use dot columns function. Okay. Now as we are talking about the unstructured data, so first we need to go for checking our data. Okay, my data is unstructured or structured, or how many null values I have in our data set. Because we all know making model with null values, that cannot give you a good prediction. So always we try to remove null values from our data set, or to replace those null values with some other zero or nan, something like that. So to check the nan value in your data set, you need to use dot isNA function, right? But why I use dot any? So basically dot isNA is going to give you a boolean value. Okay, so when you're going to have a boolean value, that time what you will get for each and every row and column, you are going to get this boolean value. But I want to see for each and every column if there any nan value. Let me show that. Okay, so in that case I say dot any. Dot any is basically if you have one like nan value also, it is going to give you true. Right? So in that case, this is how you can check your data set. You can see for my cases, there is no nan value. So I can say my data is well prepared. I don't need to check, or I don't need to do lots of things to understand my, like to change our data to use my data. But most of the cases, you have data where you will have lots of nan values, right? So in there are lots of functions you have in Python who will help you to handle those missing values, right? I hope I cleared your doubts, right? Okay. Now what I need to say, I'm going to check the null value with a percentage. So here I just use the percentage formula over here, right? And I said, okay, is there any percentage? What's the percentage of null value I have? This is the rechecking. So you can see I have 0%. Okay, so I can say my data is good to go. Now I want to see the class. So what is class? Before going to class, we need to check some of the machine learning concepts as well. But in that case, now in my data, I want to see how many of my data transaction I have in my data set which is fraud transaction, and how many data sets I have which are not a fraud transaction, right? In order to understand that, you need to have an idea about machine learning. So let's go and check what is machine learning and what's the technique we are going to use, right? So what is machine learning? So how many of you have an idea about machine learning? You guys can give me like few words that you have idea, like when machine learning comes, that's particular words, what came into your your mind, right? When, like, for my cases, it's something came for machine learning, maybe I start thinking like when I didn't know the concepts, so maybe I used to feel like, okay, machine can learn is like by itself, right? So what you guys think about when the first you heard about machine learning? Can you just Okay, so I can see you guys are actually have a little bit idea about machine learning. So machine learning is a subfield of artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is the umbrella, and under that we have lots of subfield, and that subfield, one of the subfield is machine learning, that allows a system to automatically learn and improve from experience without being explicitly programmed, right? So this is the definition of machine learning. Now let me give you a simple example that what I want to mean by machine learning. So if you see our traditional programming, what we have, okay, so guys, I will try to answer all of you. For that, please keep like watching the video. I will try to answer all of them. Okay, so what is traditional programming? So in the traditional programming, what we need to do, we need to give our input, we need to program for that, we get the output, right? We all familiar with that. But every time you give new data, you need to write a code. But for the machine learning, you need to provide a data, you need to train your model, you need to make a model, right? And you will get the output. But when in the next time you are going to give the data to your model will work for you. You don't need to write a code from the scratch. So this is the basic difference between traditional programming and machine learning. Okay, and in this case, it's going to reduce the human efforts, right? If something I know that credit card fraud analysis model is ready for the each and every time, I don't need to make a model for that, right? So what I need to do, I need to provide the new data to my model, and my model will say this transaction is a fraud or this transaction is a genuine transaction. So this is the help of machine. When you have a lots of data or already you have a model that is trained, it's like you don't need to go for doing anything. You just need to provide that new data to your machine, right? Now there is a types of machine learning we have. We have supervised learning. Okay, so we have supervised learning, we have unsupervised learning, and we have reinforcement learning. So I will give you one liner of what the types of what this stands for, right? From the supervised learning itself, you can understand that there is a supervisor or a teacher, right? So is a supervisor a teacher is going to teach my model? What you guys want to, like, you guys feel like there is a real teacher will be there to teach your model? I want your inputs as well. So if like I want to make this session more interactive to answer your most of the question. Yes, Shunita, okay, I will show you how can you give new data to your model. That's not a problem. So how many of you can understand, feel like there is a real teacher will be there to train your model? I want your input from your side. I will wait for a few seconds because within few minutes I'm going to complete this machine learning and we will jump to the part. Classes, okay. Vijay, I want more answer from you guys. Okay, so basically supervised learning is work as a supervisor or a teacher. But this teacher or a supervisor is basically your class. If you can remember in the data set, we get our outcome, right? So that outcome is our class basically, right? We teach or train our machine with label data. Okay, we teach our model with label data. So that label is basically the classes. And when you have that teacher with your data, so that time we can use the supervised learning technique. So supervised learning technique is basically you need to provide a teacher with your data to learn your model. Okay. Then when we are going to check our data set, we need to give the test data. But when we are going to provide the test data, we are not going to provide that particular class. So basically your model task is to find the outcome, to find the class, right? So like suppose we have a credit card fraud analysis project. So there what we need to do, we need to check that particular transaction is like fraud or genuine. So you have the attributes, right? Whenever the like that particular transaction is a fraud transaction, you have the attributes, the data. Lastly, you need to classify those like datas in a class, that if it's a 0, if I'm going to say it's a representing a 0, maybe your transaction is a fraud transaction or is a genuine transaction. When I'm going to provide this your class as a 1, I said okay, this is a genuine transaction, right? So this is how we provide, like mention a class for a particular data set, and those classes basically helping us to teach our data, to teach our model. Okay, so how many of you understand the concepts of supervised learning? Dehanu, thank you. Okay, so how many of you understand the concepts of supervised learning? Then I can go for the second part. So in the supervised learning, from the label data and applying the knowledge to predict the label of the new data, right? And we have some of the supervised learning techniques like linear regression, logistic regression, decision tree, random forest, and naive Bayes. Now I will give you one line that what is unsupervised learning. Unsupervised learning is basically, from the picture itself, you can see we should set our own label. Yeah, you can do that. Okay, so basically in the unsupervised learning case, machine starts learning from itself. There will be no label data, there will be no teacher for your model. Your model starts learning by itself, right? So this is the difference between supervised and unsupervised learning. Now comes the reinforcement learning. What is this reinforcement learning stands for? So basically reinforcement learning is when your model is going to predict rightly, you are going to give a reward. But when your model is going to predict wrongly, you need to give a penalty to your model, right? So this is how our reinforcement learning works, right? Now we will have a look at what is logistic regression, because at any way we are going to use logistic regression. But why logistic regression, right? So when your data is divided into two parts, right? When you have a data with the classes, right? 0, 1, right? Yes, no, true, false, okay? Men, women. So that time these data are known as discrete data. And this data, for this data, to analyze this discrete data, you need to use logistic regression concept. For linear regression, you should have a continuous value, right? You will not have 0, 1, true, false, okay? You do have some labels, but those labels are a continuous level, right? Continuous value. Now, right? Now, the logistic regression is also part of supervised learning classification. It's used to predict the probability of a target variable, and the nature of the target or dependent variable is discrete. So for the output, there will be only two classes will be present, that I said already. The dependent variable is a binary in nature, so can be it 0 and 1, yes, no, true, false, like this. So in logistic regression, we have a function called sigmoid function. In this function, we are going to use to make our S curve. There is a curve in logistic regression. This is known as the S curve. And that curve is actually made by sigmoid function. That is 1 by 1 plus e to the power minus value. Now, I think you guys understand the concepts of machine learning and logistic regression. Now we can implement them in the actual data set. Okay. Let's answer me some of the question and then I will complete those. Okay. Okay, logistic regression is a supervised learning, so we do not need to have an input data labeled as false and genuine transaction. What could we do in case we do not have input data labeled? So agreed, if you don't have an input data labeled, you can go for using unsupervised learning. So if you don't have data set where this is already the data is labeled, you can go for using unsupervised learning. Okay, Shovik, but how we put the labels, classification? So basically, putting labels, you don't need to do that. Already available data you will get. And if you are going to make your own data set, then you need to write manually. Now, what I am going to do, I am going to write a for loop over here, right? So in this for loop, I said if my class, right? So if you guys can see over here, right, let me just go up. You can see, yes, you can see there is a column called class. Okay, let me go up. Okay, so in this you can see we have a column called class. So in class, what we are going to check, this class is basically our label. That 0 is for what? 0 is for the not fraud transaction or like genuine transaction. 1 is for the fraud transaction, right? So I am going to use a simple for loop that whenever my data is equals to, my class is equals to 0, I am going to count that and I'm going to say, okay, this is my, like the number of, I'm going to use this, you can see over here, the normal average formula that, okay, the percentage of fraud transaction, not fraud transaction in my data set or the genuine transaction. If you can see over there, you can see 99.8% data I have, that is basically a genuine data set. So I have very few data that is our actual fraud transaction, right? Now, the same thing I did for the fraud transaction as well, that I take that if my class equals to 1, then please add them. And lastly, I'm going to take the average of that. Okay. Now, what I'm going to see, you can see the fraud transaction is 0.172% for my data set. Now, I want to see a proper, like the proper graph, right? So, proper graph, how can you make that? So, this is something, it's going to give you a data set visualization. So, I am going to use a bar plot over here using SNS, that is Seaborn. So Seaborn is also a same like Matplotlib. You can use Matplotlib as well for like, sorry, for the bar plot. So here I use Seaborn, right? Now what I said, now I already have X axis will be my fraud transaction and Y will be my genuine transaction, right? Now I am going to plot my data. And there I said the color of that palette, that is blues. If you want to use something else, you can go for doing that as well, right? Okay, now I am going to execute that. Okay, let me do that. It is going to take some time or few time. Okay, you can see. So you can see 0 and 1. Okay, so this is how I got my like bar plot. Now what I need to check, I am going to check my amount. What is the like relation between amount and time? Okay, so in that case I am going to plot that. You can see amount is this and time is in a milliseconds over here, right? This is the relation between time and amount. Now in this graph we are going to check the amount distribution, right? What's the amount is basically when a person is going to take a transaction, what's the normal amount. So in this distribution graph, you can see there is a very little, if you guys can see over here, right? So for the most of the cases, okay, so for the most of the cases, the amount is like very low amount, right? But here if you can see, there is a, can I just do that? No. So here you can see there is a little graph changing, right? So this basically is saying when your amount is getting higher, there is a possibility that your transaction is a fraud transaction, right? So this is the way your graph is trying to communicate with you. So your graph is going to give you a intuitive that maybe when the amount is high, the transaction is becoming more, you can say the transaction is become more fraud. There is a chances of probability is high. Okay. Now we see some of the outliers or anomaly detection. So in my case, I want these outliers or the anomalies, right? So this is basically when I have a huge transaction, right? Maybe this is my outlier on the analysis on the, sorry, or the anomaly in my data. But this is where I can find, okay, so when my transaction is very high and when these attributes are changing, that time maybe my transaction is a fraud transaction. So in this project, we are going to keep our outlier. You can see these are our outliers, right? You can see over here the amount is high. The outlier, you can say, okay, they can be my, these three to are my for sure outliers, but you can see these are can be outlier, can be like the normal genuine transaction as well, right? Fine. So okay, so here you can see this is how we actually find our outlier. Now we came to the what? We came to the correlation matrix. But why do we need correlation matrix? So basically we need correlation matrix to understand how our each and every attributes are connected to each other, right? To get that correlation matrix, we are going to use dot core function. Okay. Now, what I need to say, I am going to provide my data. So, if you can see in the data, you can see over here, if I can write over here, is equals to true. Maybe it's going to be like this. Okay. No, anode will be there, I think. Okay. Let me just do that. Yes, if you can look at this, you can see the class. Okay, so you can see over here class and V90 is quite correlated, right? And there are some time and maybe if you can see over here time and amount, right? Time and amount is also very correlated. So this is how we can understand our correlation for the data. Now it comes the machine learning part. Now, as I said, I am going to give 80% of my data to train our model. But 20% of my data will be not seen from my model, right? This will be the new data for my model. How can I do that? In the X variable, I am going to take all the attributes except the class. And in the Y variable, I am going to take only the classes. So here you can see I have X train, X test, Y train and Y test. So I have two parts of the data. One is containing attributes, one is containing class. So I have divided them into two parts. So I will have 4 variables, right? So here I am going to use train, test, fleets function, and there I need to provide my data, that X and Y. Here I said my test size equals to 0.2. That is means that 20% of your data. And random state equals to 42. Why do we use random state? Is basically it will take randomly data for the making, testing and training part of your data set. There is no hard and fast rule when you say, okay, I want to have a random state. So basically there is no hard and fast rule that it will take the first 80% for your training and second 20% for your testing. So it can be any data, right? Now we are going to call our logistic regression. And if I want to feed my model, to train my model, I am going to use dot feed function. And I am going to provide X train the attributes and Y train the classes. Okay. Now I am going to predict my data. How can I do that? Using Y pred equals to logistic. Just do that. Okay. So here you can see I am going to write logistic dot predict function. This will help you to prediction, give the prediction. But when we are going to give the prediction, we are not going to give the label. We are going to only give the attribute. You can see X test. Now I want to see my accuracy. So in accuracy check, we use confusion matrix. This is one of the concept that when you go for checking your accuracy, you can calculate your accuracy from the confusion matrix. But here we have a direct function called accuracy, where you will get the direct accuracy for your model. You can see my model is working with 99.85%. So we can say my model is working quite fine, right? So you can use this model. You can use some other testing data set as well, and then you can deploy your model. So your model is ready to deploy. Alright, so we already came to end of the session. I hope it's helped you guys. So now comes the recommendation engine. So what is recommendation engine? Okay. So what is a recommendation engine? Recommendation engine is like a recommender system. predicts the choice of the users, right, and helps user to discover new products or content according to their past, like the past data they have used. And if it's like system is not going to say this is can be a, suppose we are all familiar with Amazon recommendation system, right? So what we used to get, suppose let me give you an example, you are going to buy a mobile phone, right? So that time the Amazon is going to say maybe the mobile cover or the headphone that actually connected with your phone, right? So this can be your choice, right? This is how you don't need to go for explicitly, you don't need to go for searching the other things, automatically it comes under that you may like in the portion, right? This is how actually recommendation system works, right? So the recommendation system actually helps the user like experience, like with the shopping experience, and it helps the company to boost their sales as well, right? So this is actually the like part of product recommendation system, you can say. So now we will see what types of a recommendation system we have. Before that, let's see what are the application, what are companies they are using of recommendation system, like LinkedIn, Netflix and Instagram. I just give the some of the like application and which are the company actually using, and there are multiple company they are using recommendation system right now. Okay, so LinkedIn's is actually job matching algorithm has improved the performance by 50% using recommendation system. Okay, and Netflix values recommendation system at $500 million to the company. So we all quite used to with Netflix or Amazon Prime videos, right? After you actually search for any movie, after you search for any movie, it will recommend that these movies also are there in the list, maybe you can like them as well. So this is how recommendation system works. And for the Instagram switches to use algorithmic feed, right? So it's something that there are some you're like let me give you an example. Suppose you go for some advertisement, right? In that case you saw some feed, and according to your feed is going to say these are the advertisement we have, and you can see maybe these products you can like, right? This is how actually recommendation system are using each and every company to boost their sales. Okay, now we will see what types of a recommendation system we have. We have user based filtering recommendation system and content based filtering recommendation system. So let's have a look what are the these two actually stands for, and take a like as a use case how these are going to work, right? Okay, so user-based filtering system is building a model from users' past behavior as well as the similar decision made by the other users, right? Suppose I saw a movie and the other person also saw a same movie. So basically there can be a reason, like there can be a reason that we both have a same choice. So in that case, the machine actually will calculate that what is the similar taste maybe we have, and according to that the machine is going to give you a recommendation, maybe this movies you can like, right? So this is how actually user based filtering works. And this model is okay, so this model is basically based on the users similarity, right? Not the movie what movies have, right? So it's basically used on the like user similarity. Okay, so this model is then used to predict its item that they may have a interested in, right? So what we say that this two suppose the two people are actually like see like watching the same movies, and that time the model or the recommendation system can think that maybe this two can be a similar choice, and whatever the movies they are watching, that can be a similar choices for them, right? This is how user based filtering are working. Okay, so now see what is content based filtering. Content based filtering is not at all user like what other user are actually watching. So what actually it does, suppose you have watched some movies, so it will go for the content for that movie, the heroes of the movie or the director, or what type of a movie, maybe it's a horror movie, maybe it's an anime movie, right? So it will go for other ratings we have for the movie, so it will go for the other like other feature or the hidden features of the movies, right? So this is how content based filtering are working. So these are the two filters actually works for the recommendation system, and these are the two main difference between them. Okay, okay, now comes Netflix. How actually Netflix works. which system they are using, right? So in Netflix they are using hybrid recommendation system. They are using both the concept UBCF and CBF, right? The user based collaborative filter and the content based collaborative filter. So these are the two, they are actually combining two recommendation system to actually make a more effective recommendation systems, right? Okay, so yeah, we all know that Netflix and Amazon Prime actually give us a maybe you can like these movies based on the our past choices, right? This is how actually they are using hybrid systems. So now let's have a look at user based collaborative system filtering, right? So basically this algorithm finds a large group of users and also searches user with the similar taste. The same thing I have told, right? And algorithm looks at different things they like and combination them to create a ranked list of suggestions. Okay, and what are the someone asked me that what are the algorithm we can use for UBCF or the recommendation system? We are going to use for K nearest neighbor, that is a unsupervised learning algorithm like machine learning algorithm, and we can use Pearson correlation. These two we can use to make our own recommendation systems, right? When it's come for user based collaborative filtering. Okay, now comes like let's have a use case, like how can you do that? Suppose we have a girl called Lisa, right? Lisa just watched a movie Joker. We all are quite familiar with the Joker movie, right? So let's go back to the presentation. So Lisa is just watching the Joker movie, right? So let's see how the recommendation system engine works, recommends her the next movie, right? So we have a actually they generate a list by machine of user who have seen the following movies. Suppose Sam, Joy and Ratan, they these four actually watched Joker. Okay, but for Dave maybe he didn't like watch the Joker, but again the machine is maybe thought that it can be a similar one they actually saw their like previous movie, right? So these four they have listed down. Now let's see how can you like these are the four movies they all four already have seen. So under these four, which one can be recommended by the system, like by the system for the Lisa for the next movie, right? Okay, so in that case you can see we have seen that Sam, Jay and Ratan, these three people actually saw Joker. Okay, for Lisa, Lisa saw Joker, right? But she didn't see any of the other three movie, right? The Book of the Life or Avengers or the other one, right? So now let's see like what can be the next movie for Lisa. So in that case, we are going to go for the voting, right? So list of Lisa's watch movie, find the same taste user. From the user similarity, found the probable movie of Lisa. Like suppose it can be Avengers, which gets more vote. So it gets recommended for Lisa. So you can say we get almost two votes for Avenger, and we get one vote for the Book of Life and one vote for the other one, right? So this is how the recommendation system thought that Avenger can be the next movie for Lisa, she can watch, right? And she will like it. So this is how actually user based collaborating filter are working. So just let me know if you have any doubt in that. Okay, so what actually it does for the contents as central entities work with the data that the user provides either explicitly or implicitly, right? Based on the data the suggestion are given to the user, engine's accuracy increases with more input given to it. So when it has a more input, your system will become more effective, right? So if you don't have much data, your system will not working or performing well with that, right? Now comes the content based filtering. Let's have the same example with the Lisa. So Lisa have watched Joker, then see how can a recommendation system is going to use the CVF method to recommend her the next movie, right? So they actually generate a list of the features like actors, directors, theme or story or the characters, right? So now this part they are actually going to looking for the internal part of the movies, right? Okay, so here you can see we are going to compare columns for of each movies with the column of the movie Joker. So you can see we are going to see hero, horror movie, theme, IMDb rating 8 plus and comedy. right? So Joker is has a hero. Obviously it's not horror, it has theme. IMDb rating is most probably not 8 plus. I just need to check, I'm not sure about that. And it's not a comedy, right? So in that case, what are the same similarity we have in the Book of Light, right? It's have a hero. Horror, no. Theme, yes. IMDb rating is yes, but comedy, yes, right? So we got most of the similarities with the Book of Life. So the most common movie is the Book of Life. So the machine is actually going to say this can be your next recommended movie, right? Okay, now we will go for demo of movie recommendation system. So I told you we are going to use Google Colab, and I will show you how can you use Google Colab for that, right? So what you need to do, you just need to go to the your favorite browser and just you need to write Google Colab, right? Okay, so you can see I got the first link for Google Colab, and you just need to click on that, right? I'm going to click on that. Okay, so lastly what you need to do, you just need to click on new notebook. That's all you need to do when you are going to use Google Colab for your any notebook. So someone was asking that he has the Mac and he doesn't know how to install Python, right? In that case you can go for Google Colab. You don't need to go for any installation, and you directly can use start writing your code in that. So yes, okay. So I got a question from Easy, that was the easiest way to learn Python. Easy, basically Python is very easy language. There is nothing easiest way to learn Python. If you start like learning Python, you will love it. Yes. Okay. Okay, so you see I got our notebook. So I have made my notebook previously. So now we are going to do the recommendation, basically a movie recommendation system using machine learning. So already I got my data from Kaggle and I have uploaded them to Dropbox. So I have two data set. One is ratings.csv, one is movies.csv data set. So all the data set you will get in the Kaggle itself. Otherwise you will get the notebook as well, and you don't need to go for downloading the data. Directly it will fetch the data from data Dropbox. So I have used wget function, so it will directly, and I need to give the path of the data set, right? So from that it will directly fetch the data set from the Dropbox. So let me just execute that. Okay, now you can see I just want to see my ratings.csv, what we have in our data set, right? So in that we are going to use pandas data frame. This is a library of library of Python. Well, like using Python, using pandas, you can go for many data mining course, like data mining techniques. So pandas is one of the most popular library in Python, you can say. Okay, so in that case we are going to use read csv function to read ratings.csv, right? So I got a question from Nikhil. This coding is done in Jupyter Notebook. Yeah, you can do the same thing in Jupyter Notebook as well. For me, it's quite handy to use Google Colab. So it's up to you which ID you want to go for, right? So you can see, I'm going to just store in ratings detail variable to the ratings csv file, right? So you can see I use .head function. It will return the first 5 rows of your data. So I got user ID, movie ID, rating and timestamp. Okay, so I have the movie ID, I have rating, that how much rating the user gave, and the user ID for the respective user, right? So now I am going to take the movies.csv from the Dropbox itself. So it will fetch the data same way. Yes, you can see it's already fetched the data. Now I will do the same thing. So I am going to use movie details in the variable name, and I will store the movies.csv on that variable, and with the head I will get the first 5 row from that. So I have movie ID, I have title, I have genres for each of the movies, right? Now I'm going to, like, as I have the both data, let's have a look at the what are the shape we have for each of the data set. So I have ratings.csv already in the ratings details, right? So if you want to see the shape of the data set, what you will do, you just need to write dot shape function, right? Yes, so you can see I have 100836 columns and 4 rows. Okay. Okay, so I got a question from Ria. Can you please explain wget method? So we use wget to fetch a data from any like suppose you have a link, the data link. So we use wget to fetch that data from that link. It will directly fetch that. It's a command line command, you can say. Okay, so I got a question from Ankit. What is the use of Panda? So Panda is basically used for data mining techniques. If you want to manipulate your data, if you want to clean your data, or if you want to learn your data easily, you can go for Panda. So Panda is one of the most important library in Python, right? Okay. Now let's see. We already got the shape of the rating details, and we just want to see the shape of the movie details, right? Yes. So yes, we have 9742 columns and 9742 rows and 3 columns, right? Okay. So this is the shape of our data set, and now we are going to use dot describe function to have a good understanding of our data. Okay, so dot describe is basically will return you all the basic statistic part of your data, right? So dot describe. Yes, you can see I got this, and if I want to see this in a data frame, that is also available. Yeah, so I got count, the mean for each of the column, standard deviation for each of the column, 25%, 25 percentile, 50 percentile, 75 percentile, and the max. We got these are the basic statistic for our state data set, right? Now we are going to see the same for the movie data set. Okay, so if you want to add some new code in your notebook, you just need to click on the plus sign on the Google Colab, right? So movies, we have movies details dot describe. Okay, so I got an error. Okay, it's movie details, right? Okay, I got a question from Prashant that from where we get this data which you are using. You will get this data from Kaggle, Prashant. You don't need to go for any other. Well, we all use the data from the Kaggle. Okay. From Gulam Murtaja, yes. Can you give this data set? Yeah, you will get the data set. You just need to go to Great Learning Academy, and you just need to go for registering the same course, and you will get all the presentation and the notebook as well. That is also free of cost. Yes. So yeah, we see the describe for the movies details as well. So we have a movie ID, and we have this. You can see, right? These are the describe we already got for this. Okay. Okay, so yeah, let me just execute this once. Okay, so why am this? Yes, now we are going to merge the data set. We have the ratings, we have the movie details. Now we are want to use merge the data set, two data set. But how can you merge that? To merging the data set, you need to go for dot merge function. We use pandas dot merge function to merge two different CSV file, right? So we have ratings details, we have movie details, right? But we want to merge those two data sets on the basis of which column, right? So on the basis of movie ID, we want to actually merge those. We want to concat, you can say. We want to actually merge those data set, right? So basis of movie ID. So movie ID will be our basic primary key for this data set when we are going to merge them, right? Okay. So yes, you can see we got. So if you want to get the last 5 rows from your data set, we are going to use dot tail function for that, right? So basically to get the last five rows of your data set, you actually need to use dot tail, and getting the first 5 rows from your data set, you need to use dot head, right? Okay, so already we have merged our data, right? We have in our data set, we have user id, we have movie id, we have rating, we have timestamp, we have the title of the movie, and we have the genres of the movie, right? Now what we need to do, we just need to change our timestamp into the proper date time. So how can you do that? So doing that, we need to use date time function or date time library, and we can just say that pd dot, that is also part of pandas, pd dot to date time, and you need to provide the data set of the which column you need to change. So I want to change my timestamp column to the date time, right? So I'm providing that data set of timestamp column, right? Okay, so let me just execute that. Okay, now let's see what we have in the data, like what is the shape now we have in our data set, right? So as we merge our data, we actually add a one date time column as well. So now we have almost 100836 like rows and 7 columns. Okay, so I got a question from Prashant, that when do we use scikit-learn in this scenario? Basically scikit-learn we use to split our data set to make the model from the, like the make model and machine learning. That's all the predefined algorithm is there in scikit-learn. Okay. Fine. Okay, Avinash is asking, why can't we use concatenate? So yeah, if you want, you can use concatenate. I use merge function. It's up to you which one you want to go for. Okay, fine. So let's see. Now we want to see what are the non-unique, what are the actually using n unique. So it will actually return you how many unique data you have. Maybe we have the same user for just to rate the different movie, or for that, right? Just I want to see how many unique customers we have in our data set, right? So let me just use, and for that we use dot n unique function, right? So you can see for user id I have 610, for movie id I have 9724, but our data is more than that, so we have repetitive data as well. So maybe a one user can see lots of movies, so they are going to rate for that movies as well, right? Okay, so let's see the describe of the dataset, merge dataset. What we have for the count, we have 100836. We see that we have mean value, standard deviation 25 percentile and 50 percentile and 75 percentile, right? Now what we need to do, now this data manipulation part came, right? So now what we need to do, we need to group by our data to see the average rating for each movie. Now I want to see, suppose I have Joker movie, right? I want to see what is the average rating we have in our data set for that particular movie. So how can you do that? So I actually take a variable. In that variable I have stored our full data set. Now I want to group by my data. So a dot group by function is used to group your data according to the column. Suppose I have a title of Joker, right? So in the title I have Joker. So what it will do, it will actually group all the ratings and all the data we have according to Joker, and it will do same for the each and every title I have, right? So this is why we use group by function. Okay, fine. So in that case, you can see I'm going to provide title and rating. I want to see title, like first Joker, and then the rating, how many rating it has, and then I want to take a mean of that just to get the average, just to get in order to get the average for that particular movie, right? So you can see I already got that. For title Hellboy, I got 4 rating, right? For XXX2 002, for that I got 2.77 ratings, right? So this is how you will get the average rating for each and every like movie we have in the data set, right? Now we are going to see the short, we are going to short our data set, right? So we are going to see how many movies has actually 5, how many movies has 4, how many movies has 3. We want to just short our data set in a descending order, right? It will start from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so to get the data set in the, like sorting the data set in a descending order, In order to, what you need to do, you just need to write ascending equals to false, right? This is how you will get the descending order data, right? So let's see. Yeah, so already it's stored in sorted ratings wise movie. Okay, so let's see what we will get. Yeah, we get like Curlson returns is 5, and the Beast of Hollow Mountain is 0.5, right? So you can see we already got the data which is actually in a, like the first 5 we got the 5 ratings data, now we got the less, right? This is how the descending order works. Okay, now we are going to see the total number of rating for a particular movie. For a particular movie, how many numbers of rating we have. Maybe some of the movie is actually getting a high ratings, but the like rating of the like rating of the customer is not high, right? Suppose a movie is rated by a customers, like 10 customer, they rated 4, right? And one movie is rated by 2 customers 5. So obviously the movie rating for that two movie will be high, right? So for that we need to check what is the count of the users we have for each and every movies. Okay, for that we are going to use the same technique, dot group by. Okay, we are going to use the dot group by, and then we are going to group by title and the rating. Okay, and we are going to use dot count function for that. Okay, so you can see for XSS 2002 we got 24, for State of Union we got 5, for existence we got 22, right? So I just get the last 5 rows of my data set, but for all the movies it's actually giving me the rating, how many ratings it has particularly, right? Now we are going to make a new data frame, right, where we will have the average rating, we will have the title of the movie, and we will have the count of the total rating. It will actually help us to analyze our data more easily. So in that case we are going to make new record. I got a question from Avinash, can we use print A in group by syntax? I didn't get you. Can you just more explain it? Like, can you give more explanation on that? I didn't get your answer. Okay. Okay, fine. So I got a question from Likhit that shouldn't we use mode here instead of mean? So maybe it's something like up to you. If you want to use mode function just to understand your data, yeah, you can go for it. So I use mean for that. Okay. Okay, so now we are going to see how can you make a new data frame. To making a new data frame, we just need to call pd.data frame. Okay, pd.data frame, that how you can call a new data frame. And the new column of my like the new data frame has a column called average rating, right? So I want a column average rating, and I'm going to provide the A has the all the average rating for each of the movies, right? So let me do that. Okay, and for the new record data frame, I'm going to again add the count of total ratings, right? So in this data frame, I will have 3 columns, right? One is title, one is average rating, one is count of total ratings, right? So let's see our new data frame. Yes, we got title, we have got average rating, and we have count of total ratings, right? So for 712104, I got ratings of 4.0. For round midnight we got rating for 3.5, right? And count of total rating, it's 2, this is 1, right? We have in our data set. Now what we need to do, we just want to see and we just want to visualize our data. For that we are going to use matplotlib library. Okay, so we are going to use matplotlib library and the seaborn library both. Okay, fine. So in that case, first let's see what are the columns we have. So you can see I got a column for average rating and the count of total rating, but where this title goes, the title is basically the part of index. Your index is titles, right? Now I want to see what is the graph of my count of total ratings. So let me just, okay, so from the output you can see the most of the movies has received less than 50 ratings, right? Most of the ratings like less than 50, while the number of movies having more than 100 rating is very low. I mean, more than hundreds we even can see them, but more than 50 is also very less, right? So this is how you can judge your data. So 0, 1, 2 are more, you can see these are the more, right? Almost 6,000 data are almost 0 1, under 0 1, and 50, and you can see 30 40, maybe it can be under 30 40. These are also more, but more than 50 is very less. So maybe for that you can use more, like a big data set. I'm not using a big data set. So if you want, you can use a big data set for that, to just to get a proper like efficient model, right? Okay, so now I'm going to see the average rating. I want to see a histogram of the average rating. To get the histogram, what we need to do, we need to use dot hist function. Okay, the dot hist function actually return as the histogram for that. So I use the average rating column, and I am going to use dot hist function for that. Let's see what we will get. So you can see this graph for we have the integer value have a taller burst than the floating values, since the most of the user assigns rating as an integer value, that is 1 2 3 4 or 5. And furthermore, it is evident that the data has a weak normal distribution. So using this data visualization part, you can understand your data more efficiently. You can say your data is weak in the normal distributions, right? With the mean of around 3.5, and there are few outliers we have in our data. So if you want to remove those outliers in your data, you can do that, because when you actually remove your outliers from the data, your model will start performing very well, right? So it's actually data visualization is one of the most important part in your, like when you are going to model a, like build a model, right? So yes, from the graph itself, it will start saying so many things to you. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so you can see, like I'm going to plot one more thing, that is using joint plot, that is the part of Seaborn library. So for the X, I'm going to use average rating, and for the Y, I'm going to use count ratings, right? So let's see. Yeah, so we got this graph. So this graph actually shows that the general movies with higher average ratings actually have more number of ratings, okay, compared with the movies that have lower average ratings. So from that you can see, this is actually saying the same thing. The movies with a high average ratings actually have more number of ratings, and the compared with the movies that have lower average rating, like suppose a movie is actually getting 1, right? So in that case, you can see the number of ratings is less for that movie. So you can see in this count of total ratings and the average ratings, right? Okay, fine. So now we are going to use actually, so how can you make your recommendation system? So in, like before this part, we are actually understanding our data, what actually our data wants to tell us, what actually the spread of our data set, right? So now I am going to show you, we are going to use dot pivot table, right? In that pivot table, we are going to use user ID, title, and the rating. Okay, and what we are going to do, we are going to check the all the columns and the head as well. So first let me just print that, you will guys get that what we have in movie matrix. So you can see in the columns we get all the movie name, right? We make a pivot table where the column is actually with the movie names, right? So you can see, I am going to again execute that. Yes, so we have the columns, right? We have the columns. Now what we need to do, we actually need to take that XXX2002, right? So we are going to use the movie name XXX2002, where actually you will get all the movie, all the ratings and the average ratings for XXX2002, right? So we are going to check what are the similar movies we have like XXX2002, right? Okay, so yes, for that I'm going to take all the ratings from movie matrix to XXX2002 ratings variable. Okay, just now let me check what we get in that. Yes, we get that 3.5, 2.0, the ratings we have for each users they have given, right? Now we are going to see the find the similarity. What are the similarity we have for other movies like XXX2002? So checking the similarity, we use dot core-with function. It actually give us the correlation with the same movies we are actually passing to it. So in that case we are using XXX2002, right? So it's going to give me that what is the similar movies we have in this data, in this like movie list, right? Okay, so let me just execute that. Yes, you can see we got that Hellboy, and these are the actually correlated movie we got. That is, you can see State of Union, and yeah, and you can see XSX 2002 is actually getting the most correlation. Like correlation is 1. Suppose correlation with 1 with the similar one is always 1, right? So you can see that XSX 2002 we get the correlation is 1. So this is how you can see actually it is working perfectly when you are going for checking the correlation of the particular movie with the other one, right? So here we are going to use the heat map just to check the correlation in a visualized way, right? So here we are using matplotlib for that. You can see all this are 1 1 1. Suppose rating के साथ rating is always 1, right? And user id with user id is always 1. This is how we actually calculate all the correlations. Okay, right. Now we will see what is the correlation we got in a data frame. Okay, so here we are going to pass our movies similar to XSS 2002, and we are going to use a correlation column for that, and we want to drop all the nan value from the data frame, right? To dropping all the nan value from the data frame, we use drop in a function, right? So you can see XSS 2002 correlation dot drop in in place equals to 2. So let's see. Yes, you can see 500 days of summer has a correlation with the XSS 2002, that is 0.83, right? And 10 items or less 2016 has a correlation of 1. So this can be the next recommended movie for the particular user who have actually watched XXX 2002, right? And maybe the next one can be 500 days of summer. Okay, so we actually got the I actually print the head. So if I'm not going to print the head, if I'm going to print the whole part, so let's see. Yeah, you can see some of them have the minus as well. So there is the meaning of minus is basically there is no correlation between that two language. Okay, so we are almost came to the end of the session, but before that I got some of the query, and please let us know in the comment section if you have any doubt for the say like till the thing we have learned so far. Okay, so from Avinash I have a question that how do we actually understand relationship between independent and dependent variable relationship. So for that, to check the relationship between dependent and independent variable, we use regression. So basically regression help us to understand a relationship between two dependent and independent variable. Yes, I got a question from Ankit that what is the use of data frame. So basically we use data frame to handle our data CSV data, to store our CSV data. So we use data frame. Data frame is in the tabular format of columns and rows. It helps us to store the comma separated values in that. Now let's have a look at the chatbot. How to make a chatbot. So what is chatbot? Chatbot is a concept which based on artificial intelligence software. It helps to interact with humans in their natural language, right? So basically you can talk with a chatbot. We also have some of the applications like Swiggy, Zomato, or some of other website as well. Almost every one of them has their own chatbot. So basic conversation for any inquiry, the chatbot used to chat with you, right? So chatbot is one of the most trending technology right now. Okay, so we have two types of chatbot. One is rule-based chatbot. One is self-learning chatbot. So now we will have a look at what is rule-based chatbot. The rule-based approach are used to train a particular chatbot to answer question based on the set of predefined rules, right? So from the name itself, we can understand that rule is basically you have mentioned some rule for your bot, and your bot will work on that only. And if you give something out of your rule and out of the learning bot knows, it's not able to give the answer. So this is what known as rule-based chatbot, right? Okay. Now, so these rules are on which it initially trained. So when you are train your bot, that time you specified some of the rule for your chatbot, and your chatbot is going to mention and use those rules only. Now, this set of rules can be very simple or it can be very complex, right? It's up to you how can you make the rules for your chatbot. Now, the technique for rule-based chatbots are good with simple queries. Suppose hi, hello, the initial part. So, let me know in the chat, guys, that how many of you actually talk with the chatbot, like for any apps, for any instances. How many of you actually use chatbot? I mean, how many of you has the idea about how chatbot works, and like if you can share your experience as well. Okay, there are lots of actually we have, so we can talk to chatbot, right? So yes, so chatbot can be two types. One is rule based, one is self learning. So I hope you guys can understand that what is rule based stands for, right? Now let's have a look at okay, fine. Now let's have a look at what is self-learning chatbot. So from the name itself, we can understand that self-learning bots can learn on their own, right? From the name itself, it's saying, okay, you don't need to train your chatbot. Your chatbot will say, okay, right. So this is how I'm going to learn. From your query itself, it's going to learn. So this type of chatbot is quite it's not that simple to implement, because we use this types of chatbot are more advanced technologies like artificial intelligence and machine learning to train themselves for instances and behaviors. Naturally, these chatbots are much smarter than rule-based chatbots. From name itself, you can understand, right? We are not going to train someone. We're not going to say chatbot, okay, if someone is going to say hi, you need to say hello, right? It's learning by itself, right? So we have some of the part like deep learning, we have natural language processing, right? That's known as NLP. We actually combine those technologies, those ideas, and we actually made our own chatbot, that is self-learning chatbot. So your chatbot will learn from your answers only. Okay, fine. Now let's have a look at the evaluation of chatbot. So if you say that the first stage of chatbot was like that, no. So when the scientists start making their chatbot, that time it was very initial, right? Maybe hi, hello, and like that. So with time it evaluates, right? The chatbot evaluates. So in the image you can see like the initial to the advanced chatbot. So now we have lots of ideas, like there are lots of advanced chatbots we have, right? So they are actually walking like a human being, and you can even understand that they are chatbot, they are not a human being, right? So can you give me a most popular chatbot, or yes, most popular chatbot you guys know that they are actually walking like a human being? Can you give me an idea about that? I mean, just a name. So you guys have heard about that, or something, like you guys have idea that they are actually walking like a human, and you can't even differentiate between them. It's a chatbot or it's a human being, right? Alexa, right, Muhammad. This is one of the most used chatbot, right? So it's Siri, Alexa, right. Devesh, Swati, you guys are right. Okay. Now let's have a look at that. What's the Python library we are going to use to develop chatbot? Natasha, okay, right. Arjun, Sophia, right. Sophia is one of the most hottest topic, right? Yes. How many of you know about Sophia? And how many of you used to watch the videos of Sophia? Natasha in hike, yes. Google Assistant, Siri, Amita. So basically it will be for 1 hour, Amita. Cortana, NLP, okay, fine. So now let's have a look at which Python library we are going to use. We are going to use Chatterbot. Chatterbot is a Python library. So this is Chatterbot is a machine learning conversational dialogue engine which is built on Python. This is a already predefined library in Python. So this is trained on machine learning techniques and conversational dialogue engine. Okay. Now let's have a look at how can you build that. Now we will go to our notebook and we will make our own virtual assistants using Python. Okay. Fine. So in this case, I'm going to use Google Colab. So I will show you how can you start using Google Colab, right? Okay. Let me go there. Okay. So first go to your browser and write Google Colab, right? So after write that, you will get the first link. Okay, fine. So just click on the like first link, and then you will get an option of new notebook. Click on that, right? So your notebook will be ready to work with. Yes, you can see my notebook is ready to work with. Now I can start writing code and it will start working. And if you want to rename your file, so you just need to write over there demo. Okay, so this is how we are going to use Google Colab. Okay, so any one of you have any like doubt how can you start using Google Colab? Please let me know in the live chat, for that I can help you out on that. Okay, fine. Now let's have a look at what we are going to install first. So we are going to use NLTK. Okay, so why we are going to use NLTK? NLTK is basically a library for natural language processing. Okay, so if you want to use NLTK, you need to install that first. So pip install NLTK, right? Now you need to import the NLTK library. Okay, so basically when it comes to natural language processing, we start using NLTK library. Sabia, no doubts. Okay, that's really nice. Rajat, I know. Muhammad, ma'am, I don't know. What you don't know, Muhammad? Saloni, I don't know. Nikhil Kumar, no doubt, ma'am. Okay, fine, cool. So basically, when we are going to use the NLTK library, we need to download, right? So what we need to download? So there are lots of packages we have under NLTK. So if you can see, to download those packages, you need to write nltk.downloads. And if you can see over here, you can see so many classes are there, right? So names, opinion lexion, product, right? There are lots of libraries and everything we have in NLTK. So you need to use nltk.download. Now I will show you three concepts of natural language processing. One is tokenization, one is lemmatization, and the third one is stemming, right? So these are the basic part of Adrian. Greetings from Peru. Thank you so much. Pratyush, NLTK. NLTK is basically a library for natural language processing. Okay. Swati, is Jupyter Notebook is alternative for Google Colab? Yes, you can use Jupyter Notebook as well. So I love to use Google Colab because I don't need to install anything. Adarsh, I don't know. What you don't know, Adarsh, can you please let me know? Okay. Now, what is tokenization? Tokenization basically may be defined as the process of breaking a given text. Okay. So I said I am Sampriti Chatterjee. So when you use tokenization, what we will get? I, comma, am, comma, Sampriti, comma, Chatterjee, right? It will tokenize your each and every words, right? So whenever we are going to process our natural language, we need to tokenize our any kind of a text or any kind of a language, right? To understand what that particular person wants to talk about. Okay. Now, so you can see over here that the tokenization may be defined as the process of breaking the given text into smaller units called tokens. That can be numbers, words, or punctuation. Marks can be tokens, right? So it may also be called word segmentation. So before we start with any natural language processing like project, you need to first tokenize your data. Okay, so doing that, we need to import that from nltk.tokenize, import saint tokenize, right? Okay, now what I need to do, I'm going to give my data, that is text. Under that, what I said, natural language processing is a field of computer science and artificial intelligence. Now what I need to do, I need to just tokenize my data, right? So how can I do that? So same token, I'm sending my token, right, my text, right? So for that, we are going to use this function send tokenize, and on that we are going to provide text, right? Okay, now we are going to execute that. Now if you want to see that, okay, I have sent my text, but what is my where is my tokenized text, right? So in this case, you need to use word tokenize. This is a function to get your tokenized text or tokenized data, and then you need to pass your the data you have seen, that is text. You can see after executing that, I got natural language processing. After that, each and everything is in a tokenized format, right? The brackets, NLP, is everything is a proper. If you see this comma, right? This comma is also tokenized, right? How can you understand this comma and this comma? This is under a like quotation, right? You can see over here. Okay. So do you guys have any doubt about tokenization? Can you let me know in the live chat that you guys have a doubt about tokenization? You guys don't have any doubt about tokenization? Then we will move towards the next concept, that is lemmatization. I will wait for a few seconds for you guys to understand that how many of you actually understand that what is tokenization stands for and how we are going to use that. Gurjat, Spacey is better than NLTK. Obviously, Spacey is better than NLTK. But in today's session, we are going to do a basic one. So we are going to show the NLTK. Divesh, no doubt. I'm waiting for you guys to reply. How many of you understand that? Okay. So this is how the tokenization works. Are we still using NLTK in market? It depends on the companies. No doubt, no doubt. Okay. For that, I can start the next topic. That what is lemmatization? So lemmatization is another way to extract the base from a word, right? So maybe I am going to say beta. Okay. So computer is going to say no. It can be good. It can be something marvelous, right? So basically, we use lemmatization to understand extract the base form of the words, right? So good, better, based, right? So better what is the base form, right? That is good. Okay. Normally aiming to remove inflectional endings by using vocabulary and morphological analysis. So if there is something that is, right, existing, okay, so it will cut that ing, it will give you exist, right? So this is how our lemmatization works. Maruti, can we host the chatbot? No, we are not going to use any cloud concepts, Maruti. Okay. Okay. So which library you are going to use for that? We are going to use NLTK, and from there you need to import word-net lemmatizer. So this is the one you need to import from NLTK. Now what we need to do, we need to create an object of word-net lemmatizer. Okay, so lemmatizer equals to word-net lemmatizer. It's an object of word-net lemmatizer. Okay, now I say, okay, fine, let me show the lemmatization for rocks. Okay, how can I do that? For that, I am going to write lemmatizer dot lemmatize. Okay, so we need to call our object of lemmatizer dot lemmatize, and we are going to provide our data, that is rocks. Okay, so you can see in that we got the actual one, rocks from rock, right? So basically it's giving you the base form of the word. Tokenizer is basically dividing the text, right? Yes, this is right. Okay, tokenizer is basically dividing the text in small form. Not dividing the text in small form, it's dividing the each and every token of your data. Okay, so it will actually token your bracket, your commas, your punctuations, everything. It's a number, everything is going to be tokenized if you use tokenizer. So yes, this is how our lemmatization works. So if you guys have any doubt about lemmatization, can you just let me know in the chat that how many actually of you can understand that what is lemmatization. Okay, now we will jump into the third concept, that is stemming. So what is stemming? Stemming is a process of producing morphological variants of root or base word. Okay, stemming programs are commonly referred to as stemming algorithms or stemmers. Okay, a stemming algorithm reduces the word chocolates, chocolatey, choco to the root word, right? That is chocolate. So a normal word we can say in a various form, right? Like you can take the example of chocolate, right? Chocolates, chocolatey, choco. So it will actually give you the root word, that is chocolate. Okay, Nikhil, no doubt, that's really nice. Okay. Okay, fine. Now let's have a look at that retrieves, right? Reduce the steam, but at the end of the day you will get retrieved, right? So you can see in this as well, likes, liked, likely, liking. So you will get what you will get from this. So I have given likes, liked, likely, liking. So what you will get from there? Oh, I'm waiting for your answer, guys. So what will be your base word for that? For likes, liked, likely, and liking, what will be your base word? What it will gonna give you? Difference between steaming and lematizing. So basically, steaming is something that any kind of suppose you can see likes, like, likely, liking. You are giving anything, it's giving you the base. But for the lematization, okay. But for the lematization, if you give some, suppose worst, right, or good, better, best, so you give better, it will return you good. So it's something that it's not gonna give you if you gonna write that goodly. So it's not going to give you that. Okay, like, yes, right, I can see. Sparse, I don't think you are not right. Not liked. Okay, like, yes, right. You guys are understanding then? Yes. So how can you do that? To doing that, you need to import two module from NLTK. Okay, one is word tokenize, one is porter steamer. In this case, you need to create an object of that porter steamer, that is PS, and words is equals to program, programs, programmer, programming, programmer. So we know it's going to give you program. Okay, so I am going to use a for loop, and it will go to till words, each and every words, and it's going to check, okay, ps.steam, and then each and every words. Okay, so if you do these things normally as well, you can go for doing that. Okay, so if I'm going to write this, and I am going to do this, that demo is equals to, okay, suppose good I have given, let's see, goods, let's see what I will get. Yes, you can see I got good, right? So if you want to do for one words, you can do that. I made a list and I have done it for the list, right? Okay, so this is how our 3 basic steps to understand NLP first stage, right? I can start writing the chatbot code, but if you guys don't understand the basic parts of how, what is lematization, what is tokenization, so how can you start with, right? So our first step is creating a chatbot in Python with Chatterbot library. Okay, so Chatterbot library, if you want to install Chatterbot library, how can you do that? Proful, thank you so much. Okay, you can see that pip install Chatterbot. Okay, so this is how you can install their library for chatbot. Okay, so this is a pre-install library. If you guys want to go for deep learning techniques, you can go for it. If you want to go for some other like NLP techniques using Spacey or some like dialog flow, so you can go for it, right? So this is a basic chatbot we are going to make. Now I'm going to just this, you can see this is already installed. I'm not going to do that again because this is gonna take a lot time. Now we are going to install the Chatterbot corpus. So what does that corpus stands for? So how many of you guys have idea about corpus? Can you let me know in the live chat that how many of you actually have an idea about what is corpus? What does that corpus stands for? I'm waiting for you for 10 seconds and then I will explain you what is corpus. Okay, I can see no one is actually commenting, so I understand that you guys don't have a proper idea about what is corpus. Okay, so corpus is basically no idea. Okay, so basically corpus is something data, right? In machine learning we use a data set, right? But for chatbot you don't have any data set, but how can you train your data? In that case, don't know, ma'am Sanjana. Yes, I'm going to say that. So basically in chatbot we have a corpus. Corpus is working as a data set. So maybe you said hi, so after that you said your chatbot to say hello, right? So that will be written in a corpus, right? Hi, hello, how are you? I'm fine. How are you? And how are you? Like this, right? So this data set is actually known as corpus. So you guys got that? Arun Mishra, collection of words, maybe collection of text. Okay, so basically corpus is something, is a data set for your chatbot. Right, Sujit. Corpus is a Python library dataset for training chatbot. So basically, corpus is not a Python library. Corpus, we use this term to like making a dataset for a particular data, like chatbot, right? So our chatbot, we don't have any dataset. We have, okay, so we have a corpus. So this is known as corpus. Okay, now you need to install that that as well for your chatbot. Okay, now you can see, if you want to upgrade chatbot, you can do that. If you don't want to upgrade, you can like let it be. Okay, now we are going to import the classes in the second step in Python chatbot creation process, right? So all you need to do, import two classes. One is chatbot from chatbot. Okay, from chatbot import chatbot. Okay, now what I need to do, you need to write chatterbot.trainers import list trainer. So what is this list trainer? So list trainer is basically help you this like this class will help you to train your bot. Okay, now you can see create and train the chatbot. The chatbot you are creating will be instance of classes chatbot. Okay, you have to execute the following command. Okay, and from there you will get the understand that okay, I am making my own chatbot. Okay, how can you do that? Here you need to write your bot, the variable name, the bot name you want to go for, and then you need to write chatbot. You need to call the function chatbot. Then you need to like write the name of that particular chatbot. For my case, I took pybot, right? Read only equals to true, so it's going to read only read. Okay, okay, now comes the logic adapter. So logic adapter denotes the list of adapter used in training the chatbot. Okay, so when it comes to chatbot.logic mathematical evaluation, it helps to solve bot mathematical problems. So if you want your bot to learn mathematical problem and help you to solve the mathematical problem, for that I am going to use chatterbot.logic mathematical evaluation, right? When it's come the best match, right, to chatterbot.logic best match, it helps it to choose the best match from the list of response already provided. So here we are going to write some of the response, and it will going to check, okay, what response will be the best match for my answers, right? What is the list trainer? List trainer is basically, Mrinal, the way you are going to like train your chatbot. I will show you as well. Okay, right. So basic part is like your bot, like using the name of your bot. For my case, I gave your bot, then call chatterbot, name the pybot, then read only equals to true, and then logic operators. Okay, now what I am going to write. So for greetings, I am making my own corpus. So you can see greetings is my own corpus, right? So here I said hi, hello, how are you, I'm fine, hey, nice to talk to you. So these are my corpus. I'm saying, like, if someone is going to say hi, my chatbot is going to say hello. If I'm going to say how are you, my chatbot is going to say I'm fine, right? So this is how I'm making my little corpus over here. Now comes some of the formula. Okay, so I said maybe Pythagorean theorem. So a squared plus b squared equals to c squared, right? So I'm going to give some formula as well to my chatbot, right? So these are the corpus I am making. For formula 2, I am making that E2 tips. Thank you so much. Okay, so for the formula 2, I am going to write law of quotients, that c square equals to a square plus 2 square, a square plus b square plus 2ab. Okay, right. Okay, right. Then we have some physics like Ohm's law. We have Newton first law, second law, and third law. Right. So this is your corpus actually stands for. So you can see here, if you look at this corpus, you can see I give the name first. Okay, so this will be your keyword for the chatbot, that Pythagorean theorem, then law of cosines, then Ohm's laws, right? So this will be your what? This will be your Arun. Yes, it's the corpus we are making right now, and then we will train our chatbot and we will try it, right? We will try it as well, that how our chatbot is going to work. Okay, so you can see that Ohm's law, and okay, sorry. Ohm's law, then first law of Newton. So what this thing stands for, this is the keyword. When you are going to say your chatbot, okay, can you please show me what's the first law of Newton? Your chatbot will understand, okay, this is the keyword and this will be the answer. Okay, so this will be the answer for your particular question. So this is how our chatbot works. Prapti, is it? Yes. This is similar to intent, right? IBM cloud using Watson assistant. Yes, this is similar to cloud, like intent, right? Okay. Now, if you want to train your bot, how can you do that? List trainer. I think you guys can see this list trainer. I'm going to call this function, and I am going to provide my bot. Okay. So train your bot, and then call list trainer, and I'm providing my bot, right? Okay, let me do that. Here in the for loop, I have written item, and then I have provided all the corpus I have made so far, that is greetings, formula 1, 2, physics, Newton 1, 2, 3. Okay, now I said my train bot object, please train my bot with these items, right? So each and every item will come over here and it will train my bot. Okay, let me do that. Okay, now you can see that list trainer, that it is already trained 100%. Now I want to say, okay, please see, give me the response. I'm going to say my bot that please give me the response. How can I do that? Maybe I'm going to write hi over here. Not nice to talking with you. You can see my bot is giving me response that hello. Okay. All of the above. What is scratch? The scratch is from the basic, right? Okay. So I think you guys are understanding what I'm doing right now. Can you please confirm me on the chat? Can you please confirm me from the chat that how many of you actually understanding the concepts and how many of you actually enjoying the session? Okay. So you can see that your bot get response. I said hi. Maybe I am going to write more over here. I'm going to write, hey, how are you? Okay, let's see. So basically I am doing over here, it's a very, okay. So if I do that, I said, hey, how are you? My bot is giving me response, I'm fine, right? Swati, get response is inbuilt, right, it's an inbuilt function. For more, yes, if we have to feed the more Q and answer, yes, you need to like actually give more question and answers to get more accurate result. Brinal, thank you so much. Ashish, thank you. Okay, fine. So okay, you can see over here as well. And if you guys want to make your own Python projects as well, you can go for Python project tutorial in Great Learning, Great Learning channel. You will get so many cool projects with Python as well. Ma'am, why can we use Wikipedia Python package and create a chatbot to search things in Wikipedia and gives the answer to us? Yes, we can do that, Thala. This is a nice concept. I should appreciate you for that. Okay, right. Now I am going to write, please help me with Pythagorean theorem, right? I don't know. Okay, but here if you see the catch, I say Pythagorean theorem. So this is my intent or keyword I say to my bot. Let's see. Okay, you can see a square plus b square plus c square. So this is how our chatbot is using. Now up to now rule based, right? Yes, this is a rule based. That's a really nice answer I got. Kotesh Worau. Okay, so basically yes, this is a rule based. So how many of you can understand the difference between rule based and self learning? Okay, Arun, we don't have any feedback form. Can you please let us know in the chat box how you are actually feeling for the session? Okay, fine. Okay. Muhammad, can we do this? Yes, we can do this with voice as well. This is a basic one we are doing right now. So if you want, you can do this with voice. How can you use okay For the wave application, you need to integrate this. Okay, right. So you can see for the response, I said, can you please explain Ohm's law? Yes, it's gonna explain me for that. A law stating that electric currents is proportional to voltage and inversely proportional to resistance, right? So this is how our boat works. Okay, right? Okay, so can you guys let me know if you guys have any doubt till now, whatever we have covered so far, right? So I am going to check some of more answers for my bot dot get response, and I am going to say maybe something, the explain me the first law of Newton, right? Let's see what okay, I got it. In the first law, an object will not change its motion unless a force acts on it, right? This is really very interesting for me. What actually data set, Satya? For chatbot we don't have data set. For chatbot we provide corpus. Okay, how can it be integrated in order to be used in website? So integration is something like I need to check your website and then only I can understand that how can you integrate this chatbot with your website. Okay, can link it. Okay, so getting the code, like for that you need to go to Great Learning Academy, and there you need to register for the course and you will get all the materials over there. What if we put wrong response? Okay, let's see if I'm going to write something out of the box, how my bot is going to reply on that, right? Your bot dot get response. I'm not feeling okay. I am not feeling good, right? Let's see. I'm giving a out of box understanding that what my bot is going to understand for that. Let's see. Okay, my bot is saying I'm fine, but I said I'm not feeling good. Okay, right? So in this case, Swati, I'm coming to our answer. So we almost came to a like end of the session, that how we are going to make our chatbot, right? Okay, fine. Okay, so yeah, so you can see if I said I'm not feeling good, my chatbot is saying I'm fine. This is so bad, right? So if I'm going to say something like something else, can you guys give me idea what can I ask to my chatbot? Give me some idea that what can I ask to my chatbot. Let's see how my chatbot reacts to that, as I didn't give any rule for that, right? I am waiting for your response, guys. What you guys think of? What should what should I ask them, like ask my bot? I'm waiting for your responses, guys. Okay, so let me frame my own question. You guys are not giving any suggestion to me. What should I answer? Like what should I ask my bot? What is gravity? That's really nice. Who was Newton? Okay, fine. Let me just try to answer, like give the answer. What is gravity? I don't think my chatbot is going to answer that. Okay, for my chatbot, gravity is a squared plus b squared equals to c squared. Okay. Okay, can you dance? Okay, I can take that as well. Can you dance? Hi, my chatbot is saying hi. Can you dance? Okay, is there only 3 laws? Okay, let me just try it with that. Is there only 3 laws? Let me just try with that as well. 3 is equals to 3. My bot is giving. How old are you? Ask to chatbot. Oh my god, really? Okay, fine. Let's see. How old are you? I can see you guys are really excited. Let's see how my chatbot is going to say. Okay, my chatbot is going to give me a law, that a law starting the Ohm's law my chatbot is going to give, right? So basically you guys can understand that my corpus, the data set is really low. So if you guys want to make the fun of like making a chatbot, you can use this techniques and you can make your own like cool chatbot. I think it's actually when COVID will end, that my chatbot is not going to answer for sure, Susmit. Yes. If A is equals to 4, B is equals to 5, what is C? Maybe for that I need to give some of the mathematics idea to my chatbot for that they can start doing this, right?
In this particular video, we have talked about so many projects in Python. How can you start with Python to what are the projects you can actually add in your CV. And there are a lot more you have learned from this video. If you haven't subscribed to our channel yet, I want to request you to hit the subscribe button and turn on the notification bell so that you don't miss out our any new update or video release from Great Learning. If you enjoy this video, show us some love and like this video. Knowledge increases by sharing, so make sure you share this video with your friends and colleagues. Make sure to comment on the video any queries or suggestion and I will respond to your comments.